But yeah, hey, I'm not late for once. Imagine, not late for once. We're gonna go check in on the freaking Snowbro stuff in a bit. Let me just get everything set up nicely so that we can actually go do our stuff. Okay. Yeah, all that is set up. Interesting. Okay. Hi, Tayo. Welcome. We're gonna go check in on the freaking Snowbro situation. Hi, Jericho. Right, we're early for once. Alright, let's go check in on Snowbro. Alright, cause I should be getting a hefty amount of compensation. Oh boy, we got this Penny sticker. I have 80 here, and then I have 402 bit gold. God damn. I don't know what this 80 is for, but then I have 402 here. Okay. Oh, they gave me a bunch of stuff there. Okay, so then... Wait, one sec. Let me... put everything in the Pepega stage. They compensated me to, like, a bunch of stuff. I guess that means I can go get the other outfits and stuff, I guess. Hey, you know what? Sure. I might as well still add it into the collection. Whatever. Because now I don't have to pay for it, it's free. Right? Hey, at least I get it for free. Right, free is still free, man. Do I want the Cirrus costume, though? You know what? Sure, I'll take it. Whatever. It's cute on her. I don't know, man. It'll take a while to see the aftermath of everything. There's probably gonna be a way to mod some of the stuff back in. We'll have to look into that. But, like, damn. Hey, at least I got the skins for free, I guess. I got something for free, but it's still painful, man. That is still painful. This opens after 7 days, is what it says. Whatever that's supposed to mean. But, like, there's no way to, like, see the revenue catering, like cratering in real time. But, like, you know, a situation, not great. They wanted us to damage control for them, too. Obviously, I'm not gonna do the damage control. Like, screw it. Like, screw that. They have to solve the problem themselves. Here. They have to figure out what they're gonna do. Because, like, the compensation isn't gonna really make it up for the people who still wanted the costumes. Same time, for the people who did spend, because they're only getting refunded in the premium currency, they can't exactly, you know, get exactly what they might have wanted. So that's their own thing that they're gonna have to just figure out how to solve. That's their own problem that they have to find a solution to. They'll have to figure it out. Whatever they'll do, I don't know. Yeah, I notice now I can't enter her interactive scene, look. The button is gone now. Right, there's supposed to be a button to let me enter the interactive scene, it's gone now. Right, the interactive scene button is gone. So that's a yikes. That's a big yikes. Especially because those skins aren't free. It's like one thing if it was like free, they didn't have to pay for it or anything. But the other, it's like, you're only gonna give them the freaking bit gold. Like, I have no idea what the hell's gonna happen next. Because here's the thing. You know what's like compensation, like if them just giving you premium currency back, that's nothing. What's more expensive is dealing with the aftermath of like a refund. Like, especially depending on payment methods, right? Because like, you know how expensive like a PayPal refund can be? Like, let's say someone spent $1 in your app and they charge you back through PayPal. Depending on the situation, if the money fully cleared and you got the money immediately, and you could do anything with it, depending on the status of your PayPal account, you not only do you have to pay the PayPal transaction fee again to send them their money back, PayPal will also charge you another fee for refunding it. It's like $15 or something, like there's like another flat fee or something. Like, it is like actually quite costly. And if like people are gonna like refund en masse, that's going to be really, really painful for them to deal with. Like, having to deal with refunds. Refunds are very expensive. Like, ideally, you don't want to refund for certain things if you can. Right? And like, it's not like it's only on new stuff. Also, like, this shit goes back too. And the thing is, not everyone can also just get the compensation there as well. Because like, if you got, let's say, the Chenching and Mosher costume over a year ago, well, you can't even do that, right? So people who maybe feel disgruntled and want to get a refund on that thing. Because they've had those outfits in the game for more than 1 year. Like, keep in mind, this has been in the game for more than 1 year. Right? You have, like, there's no recourse for you there. So, like, that's gonna be something they have to figure out how to deal with. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. That's their own problem that they have to solve themselves, but it's not a good look. Right? And like, yeah, obviously people do have a right to not be happy. People do have a right to be pissed. Right? Because, well, they didn't get what they no longer have access to what they paid for. Right? Like it or not, right? You can say whatever you want. Like, this is not a good look either way. They'll have to figure out a solution, but just saying the compensation stuff really isn't going to be enough.
What should I do?
And here's the other thing too, like, yeah, on PC, you can easily just change a file and then, you know, decensor it yourselves.
That was close.
But I don't know how that will work with the interactive scene, for example. Because, you know, if you wanted to go back and use the interactive scene, how are you gonna access that? Right? The content is now dead. It's gone. Right? It's now lost media. So what do you do then if that's what you wanted? Because it's not like they gave those scenes for free either. You had to pay for them too.
Objective complete.
Right? It was like, what, 50 big gold or something? Like, it cost money to get the interactive scene. Right? So, like, obviously people are not gonna be happy. So it's like, what do they do next? What's their next course of action? Because, like, refunding them, like, they didn't refund them. They just gave them a bunch of big gold as compensation. Which is not the same as getting a full refund. Right? Like, they're just like, oh yeah, here you go, get a bunch of big gold back. And keep in mind, that's gonna cost them, like, the interactive scene is gonna cost them, like, $10. As you can see. Because it's like 50 big gold. You're gonna have to buy this thing twice. There's no other way to get 50 big gold other than that. Right, you would have to buy that thing twice. Because of these weird things, because they're not direct purchase, these weird denominations, like, it's not that simple for them to, like, exchange it properly. So, like, they're gonna have to find a different solution to the problem. Because, obviously, the people out there, they have every right to not be happy and, like, be mad. It's one thing if it was completely free, but another when it costs them money. Like, it costs them, like, actual money. You can't get it for free. Right, so that's something they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with. Right. Like, who knows what the hell they can do. I don't know. That's their problem they have to solve. But obviously, it makes sense why people are pissed. It makes a ton of sense why a lot of people are not happy. They have to find a solution. Right. It's like, the other thing too is like, it's not like everyone wants us to refund either. They still wanted the product they paid for. Right? Like, they would obviously want what they paid for, ideally. They would want to have that. So they really need to come up with a better solution. And I don't know what that solution is. That's their problem to deal with. Do I even want to deal with that boss? Okay, let's go here. It's a mess through and through. Right, I don't know what they're gonna do. Right, and like, people were mocking them in freaking World Chat yesterday. They were like, people were freaking just straight up mocking them. Which is just nuts. But like, completely understandable. Like, people are just not happy. Like, the reality is, they don't want the compensation, they just want what they paid for back. And the other thing too is like, who knows what's gonna happen going forward, because they're basically just pulling a bait and switch on us. They need to figure out another solution to the problem. They really do. Because they can't keep doing what they're doing forever. Right, they need to find a solution. They also can't really half-ass it either. Like, the other thing too is like, they even censored the freaking wedding outfits as well that people got during the anniversary, which is also just yikes. And like, they even promised that they wouldn't do anything to it. Like, I obviously don't have it, but for the people that did have it, you know, not good. Right, like, it's just not good. It really is an unnecessary problem. They'll have to figure it out. But like, obviously, like, people are gonna be losing their trust and faith in them after this. Like, a lot of people probably have. The damage is done. They need to figure out a solution going forward. They need to figure something out. Right, because the damage is already done. Like, no matter what, but they're in a not so great situation. They need to find a solution, whatever that solution is. Like, an actual solution here. And they can't half-ass it either. They can't just be like, oh, here's your basic ass compensation, because that's obviously not gonna satisfy people. They really need to think it through.
敵手すべて不滑る。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
Hi Fanta, how you doing? Yeah, we just you gotta hope and pray they aren't gonna do something lazy, but it's not a good luck. Yeah, we're early today. Alright, what buffs am I taking? Ballistic damage after crit boost, okay. Critical hit, sure. Panic damage, let's go. Yeah, turn it into snowfall, alright. It is not looking good. You know what's funny though, like, who is, this version of life? I have no idea. All I know is her wedding outfit got censored. So, no more cool wedding outfit for her. It's censored now. If you are wondering, it was also it. There be no rerun because of EOS, oh boy. Who knows what'll happen, man. If like something happens to them and they can't even get their other game working out, that's not gonna be good. Right. Don't forget, they're also working on trying to release another game too. There's always a possibility that something bad does happen and they can't even get their other game out. That's always a possibility. Yep. Alright, everyone has their own reasons for playing, and when the reason you have for playing is gone, well, now what? What are you playing for if the reason you were there is gone? Right, we already can't access a bunch of stuff. They gave me 400 bits gold of compensation, which is almost $100. That's like nothing, man. Like, the thing is, the bit gold compensation they gave back isn't even enough. It doesn't really feel like enough. It is just... I don't know, man. It doesn't even feel like enough. Like, I feel like I should have gotten more back. That said, some of the outfits that I have that are mine that are getting censored, I did get for free entirely. But still, like, it just doesn't feel like they handled it properly. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's fully implemented yet. We'll go look into it. We'll go look at everything after. I don't know if we have a full we can do a proper comparison. Because some of the stuff is just, you know, gone, right? So it's not gonna be that easy. Yeah, they got Bonk Hammer, Snowbreak, and took a huge dent. Yeah, who knows what's going on in CN, but it definitely cannot be going well. Wait, why did I just do that one? That's useless. I don't do ADS damage. I do skill damage. I freaking nerf myself. Yeah, for sure they're death mad. And we all know they're even more extreme with the reactions than people over here at times. They're like, they get even crazier over there. Yeah, you got weird shit going on, man. What a fucked up year this is. Same time, you can't exactly blame them either, because the way some of the people there have acted, they basically asked for it. So in a way, they brought it upon themselves, but like, yikes. Right? Who knows what the hell they're gonna try to do now? But it's just not a good look or a good anything. Sure, let me get my cat ears on. I need to finish my cat game stuff. I still do play the cat game, just not on stream. I'm just gonna look through the stuff here. Let me just make the window bigger. I'll move it over here. What did I need to check here? Oh, that thing is over. I think I needed to check something, right? What was it? Whatever this is. What's the mission? That's why you're free to play in gachas? Fair enough. Upgrade combatant one time, refine any equipment. Okay. Let's go upgrade. Who was I working on? Oh, you, me. I wonder if that's good enough to count. For something. Okay. I need to refine something. I'm trying to like make a full luck set here. Oh, this thing needs to get replaced with luck. Don't ask why I'm trying to make the most ridiculous build on vanilla. I want vanilla to be lucky. Yeah, fair enough. Clan channel. Give me a sec. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to do the PvP stuff. Too bad there's a 0 there instead of it being 690. It's 609, not 69. There's a disgusting 0 in between that number. Alright, let me do my scuffed PvP. Oh cool, I have advantage here. Do not like this lineup though. Oh well, they forfeit. Pretty sure that guy could destroy my ass. Because I have like 3 things weak to his entire team. His red is weak to blue. That thing isn't. Potentially dangerous, and they forfeit. Don't know why they're just forfeiting when they could actually just beat my ass. Okay, this one, I definitely win this one. What the? Okay, I actually got the 5% roll on the luck stat. Hi Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. The mini-map is hell, man, in the rat map. You know what's funny? If you really pay attention, they literally took like every single building and put the interior for every single building, combined it together and called it a day. They say, oh yeah, this is one big map. They took all of the entire thing, all of the indoor areas and combined it into one mega map. Like, what the fuck are they cooking, man? They were like, yeah, sure, we made indoors. The entire map is the indoor of every map. It's like, what the fuck? Like, literally, like, every single map in there combined indoors. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, man, to go through it. The rat maze. Oh, I'm lost here. Master Splinter. Oh boy. Imagine. Fucking hell. Damn it, I'm still not A rank yet. The underground metro works yet. They've been studying architectural structure. The crazy part is they made it so every freaking building is connected underground in the network map, which is just nuts. Like, you really wouldn't expect them to do that, but they fucking cooked every single building to be interconnected. So, like, you get freaking lost, and then you realize, wait, if I go to the area from the surface instead, from outside, I can go inside from another location. So I ended up using that a lot. Because I kept getting lost. I'm like, wait, there's like another entry point somewhere else. Like, you eventually realize you could do that. Because of just how crazy that map is. You eventually realize, oh yeah, I can do that. Like, what else are you gonna do, man? Yeah, instead of running around the sewer maze, I know. Fucking hell, man, this is just pain. Well, I win. have 3 more matches here. Okay, I think I just... Okay, they forfeit. Cool. I have to do 2 more matches, then I'm done. Then we'll look at what the hell they did. I think maybe some made a video of just like, one last look at everything. We'll have to see. Yeah, thank God they forfeited, because I did not like that matchup. Oh, this matchup. Wait. Maybe there's hope? This is an annoying matchup. And then they cleanse us. But the freaking thing is so tanky. How the fuck are they so tanky? Yeah, I don't care. That one's Deadge. That's fine. Alright, I need to get rid of their damage. I need to get rid of their ability to do damage. Okay, one of their damage things is gone. Okay, both of their main damage sources are gone, but then that thing can do damage. Alright. They're gonna shield up, I know. They're actually cooking a map. They need to like optimize it a bit more. If you didn't have to load and like it was like just actually inside. Like, that'd be a different thing. Like, if you didn't have to do any loading at all and it was just like actually just indoors, it'd be perfect. Okay, now they can't really do damage. Okay, this guy's cooked. He can't do damage. He can shield all they want, but like they can't do damage. Okay, there. I won my matches. Cool. No, I don't care. I'm not gonna get that. And then I have to like AFK the Halloween event, right? Wait, what's over here? Oh yeah, I have to AFK this one. You don't need to see it AFK that, whatever. That'll just be in the background. Where it AFK farms the Halloween event. It's just fighting a trash mob on auto. Alright, here, let's see. So, normally there's supposed to be a button here to go to the interactive scene. Now it's gone. They completely got rid of the interactive scene. That's like just gone. No more. What else? Wait. Can we still access her interactive scene? Her old one. I believe they censored her swimsuit outfit. The bikini there. You have to change her outfit first, and is this censored? Yeah, they censored it a bit. I think. Okay, no, this scene is untouched. I don't know about the wedding outfit because I don't have that. So I can't show you the wedding one. I don't have the wedding one, so I can't show you the wedding one, but that seems to be fine. Apparently this thing, they got touched. I'm not sure what they touched here, but apparently they did something to this. Or they're going to do something to it. I don't know. This thing, her interactive scene is gone now. There's supposed to be a button here. I don't know if they're gonna make any more adjustments to this. Where's Chenxing? Wait. I don't remember her having bandages here. I don't remember these bandages being here like that. They fucking gave her athletic tape bandages that were not there. I don't remember this. They actually covered up her cleavage, man. They covered it up. They actually covered her up there. I don't have anything else. Wait, where's Moisture? Wait, Moisture. Why do I feel like they covered this one up a little bit too? I'm not sure where, but it feels like they covered her up. They fucking cover this shit up too, man. Somewhere. It feels different. Wait. No, I have an idea. Okay. Let's see if we can, find something. Let me see, where is the stuff? Media kit. Oh, here we go. What was it called? Yep. I have the original art right in front of me. She did not have that there. Marsha did not have that thing covered up either. And like, this was sold to us over a year ago. This is a year ago. This is from a year ago, man. This is like the promotional stuff they sent us a year ago. You can see it right here. You can see the damage right there. They covered up a lot. Now that I think about it, you can really see how much they covered up. You can really see the difference. Right, that was the original art. You can also tell this is covered up. You can even tell the difference here. It's very slight, but you can see it. Yeah, they definitely cover it up here. I don't know, man. I don't know, man, but you can see it, like, right there. You can see it, man. Let's see. Here you go, at least there's this. This is only on PC. You can do it on Steam. Oh, you can do it on Android somehow. There is a way to decensor it, but, you'll have to, like, figure out weird shit to decensor it. So here we go. Here's a PC client. So you have to open up, we have to close this and open the launcher. And go for where it is. And change localization from 0 to 1. And make it, and change the permissions. Okay. I don't know if that'll fully do anything though. But let me give it a shot. Localization, oh boy. I have to then open it from my documents folder and put it in. God damn it. Okay. Let's see if I can open it now with the decensor. Well, we'll see what happens, man. Apparently, it's supposed to work. Let's see if it actually does work. But here's the thing, like, we're only looking at, we can't see if it's gonna interfere with the interactive scenes either. Okay, it seems to be working. For now, this is working. This is working for now. For now, this is working. But how long will this last? How long will this last? Right, how long is this gonna last? Right, for now this is working, but how long will it last? Right, how long will this last? How long will this last? How long? Right, hi Bootleg Gamer, how long is this gonna last? It's working for now, but that's only for now. How long will it last? Right, how long will this last? Right, we can restore it for now, but I don't assume this will last forever. Right, but there you go. You guys now know how to do it, man. You just saw me do it, but like, again, like, how long will this last? Will it stay? Will it not stay? They already are, man. They already are. They wanted us to damage control for them. But like, yeah. No, they censored the outfits, man. They freaking censored a bunch of outfits. I just did something to get the old ones back. But I don't know how long it'll last. Wait, is the art also censored? That's a big question right here. Okay, it restores the uncensored art. Good. Good. So far we have the original art still there. Okay. So the decensor patch does let you see the uncensored original art. But yeah. Oh, here, someone made a proper before and after comparison. Alright, here we go. Here's a comparison. Yeah, they added extra fabric. I'm like, they definitely look weird. The censorship stuff looks really, really weird on them. Like, it definitely makes them look weird. Like, you could really tell the difference when they're side by side. Like, they don't look right. This is just some of them. There's even more. But like, yeah, it definitely doesn't look right. Right, they definitely don't look right. Like, it is quite lazy. For sure. Like, it just looks off. Alright, it just looks off. Yeah, I know, right? What happened to age rating? What happened age rating, man? What happened? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, hey, we can restore it for now, but how long will that last? Right, how long will that last? Right, there are instructions here on how to decensor it. You can somehow do it on Android and iOS too, but I imagine this is going to be more painful to do. But yeah. And like, if you're not doing it on PC, it's gonna be a lot harder to do on Android and iOS. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But here you go, advanced graphical settings tutorial. Right, the advanced ones, truly advanced. It's our restoration patch. Alright. With the announced changes, some game characters may be players may be concerned about the performance impact that they might have on the game. Having high stable frame rate is important to enjoying a fast-paced shooting game like Snowbreak. So this is an understandable concern. So those who want to truly take control of their game, it turns out there's a very simple trick to keep character models optimized and avoid a potential performance hit. I love this wording, man. I love this wording. I love this wording, man. Right? A very simple trick to keep character models optimized and avoid a potential performance hit. Oh, for sure. They're definitely avoiding a performance hit. They're definitely avoiding a performance hit, alright? Definitely avoiding a performance hit. Right? It helps them optimize their shooting performance, guys. It's gonna help you guys optimize your shooting performance. Right? Right? Fast-paced shooting game, guys. It's gonna help you optimize your shooting performance. Right? It's there to help you optimize your shooting performance. Very useful for your fast-paced shooting game. Right? We're just optimizing the character models. Right? They're optimized now. Yeah, people out here jerking off to girls in the game in public. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. But there you go. There you go. Nice and optimized. It's optimized now. Optimized. Right? We optimized it. You just go here if you want to optimize your game. The instructions are right there if you want to optimize it. I'm pinning it on my Discord. Yeah, I pinned it on my Discord server for Snowbro. So people know how to optimize the content. Right, so people know how to optimize the game. And it's to help it improve performance. Because sometimes you might have performance issues. But don't worry, that will help you fully optimize the game for maximum performance. Right? Maximum performance, right? Sometimes you just need to optimize the game for better performance. Right? Very understandable. Right? If you want to optimize the game for maximum performance. People like can't afford the skins complaining. Who knows, man? Who knows? But now you know how to optimize your game performance. Alright. Oh yeah, I was down here, right? I have a bunch of standard banner pulls. I have a lot, actually. From exploration. The fuck, there were like that many gold nucleus down there? There were probably more. There were probably even more, wait. Oh shit, there definitely was more. That was like, what, 2 10 pulls worth? So like I almost got 110 pulls down there. What the fuck? Definitely more than I was expecting to see. This is like the zone move or something, or wait. No, I still have the thing there. Okay. By the way, it's just crazy. But I just can't believe I finally get to do a ton of exploration on maps that I don't have to freaking explore anymore. I don't have to worry about doing exploration anymore in the older maps, cause fuck doing the like, who the hell wants to do old map exploration, right? Who wants to? Not me. Definitely not me. Wait, I need to check the artificial island on any of the accounts. Nope. I also have to check to see if I can spawn dream machines. Cause I did my dream machines on Monday, but I wonder if they actually reset the dream machines. Yeah, we spent a lot of time ball collecting, man. We collected them though. Giant aberrants, medium aberrants, and distorted aberrants. Okay, so they want us to go over here. Alright. How am I gonna get over there? Oh, I got one of my dailies done, but finding the others is gonna be hell. This fucking rat gameplay. Is this gonna make me not want to do dailies in network anymore at some point? But it's like it's the only way if you really want to get Norns. If you want to farm Norns, you kind of have to. No, it's not this way. God damn it, that guy killed the things over here. Ah, great. Now I have to wait for the mobs to respawn. Game is too alive, man. Game is too alive. It's way too alive, man. It's too alive. I actually have to fight over mobs. Is Mallet's dailies done? Oh, it is. Cool. Too alive lagging the map so hard, yeah. It's too alive, man. Fucking hell. Elite's too tanky. Devs find a way to kill game. True, 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 true. Are we ever gonna get you to graduate from mentorship, man? Are you ever gonna try to, like, actually do this shit so you can graduate? Like, it's like you became the mentee and then, like, you just haven't done anything. You're still here. Are you ever gonna graduate? Oh yeah, make sure you check your emails for codes. They gave us a bunch of codes in our emails. They gave me another code. Let me redeem it. Let me see what happens. For some reason. Oh wait, where was the thingy? Affiliate. Okay, I just want to double check something. Okay. Cool. Good to know. You didn't get any code? Really? That's unfortunate, man. Check your spam folders. Make sure you check spam. Because they gave a bunch of codes. And some of those codes are great. Like, I got a 10 pull for Matrix Banner, red Matrix Banner. I got 2 of them. 1 for each of my accounts. And then they gave me this for some reason. 24 hours of NOLA, what the fuck? I don't know why they gave me 24 hours of NOLA, I already have a NOLA A6. Rip, man. Rip, rip, rip. In a couple more weeks though, I get to use my A6 lean. Not my A6, my S6 lean. I already have S5, we're just waiting for S6 on lean. Alright, what's here? We'll have to do that event at some point. What's this? And eventually we'll have to go through that. 6,900 is the cap there. Okay. FC Evo, they want us to play it twice. They want us to do VA. Okay. How the hell am I gonna get Blue Planet Prestige? The fuck am I gonna get Blue Planet Prestige from? What's a daily kaleidoscope? Apparently there's like a new daily thingy. What the fuck is a daily kaleidoscope? I missed it yesterday. Where's my daily kaleidoscope? Apparently there's supposed to be a daily kaleidoscope, but I don't see it. It said there was gonna be a daily kaleidoscope, whatever that is. I was told I would have a daily kaleidoscope. But I don't see a kaleidoscope or a daily or anything here. Yeah, I'm not surprised if it is bored. Final trial. How hard is final trial? Anyone for final trial? Alright, someone's recruiting for final trial. So we join them. Well, that's something. They freaking do the rerun balls like this, but like, it's so scuffed. Whatever. And then they have more like that. You pick 5 of either of those. Then either of those, you pick 5. Real, that one's pick 10, pick 5. Like, obviously would make... No, it would make sense to grab that over the other thing. Interesting choice of things they got going on here. That one's pick 10 of a couple. Interesting. Oh, morphing back goes there. I need to eventually get vehicle parts, man. I need them vehicle parts. Well, I haven't tried Final Trial yet. We'll see what this shit's about. Did we just fight it? Where'd the freaking boss go? Alright, we got Frigg. Challenges unique modifier, yeah. Fair enough. I'm Deadge. You really just die for a long ass time though when you're Deadge. You're freaking Deadge for a while. Oh look, it's Lucia. Everyone's favorite thick waifu. Yeah, I'm dead again. Right. This is just 8-player Frontier Clash. FC Hard, man. This is just 8-player FC Hard, but with extra stuff. At least on this mode. It's like they delete FC Hard to make a 8-player FC Hard. That's like super scaled up. And then we do this every week and we get 8 of the thingies. We get 8 clicks of the supercomputing. So this is just like a new thing we do every week for supercomputing. Right, that's 8 supercomputing clicks every week. So what, like every like 3 months then? So like every 3 months, if you're getting 8 supercomputing clicks a week, so every 3 months that's basically a guaranteed level. From like level 7 onwards. Right, cause like what? On average you basically get 1.5 per click. So 194, divide that by 1.5. Divide this by 8. 16 weeks. Okay, yeah, every 3 or 4 months, basically. 4 months. You're basically guaranteed at least 1 rank up of these things every 4 months. From just that game mode alone. Like, assuming you ignore everything else the game throws at you. Okay. Well, eventually we'll get, like, through and finish all of the supercomputing stuff. Eventually. Very slowly, but eventually. Alright, eventually we'll be done with it. Alright, we have this one up. Wait, I'm gonna change my, set to fizz first. Level 10 is the cap. There is a cap. Level 10. Level 10 is the hard cap. Level 10. At least this is a fast showing up to do. what did I say? Very, very fast. Yeah, at least you don't technically have to do every single thing in there. You can kind of just easily grab what you need. Alright, I'm done with my weekly crew missions. Very, very nice. I don't have to worry about those anymore. But yeah, I don't, but like, yeah, I don't know if they'll ever, like, they'll do next after supercomputing is done. Because I feel like after we're done with supercomputing, they're gonna add something else. Right? Because, like, eventually we're gonna be fully done with the, with like, Titan and supercomputing. I wonder what's next to inflate our stats further. Right, I wonder what, like, their next thing is that's like, okay, how do we inflate people's stats even further? I wonder what their next move is. Right, because, like, eventually we finish all the Titan stuff. Eventually. Like, eventually there's an end here. And the other stuff has its own other end. And eventually you get everything here to 65. Who knows? We also have the condoms for simulacra gifts. For simulacra gift stats, right? We also have that. That we slowly be going through. Right? Who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? You know, I wonder why they never bothered to add more to this. Like, why have they not bothered to add more here? They really could have, man. They really could have added more here. But they never bothered to. They add, like, new achievements every patch. But, like, they never bothered to add more past Omniscient Saint 4. Where's my Omniscient Saint 5? And 6, and so on. Right, it's like, why not add more? Right, now it says reshape the future here, like, surface layer, right? Surface layer is done. And then now it says Blue Ida reshape the future here. Chapter 19 here. Right, and then there's gonna be chapter 20 and chapter thing. I wonder how far that goes. Inflate the Titan skill stats. Yeah. I mean, no, you can't really inflate them. You know why? There's a hard cap on those two. Unless they just let us have every single Titan stat maxed out. Which would be hilarious if like we eventually they let us do that. Just be like, yeah, sure, have every single Titan stat at plus 18. That would be kind of funny. I need the freaking skin for Ray. Because that's gonna go away forever, man. I need the Ray hog culture, man. I need the Ray hog culture. What the hell's going on with her hair here? Why is the hair model here borked with the... I have to see what the hell's going on with the mod. Why is it borked there? The freaking long hair mod for Ray. It seems like it's borked, but it's... Yeah, the freaking hair color is not working properly. You just see like the freaking this thing. But to be honest, it still looks nice though, like even if it's borked. The texture's not loading properly. Even with the borked texture, yeah, it has a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe even if the texture's broken. It's a vibe. It's a vibe, man. This is the only rerun we'll have. This is the only one. If you don't get it now, you'll never be able to get them again. So, it's your only chance to get the hog culture as well. Yeah, the mod is broken. It's missing the fucking texture. But even if it's missing the texture, I actually like how it looks. The darker hair. It looks nice. With the darker hair. It does look nice. As weird as it is. Oh, I missed an airdrop on my ult. I know where it is though, okay. I have to go grab it. It's like... here. My ult missed an airdrop when I was down there. Fuck, I'm gonna just go grab it then. But like, now someone's like asking my ult where the fuck the kaleidoscope is. I'm like, I don't know. I don't fucking know where the daily kaleidoscope is. don't even know what the shit I'm picking up is for. Fuck, that's glass. Wait, what's Annabella doing down here? Just random Annabella art. I'm so lost. No, it's not there. So they had a missed opportunity to make this like a survival zombie map, man. Imagine if they cooked like a freaking zombie horror survival map with the Aberrants. And like you're just trapped in these mazes, like running around. They honestly missed a huge opportunity with this as like a game mode. You know, they should have fucking done the thing. You know, the freaking devs, man, if they want to cook more maps like this, they need to play Portal. The freaking devs at HOTA needs to play Portal. Because you know what I mean, like, you know when you get to the end of Portal? When you're like trying to break out of the test chamber maps? And you have like all the freaking Ratman notes everywhere? Like that vibe? They should have had that vibe in here, man. Imagine if they cooked that kind of vibe. The freaking Ratman vibe when you're like trying to escape. Right? You guys have played Portal, right? You guys have played Portal, right? Right? You guys have played Portal before. Yeah, we'll do a new event later. Like that's something they need a freaking they should have done, man. Huge missed opportunity, especially because like all the white in here and the tiles, like it gives that sterile vibe, right? That sterile test chamber laboratory vibe. Like huge missed opportunity. Like very huge missed opportunity, man. Right? Or like they should have fucking made it like feel like you're playing like Half-Life in here. Yeah, imagine if they cooked like that. Right? They missed the opportunity to have that kind of vibe going on. When you're like underground, because like they have all these appearances everywhere. It's a huge missed opportunity. And crab zombie. Zombie one. Sure. Well, I escaped. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, zombies. have to find the thing to activate the thing there again. Fuck. Oh, here it is. God damn it. Why does this freaking thing like to troll me, man? And give me these Papega puzzles. There we go, I got the last thing there. Okay, good. Oh, my ult is just 20 pulls away from getting A6 Yulon on it. Because now I got another gold nucleus for it. Nice. Oh, let's hear. More of these. More exoskeletons. Yeah, we might as well take a look at our exoskeletons. Yeah, don't like that one. This? Wait, no. I'd rather have my frost one. Oh, damn it. Alright, let me go do another join up. Am I no longer broke at least? I have almost 1 million gold. Eventually I'll be no longer broke. Eventually. Eventually we'll get to a point where we're no longer broke. Sure, Zedmeister, welcome. Eventually. Right. I rolled so many Titan in like in the previous patch that I actually like ran out of gold and I upgraded so much crap. And then now it's like things slowed down again. So I can actually have gold again. For now, anyways. Easy, and now I'm out of vitality. Easy. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, let's do the raid. I didn't do the raid yet. Oh wait, we need a new challenge. Right, I haven't done the raid yet. Time to go do the raid for the week. Right, gotta get everything done. Do, 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 do. Easy. That's another one of the weeklies done. I don't know why they don't have that as like a weekly objective task. Do the raid once. Like, I don't know why they still never put the raid as like a weekly here. They missed the opportunity to add the raid to this list. Like, you'd think they would add that as a thing here. They should have added raid final trial in there as well. Like, they missed the opportunity, but at least they added Dream Machine here. Right, of like the weekly objectives to do. Like, when you really think about it, it's like funny how they forgot to make that a thing. They need to make an easy UI to see where everyone is roaming as well. So you don't have to keep clicking on each map. Right, like they need to like do that too. There's all these smaller little optimizations. I'm just gonna warp my health over here. Wait, in like 2 days we should be able to get the mount thing, right? It is crazy though, like the amount of things they buffed. Ray got like a pretty sizable one too. Alright, Hey, I thought the Mega Boss was cool. Someone's like, they hope they never brought it back, they bring it back, but I honestly thought it was cool. They just need to make it not scuffed at what time you can fight the boss at. Because it actually gave me a way to actually use those old ass keys. It gave me a reason to use those old ass Asperia keys. Yeah, it was a lot better this time. Okay, it wasn't nearly as laggy. But also, it let us use our Asperia keys. Because those things are normally completely worthless. Alright, I wonder where the next double drop world boss is though. Because like, what? Like imagine if we had double drop world bosses, then I could just be like, oh, it's 76? Oh, that would double that. Multiply that by 5. And then multiply that by 1.5. That would be 1140 of the supercomputing evolution if I had that. But divide that by 194. That's almost six whole levels. I would be at like 10, 10, 4, 4. If we had the freaking thing back, I would be at 10, 10, 4, 4. If they brought back double drops world bosses, I would be at 10, 10, 4, 4. They should bring back double drop world bosses, man. I want to get this to 10, 10, 4, 4. That would be huge. That would be huge if they brought it back, because 10, 10, 4, 4, and then like, you would just slowly focus the thing up above. It really just depends on the boss you get. Right, like stuff like Hera, maybe not Hera, but like, other bosses will be fine. And then in 3 weeks, 3 more weeks, man. 3 more weeks, and then this can be at S6. And then my Lin can go crazy in group content. Exactly, it's like we can't spend our keys because it's like, what if they do bring it back? Right, because it makes a massive difference. Right, like yeah, if I used all my keys today, I could get something to 10. I would be at, 7, 10, 4, 4. But if they brought back double drop world bosses, I would be at 10, 10, 4, 4. How the fuck is Hero more normal, man? How the fuck? I don't know. Yeah, I have to eventually get this to 65. Then I eventually have to get this to 65. And then I can work on getting these up. And then finally that thing last. At least I am slowly making progress on my gear. Like, it's slowly happening. Progress is slow, but eventually I'll get there. Eventually. I don't have the gold. I don't have enough gold boosters. I need the other stuff. I need gold boosters. I need the gold booster and advancement modules. I need a lot of gold boosters and advancement modules so I can get these up. Right, that's the bottleneck now. Like I have all of these that I could ever want. I just need gold boosters and advancement modules. So like, I don't know. Alright, dream machine time. Let's go try and see if we can go get some dream machines. Yeah, it's gonna take forever, man. We only get like what? We barely get a click there every week. If that. I'm gonna use a Volt set. And just AFK kill them. Alright, can I get a dream machine to spawn? I don't know if like it actually will let me get dream machine to spawn. Cause I know I did dream machines before the patch. I don't know if we can get a dream machine. Cause I already did 3 dream machines this week. I technically already did, even though I don't have credit for the weekly mission. Because I spawned them before. So who knows, did they actually reset dream machines? I get the feeling that they didn't. Would be nice if they did though. At least we don't have to do the weird boss hunting for Halloween event this year, like we had to do last year. Last year's Halloween event was kind of annoying, remember? Remember last year's Halloween event? That one was kind of annoying. Sure, let me get free Mira. Yeah, you skipped it. I did it to get all the cosmetics, man. We had to also collect random crap too to cook food. Yeah, it was freaking Lucian Palace. You forgot about Palace. They made Palace appear in the world. It was Lucian Palace. Yeah, this shit was time-gated as hell. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want to play Infinity Nikki on the PlayStation Beta, there's a sign-up. Make sure you're quick though. If you have a PS5, they are recruiting for the beta for Infinity Nikki on PlayStation. I think like tomorrow or something is like the last day of recruitment or something. Or is it? It's like in a few days or so. It might be tomorrow. But there is like a recruitment for the PS5 version. If you want it. I don't know where it is. I remember, like, I saw the news for it. But like, yeah. Okay, yeah, tomorrow's the last day. So if you want to apply for Infinity Nikki on PS5, the beta, and try it, you have until the end of tomorrow to apply if you're interested on PS5. I still minded the min picking, man. The min picking was hell. Mint picking sucks, man. We're not a green slime. Who are we, man? We're not a fucking green slime, man. We didn't get reincarnated as a green slime. Right? Specifically a green one. But yeah, we'll just AFK kill mobs for a bit and see what happens. Yeah, the time we got reincarnated as a Genshin character, mid-picking. Man, the AFK exploration shit is nice because it's like, oh yeah, free Verons. So you can like finally slowly clear the Veron gachapon machines in Meroria. Because it's gonna loot the supply pods for you. It is so nice. My ult is finally gonna eventually finish the freaking Veron machines. Because I can't be bothered to do exploration. I don't know how many weeks it'll take, but eventually it'll finish it. I mean, I still do I should still do the Meroria weekly thingy, but, you know, the other thing. They reset the gachapon at some point because, yeah, Meroria currencies not reset, just add another machine. They should just add a new machine, man. Add more machines instead of resetting it. Why reset when they can add more? Right? Like, I have, like, on my main account, I have what? Look at my fucking Veron count. I have 34,000 Veron. Just casually raking it in. Right, I have a ton of Verons. I need to eventually finish the Origin War this season as well. What are the rewards I need? Oh yeah, Titan Click materials. Wait, when did I get more of those? Wait. Oh, I needed those? Engine eyepiece. Alright, that goes engine eyepiece then, whatever. Yeah, I need the freaking skill, man. And then I have to work on eyepiece last. Fucking hell, that's damage reduction, that's useless. And I'm out of clicks. And then now I'm out of clicks again. They don't give us enough, man. What even did they rerun this patch? I didn't even check. Do they even share Flame Gold to rerun stuff? I never checked. Asuka, and then here's Ray. Like, I'm obviously not gonna pull. I already had the max before. No, they're all like separate, the Flame Gold. And that just says Flame Gold actor. I don't know who the fuck would bother pulling Plotty, man. Why pull Plotty? Okay, it's just Plotty, Jiu, Anka, Nola, Roslyn, Yam Meow, and Fesa. Interesting. Yeah, for the plot. Fair, you pull for the plot. You just pull for the plot. Do you want to pull Asuka further? Do you want to finish Asuka or Ray? Hey, like, it's just Asuka or Ray, man. Unless you're like, what else are you gonna do? It's just Asuka or Ray if you're gonna pull a rerun. Why pull any other rerun, man? Unless you just want the Simulacra skin. Right, it's your last chance to get Asuka and Ray. And with Asuka, you're basically set at A1 4-piece. Ray, you want to go a lot further for her power. Ray, Ray is like a lot more investment. But like, it's just Asuka and Ray, I guess. It's like Asuka, it gets a huge amount of damage at A1. Because you get 15 stacks instead of 10 for her skill. And then it also just doubles the little burst at the end of her skill. And then her matrices just give you a bunch of damage. And a bunch of stats. It just makes her do even more. Fair enough. It is just funny how Meryl has that blasting shot. But it's like you're never gonna use it, man. You're never gonna use it. Cool little thing that they have, but you never use it. I do wonder though if I can like, if I do get to play NT early, man, I have to see if I can do a machine gun macro on Nonali with her finger guns. That would be hilarious. Imagine Nonali doing the finger gun machine gun. Right? Imagine it's like you get your hand out, you do your finger gun, it becomes a fucking, and then it becomes a fucking machine gun. Imagine it's like your hand is a machine gun. That would be hilarious to look at. If I could make it work. Okay. That said though, I don't think it's that like I'm getting my dream machine. Yeah, let's do my security force stuff then. I should go do security force stuff for my ult. Because my ult still needs the Veron from security force. Oh, my ult is on a different channel. Yeah, I think only the weekly point, not anything else. I was hoping maybe Dream Machine. I was hoping. Because more Dream Machines would have been cool. My ult has Lan and to eliminate the threats. And then there's this. Oh boy. I don't want to do city cleaning. But hey, free Verons and Mira. Yeah, they definitely do, man. Like, we just don't need them, man. It's like, yeah, it's cool that they put them there, but like, man, it's not like you're gonna get anything you don't need. Like, anything you need from it when they're there. And then you look at like how much crystal dust we have, right? Like, I'm never gonna spend all this crystal dust. Like, even with all the, you know, the freaking things there. It's just not gonna happen. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if I can get food. I'll be right back. Oh wait, no, I do want to touch the blue ones, just not the icy ones. Okay. Oh, so like this is a mini game. Oh shit. The ice thing got me stuck. Shit, the ice thing. Oh, the gold one! I want the gold one! No! Getting green increases time. There's so much ice. Yeah, exactly. You see only one per eye. Where is it? No, that's not the right one. And that's just the settings to change what you see there. What the hell? Why isn't the duplicate one button here? There used to be a duplicate one. Game capture, add existing. Oh. Now there's 3 of me. Now there's 3. See? Right, I get, this is the, here, I'll just put my head back down here. Now there's 3. No, you don't get a trophy. Now I'm in the game. You're underneath me. I'm right next to her. I'm right here. Cutscene plays and I'm right there. Alright, now we can get over here. There's a fishing spot over here. Oh. Well, the Enderman wants to go back. Achievement. So I don't have anywhere near as much achievement points as the other guys. Bygone Phantasm, someone's at 93. But in my, where I am, I'm at 66. God damn, Malky's at 69. So is Lost in Fantasy. We'll catch up with them soon. We just need to get the weapons. We just need to get what we need. But well, and it would be able to play some DVD formats that you wouldn't be able to in certain regions. Like you could bypass it. Like another way to bypass that stuff would be to put in a computer CD drive. Because like the main reason why is like we did have a computer back then and you know there's a CD drive, like every computer had one back then. But yeah, you have the PS2 remote in your closet, yeah. But like here's the thing, right? The Xbox, the original Xbox, I think it had DVD. Let the battle begin! Then this...
China dropped from 2 million to 1.4 million, alright?
Okay.
These Bounty Rush dropped from 1.5 to 1.3, Treasure Guys from 2.5
He's doing negative 10 people contribution. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, man.
1.5 to 1.1 run, 400.
Rainbow, whatever. Hey, you know what? The Black Forest Suppository, you know what? Sometimes, you know, with how fucked the world is, sometimes you need a suppository. But if you eat Skittles, you get all the colors. Yeah, you just taste the rainbow, you know? Get all the colors, taste the rainbow. Yeah, taste the rainbow with the Skittles. And then also, like, censor everything in the entire country, too. And then pass a law to make it so they can hide the fact that they're censoring it. But I know someone who did do that. I know someone who did. I definitely know someone who did. tremendously dangerous man. Yeah. Just like a lot of... Up on the next room. Come on. Okay. I'm back. I'm not gonna eat yet, but I have some noodles cooking. Here's what we'll do then. Here's what we'll do first. Let's get started on the reacts. Because why not? The noodles will take a bit to cook. Like, I did like the big brain thing, like, you know what you do? It's like, cup noodles way more expensive than just getting the noodle in the packet, the same one. So what you do is you just put the noodles in a bowl, you boil your water, you get another small plate, you just cover the bowl. And then you just let it sit for a bit. You cook it that way. Same deal as the cup one. So I have that just off to the side. Okay. Let's get started. There's like a bunch to look at. Alright, I was sent a bunch over the past couple of days. I think, well, here, we'll start with this one. He was harassed by this Wuthering Waves player.
Let me start with my normal intro. Yo!
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Actually, let me start with my normal intro. Yo, YouTube.
Someone was
what's going on?
harassed,
Ethan here,
apparently.
back at it again with another video. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about something a little bit serious, guys, that I wanted to talk about. And I bookmarked this post a while back. I just had some stuff going on IRL, and I haven't gotten time to talk about this topic or when it was appropriate. But now it's time to get serious with not just my community.
Crazy
with the
people, man.
Wuthering
They're
Waves
doing
audience
harassment.
in general. And this is something I genuinely don't like, guys, when people do this stuff completely. But we're gonna get into what I'm talking about. But first and foremost, if you like the content on the channel, make sure you hit a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you guys so much for the support. We're trying to be the top Wuthering Waves creator in this space. Well, without further ado, let's get into the video. So Sip Stefan posted a Twitter post a while back, October 23rd. It was about 5 days ago and something like that, right around there. And I remember reading it, but I was kind of asleep during the time that it was out. But basically, he puts, nothing on TikTok is ever this serious. Some of y'all need to chill. I'm assuming this is to Stefan's video, I guess. It's an insane revenue thing with him and Genshin, basically with the covers on there, right? And his comment section is very, very interesting. We're going to talk about a bigger issue at hand, which is the toxic positivity in Wuthering Waves. And it's not just WuWa, guys. Don't get me wrong. I talk
Mostly
highly positive of WuWa. This is not just in WuWa. This is in Genshin Impact. There's probably a little bit in HSR. There's probably a little bit in ZZ. There's probably a little bit in all gachas. You know, people are very vocal about certain gachas, right? That they're very passionate about.
I wouldn't
they
say
love
all.
And they think is the best thing since sliced bread. But let's get into what Buddy was saying, and then I want to talk about the greater issue at hand. So anyway, like Sip Stefan says, he says this, and then we get to this person named Shorekeeper with, you know, the blue butterfly Shorekeeper image, right? Commented, go back to your Discord server where people actually want you. Okay, so already coming off as a little bit aggressive, but whatever. He commented again, why is your life really that empty that you have to sit here on TikTok yapping away with paragraphs?
Okay.
So it's interesting that someone like this, right? And I don't like this representation of the Wuthering Waves community at all, because comments like this with somebody as Shorekeeper with the butterfly, everything like that, going away and yapping at a Genshin creator or Hoyo creator, right? It's not a smart way to go about it. It's like, why would you say that? But here this person is typing sentences away on the TikTok post, you know what I mean? He's literally telling
they got a hate watcher?
It's so hypocritical. It's so cringe, guys. And let's just keep going first before I give my full thoughts. He then comments, and skippable characters, a subjective Okay, and skippable characters, a subjective. You may think it's acceptable, but other people do not think it's skippable. Ever thought of that? Okay, and there's ... So that tells you guys, what was this again? He's talking about paragraphs, and here we go with paragraphs again. You see what I'm saying? And this stuff, guys, is just like, it's not that serious. It's just gacha games. You know what I mean? It's not that deep. We all love gacha games. Don't get me wrong, I'll take my stabs at Genshin too, but that's only when Genshin commenters, like the last time I made that video, get really obnoxious, you know what I mean? Like, there are still, I think there was once upon a time, like, what was his name? Like, it was a Genshin Knight or something like that commenter. I think if you guys have seen any of my videos in the past before, it was like, one dude was like that. He would go to Saint Tontas's video, he went to my video, he went to somebody else's video. Basically, anybody that's a WuWa creator and saying gotcha CCs or WuWa CCs are trying to save this game or praying that it doesn't EOS to WuWa. And like I said, guys, there's all types of people in this community, but it is a little bit cringe that, you know, a random casual person can click on a video and then they see someone like this and they think this is the representation you get when playing these games or interacting with somebody these games. And
I mean, it's not wrong.
Again, I don't like that, but moving on.
But it's an interaction that happened.
You can't accept that I am going to change for what you think. I don't care what you think. I stand by what I said. The devs are, you know, he's probably not saying anything nice, and then that post goes on to that, and there's nothing else really there. That's where the post cuts off. But yeah, guys, definitely. So Stefan, excuse me, guys, this is the Mario song. Stefan really does I agree with his take on it, guys. And one thing I want to pertain to you is the fact that you can love gacha games, you can love Wuthering Waves, you can love HSR or any of them, right? But don't go out your way to harass a creator or just go into the wars with comment section. Now, granted, sometimes people really say some stupid and dumb things that just don't make any logical sense whatsoever, right? Like, I'll hear somebody say, like, oh, like, Genshin is good because of this, or ZZ is good because of this, or even for WuWa, the WuWa is good because of this, you're wrong, and leave or something. That's fine, whatever. You're gonna say, people are always gonna do that. It's the internet. It's, you know, you're behind the camera, you're behind the phone, sitting there, talking smack because you think there's no repercussions of it, which most times are not, you know, there's not, you know what I mean? If you get hate, you get hate. If you get love, you get love. That's how the internet goes. But I do think the issue is, dude, the tribalistic mindset of these gacha games is starting to notice that, like, it's okay to shit on another game just a little bit and poke jabs at it, right? But when it becomes this serious and you're this obsessive over it, it's very disturbing, you know what I mean? This is like one of those moments where it's like, I think you need to go touch grass. What I'm concerned about with this is this.
Wait. I just saw this thing on Discord, man. This is gonna make you laugh your ass off. What the actual fuck? One slurp of pho per trick-or-treater. I'm sorry, how is this remotely a good idea? How is this remotely a good idea? The fuck? This has to be a fucking joke, man. In this freaking bucket, man. This has to be a joke. Like, what the fuck is this? This is so cursed, man. Right? This is, like, actually cursed. That is, like, so not safe. It's a COVID bath. You know what? That's probably what a COVID bath looks like, man. That's probably what it looks like. That's probably what one looks like, man. If you were the second person, no. What do you mean 20th? The fuck, no. Why even? Like, what the fuck? No. I'm sorry, no.
Person, the shorekeeper with the blue butterfly,
that is so cursed.
One of two people, right? He is either someone who is very young, like a kid or something like that, that's posting this stuff, which then I think is a little bit more understandable to a degree. Okay, why it's like that. As you get older, you sort of like mellow out a little bit, you know what I mean? and become more reasonable. But the other side of it that I'm
I
scared
do,
about
actually.
with the gacha community, guys,
I haven't really
is
been
some
looking at stuff a
people
lot.
are like 40 years old in their mother's basement, not doing anything with their lives, only playing gacha games as a free to play, grinding them all the way for their fictional waifus. And there's nothing wrong with getting your fictional waifus, but that first part about being in your mother's basement and staying down there and not doing anything with your life, that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm concerned. There are real adult, like, man-childs, right, roaming around in the gacha space that I'm really concerned about, that are the ones who really like ignite the fire, spark this agenda. But hey, I get free content out of it, so there you go. Hey, that's just how it is. But all in all, guys, the message I do want to promote is, you can have disagreements,
Holograms about
you
maxing,
can say
really.
game shit. I take jabs at Genshin all the time.
Oh yeah, that.
Not all the time, but you know what I mean.
Oh,
Just
that
the
wasn't
times
even
that,
hologram.
you
They
know,
were just
Genshin
talking about
fans
the
wanna
red
be
mobs in the overworld. They were talking about the red trash mobs in the overworld. I did respond to that. Because they're just the same regular mobs with just inflated stats. Yeah, there's a bunch of random super inflated red mobs in the overworld in Wuthering Waves. For some stupid reason. They're red, but it's just the same trash mob with inflated stats. Fair enough. Yeah, oh, I see it, yeah.
obnoxious, but just be civilized about it. You know what I mean? Have disagreements, have debates. I know some people, though, they just don't want to do that, and they want to see everything burn. And, you know, Jacksepticeye, if you guys have made it this far into the video, he's a big creator, obviously, that most people know. Made a good video recently titled Help, and he said, yeah, a lot more people are hateful in this online internet space right now. You know what I mean? A lot more people are just mad. Let me know down in the comment section below, do you guys agree that there's a little bit of toxic positivity in the Wuthering Waves space and in the gacha space? Do you guys disagree? I would love to hear you guys' thoughts. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you guys so much for the support. I love y'all, and I'm out. Peace.
Okay. Here's this one. 1010 Doom posted, man. 8K views only? Bro fell off.
I want to take a moment to talk about the states of Wuthering Waves with you today, because after 6 months of release, I think the game is not.
I guess we go play Genshin. There's a description.
I love Wuthering Waves. I play this game daily, and I even stream this game almost regularly on Twitch, twitch.tv/I'm1010. But I think the game is really good. In its core, the characters are really fun, and when it comes down to gacha game, the main thing that you
wait, why is the video lagging?
For is to collect cool characters that are cool and fun. And
yeah, I don't know why.
It is extremely well. It's just that they don't have anything else. I think
there is never anything in there. There never will be either. The frustrations that people have will never get resolved, man. Because the reason why they don't know why they're missing something is probably because these guys have never actually gone and played a real game. they probably never realized why there's something wrong. I don't know.
Characters are.
No, I think just YouTube was just being weird for a second.
Extremely fun. Each of them has some unique mechanics that make them super satisfying, super fun to watch, and they're all.
Wait, let me just. Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird. I don't know why. I know I didn't turn off my PC in like a week, but still.
Super flashy without being like overly
Usually
too difficult
fine.
and stuff like that. On top of that, their thematic is on point every single time. Jian is like a peak husbando characters. Gideon is like a peak Bambi characters. And then you got all the other characters like Changli, super fire characters, like a phoenix dashing around the battlefield.
And then you realize it's just all flashy with like nothing actually there.
Jinji, who is completely lore accurate because she got the power of Jue on her side, and you summon this big ass lasers with Jue in your.
You know, if you can do that, why the hell aren't you just annihilating everything in front of you, man? Like, I get it, you know, at some point you just come and realize, like, okay, if you could do this, why weren't you already doing this shit? Like, if they have this thing, like, why is it, like, just really safe for this animation there that's just like, yo, yeah, I'm just watching a flashy animation. Rather than, like, actually having something happen. Right? Like, it's just kind of weird. But when you really think about it, it's like they're actually just... It's like they're supposed to be super strong, but they don't actually feel that way. You know?
Battle. I think these are super on point thematic, and they feel really great to play. But the problem is, I feel like the game just doesn't have enough content to warrant you to.
It doesn't have a fucking game, that's why. It's not it doesn't have enough content. There is no content, period. It's missing what's actually important. That's why. It's like, again, like the problems I've had with Genshin is just repeated over. It's just missing the actual game there. Like, yeah, with a lot of games, you eventually go finish them and you can move on. But you can't do that there. You have an open world. This is the thing, man. Like, everyone that talks about it, they forget what the game is supposed to also have. They completely ignore and forget it. And it makes you wonder why. It makes you wonder. They're completely forgetting the important stuff and everything going on around it.
Want to like log in to play the game, which means you don't get to play with the characters. The characters are fun, but you gotta have a reason to play with these characters after all. And right now, the way I would describe it is like Wedding Wave feels like a game where you have like a 6-week patch cycles, but 1 week of content every 6 weeks of patch cycle.
That's fine. This isn't the problem. The problem is the content itself is garbage. You can say 1 week of content, but the content itself is like... Can you really call it content? Can you really call it content? That's not the problem that it's 1 week on a 6-week patch cycle. It's what they actually put in there for that 1 week. Right? There's nothing wrong with being able to like pick it up, go through the stuff, have fun, and then move on. The problem is like, if people aren't actually having the fun part, they're just grinding chores for like 6 weeks. So that they can, you know, have the character they just pulled for do that 1 week worth of content. That's why.
This is super noticeable because at the end of the patch, they always just recycle the same event. Wouldn't that be like an exploration event where you get like 100 survey point, or like the double drop event? Without fail, it's always just recycle event every single patch where you just basically do the same thing as you're doing, but you get more material.
I don't want to go through my stream, my VOD.
Like isn't like a strong reason for you to
shit is annoying
though to develop your characters, because the end game is just...
Yeah, the thing is, I think the map, like doing the exploration on the map is annoying, but I don't think the map itself is bad. I just think it's not used properly. Like, the thing is, like I mentioned it earlier, especially with the aberrant zombies down there, they really missed the mark on what they could do to make the map cool. Like, to be honest, they should have made it felt like I was like freaking trying to survive in there. And survive like the freaking zombie shit there, the aberrants. And like give it like a certain type of feel there, right? And like have it so it's like, oh, you know, people are like writing on the walls where it's like, oh, this way, that way, like the hidden messages, because there are a couple like arrows just down there, right? And like make it feel like I'm like trying to escape, and like you have multiple different things in there. If like they made it like that could be a lot more interesting. But instead it's just, all right, let's go around collecting balls. Because, like, the map itself isn't bad. It's just what they put in the map is the problem. Oh god. The fuck, man? Succubus form? What the fuck?
So easy.
Okay.
I feel like the only reason to really acquire material is if you want to perfect your characters, max out absolutely every single thing because you really care about them, or to prepare for new characters release, which if you're a free-to-play, you probably won't get every characters anyway. The tower in Wedding Wave endgame right now feels like a pure DPS check, and by pure DPS check, I mean you basically just go in and you do a rotation for like 2 minutes and you kill whatever comes on the way, and that's it. You don't need to care about dodging, you don't care about parrying, which is supposed to be the core of the game. It isn't some kind of like skillful combat where you carefully maneuver your way around the enemy. There's like no dynamic at all. You just go in, you hit your button, and they just die. And I did this by proving it as well, right?
He played it blindfold. That's how much of a joke the game is. This guy goes and does Tower of Adversity blindfold.
Did a blindfold run on Ling Yang where I was able to completely 3-star the 2 chamber in the middle, which have the level 100 enemies, and they're supposed to be the tankiest enemy of the tower. In my blindfold run, you can see I basically just memorized my entire rotation, and I basically just pressed all my button in a certain order, and then everything just worked out, and that's all really it. I didn't do a single dodge because I was...
But yeah, the whole thing is just health sponges.
blindfolded, or I didn't do a single parry. Well, I did some accidental parry, but none of the parry were like a skillful timing thing. I basically just mashed all my button in the right order, which is my rotation, and the enemy died. It got to a point where the tower feels more like a chore to clear every reset than a challenge.
Gee, I
Especially
wonder
because
why.
this is true for every single boss and every single enemy they have put in the tower so far. There hasn't been a new enemy
Because there's no actual gameplay or mechanics to them. That's why. They're just damage sponges. That's all they are. They're just damage sponges with a timer. That's all it is. Any difficulty that's in there is all artificial. That's why.
enemy where you have to change up your strategy. It's always you put the same team in, you click your button in the same order, and they die.
Yeah,
Inferno
I'll
Rider,
say my
same
daily
thing.
on
Prowlers, same thing. The Heron, same thing. You
Genshin.
always do the same.
And it takes so
rotation.
long,
You don't
'cause
ever
you have to, like,
adopt
run
the
around
enemy
and
pattern.
stuff.
You don't even need to.
Oh my god,
dodge.
I have the storm.
Click your button. And ironically speaking, I think Genshin Impact endgame is actually harder. Now I know people hate that I mentioned
Because they power creep the thing more, that's why.
Impact all the time, but I think it's true, and I'm talking about this using my previous experience back in like 3.0 or something like that. I think back in my days when I was playing Genshin, the endgames were actually a lot more challenging than the current state of Wedding with endgame. Specifically, I remember there
Because of this bullshit. It's designed to stall you for time and annoy the fuck out of you. This bullshit here. Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
stuff like where they're like 2 geovision, you have to like position yourself in a certain way so they will like come to you, and you have to like make sure they group, you have to like go to the wall, and you have to like make sure they are like walking in a certain way and stuff like that. And then of course Genshin Impact is a little more janky, so therefore it's like a little more challenge because you gotta like funnel your energy, you gotta save your energy for the next floor. And there's also the Abyss card system where it gives you a little more dynamic in Genshin Impact. Now, I want to make a very big disclaimer that I don't know if this is true with the current states of Genshin Impact. I kind of watch my friends play sometimes, and I see them just like hitting a thing that stand in the middle and like do nothing else, so maybe I'm wrong. But I actually have been recently playing a little bit of Genshin Impact just because one of my friends like got me back into it, and it has been really fun so far. And I'll be trying the new Abyss sometimes next week on stream, so you might want to tune in just to see like, if my opinion change. Now, don't get me wrong, Wedding Wave do pump out banger content from time to time. Specifically,
Not
like when
really.
they added a new hologram Crowless was like perfect. I think hologram Crowless is like one of the best fight ever. It's like actually dynamic, and it's like basically play to the game core essence, like dodging, parrying, and then doing your character's combo all in one and stuff like that. Inferno Rider was a little janky because you can't just spam meteor, but something like that I feel like are cool. It's just like we kind of get them once in the blue moon. The same way in Elusive Realm, it's a really cool game mode whenever they add new characters, because just like, oh, you can play the new characters in your regular way in your hologram and your tower, and then here is a new way to make them super insane that it's also fun to play. The Shangli Yao combo in the Elusive Realm was super fun. You like basically perma time stuff and stuff like that. I think all of these are super fun and super cool to play whenever we do get them. Again, new characters, super fun to
Thing is though, eventually you do it so much that you get tired of it. Right, like the freaking Snowbreak roguelike mode, you can do crazy shit there, way crazier than you could in WuWa's thingy from what I remember playing. The thing is though, like you end up doing it so much in Snowbreak that it, like you just get tired and bored of it. You just want to go through it quickly. It becomes a chore after it just gets overdone to an insane degree.
play because Wedding Wave characters are really well designed. They're just fun to play in general. Elusive Realm game mode or other game modes, super fun to play whenever we get a new one, usually followed by new characters. And of course, new hologram or new boss in general are super cool, super fun to figure out like how they actually work. The thing is that there's so little. It always feels like they give you like a taste, they give you like a bite, right? And then they're like, oh, this feels good, this tastes good, I want more. But there's no more. You always get like just a bite and there's like no more, and it left you like undesired. And I feel like that's what's the problem is right now. It just feels so bad. I get that where the problem is because Kuro Games, unlike Hoyoverse, doesn't have the same amount of funding. In fact, they have significantly less funding, so they can't pump out content the same way like Genshin Impact can be able to do it, right? And that's
No, funding is not the problem. Funding is definitely not the problem. The funding is definitely not the problem. They just don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just keep copying. It's not a funding problem. It's definitely not a funding problem. It's definitely not a funding problem. He thinks it's a funding problem, but they really don't need that much money. There are developers that can cook way more and way less with a much, much smaller team. Yeah, they won't have the most amazing looking animations and everything, but you can do way more with way less. It is not a funding problem. It's a them problem. It's literally a dev skill issue problem. The developers themselves have a skill issue. It is not a funding problem. If they have more funding than ToF and they still have skill issue. Right? Like they just can't figure shit out. They can't come up with anything. The stuff they come up with is just like boring and lazy. It's just, if you've played other things before, it's just half-ass versions of what you've seen elsewhere. They just happen to have good-looking animations, I guess. And then, like, yeah, sure, it looks nice on screen, but that's more so because of an Unreal 5 engine. That's it. Like, that's all they have.
It's kind of one of the things that make Genshin shine right now is because they have so much money, they're able to just dump into it and just pump content. When they do a 6-week patch cycles, I think they get like 4 weeks of content, right? And they're like actual content, not like the survey, not like the spinning hamsters, not like the double drop, right? I logged into Genshin just like recently, and then there was like this co-op event, which was actually surprisingly really fun. Now, I feel like I was biased because I haven't played Genshin in a long time, and I came back to it, and I was just like, oh, look, it's my Shangling again. Boom, 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 boom. So it was like fresh. It was like nostalgia feeling, so it was fun. But also, I was like with my Genshin friends, so there's like that. Speaking of Genshin friends, I feel like that's another big one. It just, there is no community content for Wedding Wave because the community is a lot smaller, where for Genshin Impact, the community is significantly bigger. So like, even when you're not playing the games, it feels like you can still interact with the Genshin Impact fandom. Also, again, Hoyoverses have way more funding to host these like offline events. There is like this Arvin that it's like an hour drive from me, and they host like a bunch of Hoyoverse event. I think recently for Halloween they have like a Hoyoween event. There's like a Madonna land event for Genshin Impact, and these are cool to see. These are like, oh, I can still enjoy the game in ways that I didn't expect outside of the game physically with other people. I think that's super cool to see. Something Wedding Wave probably won't see for a long time. Unfortunately, they don't even have the funding to come to like Anime Expo in America, so it's only like limited to China right now, and I feel like that's kind of sucks. Like an anime convention, you can see a lot.
Yeah, like, sure, convention stuff is cool, but at the same time, that doesn't solve the actual problem of the game itself. You can have all these promotional events all you want, but in the end, the actual important thing is the product itself. The product itself is extremely lacking. Right, like, they fully went to thinking that there's something there, when the reality is there's nothing there at all. And it's just funny though when they talk about it as well. It's like, yeah, what happened to the game being open world? What the hell happened to that?
A lot more Genshin Impact cosplayers, well, just because the game is bigger, but that also means that you get to have more fun as a Genshin Impact player, going around taking a photo of your favorite cosplay and stuff like that. Or even recently, I went to a shop in Los Angeles with one of my friends, and I was surrounded by Genshin Impact merch. Now, there was like a small section of official Wedding Wave merch, and we did buy some. I bought like a Ling Yang like standee, right? And my friend got like a little scar keychain. But the point is still, like, when we're walking through the stores, there's like so little Wedding Wave things that I'm like, oh look, this is Ling Yang, this is
he's just he's dodging the main issue, man. Like, here's the thing, like, every one of these people are dodging the main issue. They forget what they're trying to do and what they were originally supposed to be there for. Everyone forgets about it for some reason. That's the problem. And that's why, like, they're never going to get that satisfaction there that they actually want, that they think they're supposed to have. Because it's never gonna come. They don't realize that it's never going to happen. Right? Like, they don't realize that. It's just sad and just disappointing and miserable just all around. But, like, these guys, they just really don't understand what's wrong. And I think the problem is they just haven't actually played actual good games. Like, actual just real fucking games. Or they haven't in such a long time that they forget. They forgot what the things used to be like with some of these. Right? Like, they don't know what the hell is wrong. They don't know and understand why. You know, being able to finish and go through all the content is not the problem. That's never the problem. It's how the content itself is handled and treated, what is actually in there. That's why they're never satisfied. Alright, they never will be. It's not like, it's like, oh, okay, cool, let me go play the new thing here. And then you finish it, you can move on for like older games. Even old live services. But that's like, the only also really got that feeling because you actually got to play and finish it. And if only Genshin didn't have the COVID buff, for sure. Here's the thing though. If Genshin didn't have the COVID buff, it probably would have turned out alright. It probably would. If they kept the kind of structure and system they had going on initially back in 1.0, it probably would have been okay. But that was only because they were banking on trying to like be a freaking Breath of the Wild clone. If they kept being that Zelda clone that they were like originally like pretended to be, I probably would still be playing it. But it's not. I wish it was. Right? I wish it was, but it isn't. It really isn't. Like, yeah, here's the funny and sad part though with some of these games as well. Well, what's really sad is, you think about this. You know what's really funny? You can find infinitely more exploration in a 4-hour Sonic game than you can in like the open worlds in Wuthering Waves. There's infinitely more exploration content to be had in a 4-hour Sonic game. Which is just nuts when you really think about it. Despite not being an open world. The reason why is you have fucking level design. The Majora's Mask, if it was made in the modern day, could have been an open world game. Majora's Mask could have been open world if it was a modern game. Like, it easily could have been. But yeah, like, again, like, actual world and level design is involved in those games. You look at WuWa and it's like, what is the world design? What is the level design? No, you don't see anything, just a bunch of good-looking art assets just slammed and cobbled together. Well, it like looks good if that's all it is. It's just all style and no substance. They forget the actual important part of the game, being the game itself. Combat is cool and all, but eventually you'll finish whatever is there. And if you just get tired of it because you're just doing a bunch of mindless rotations, getting in a stupid circle with a timer on there, that's all you're doing. That's all that is there. Eventually you get tired of it and you want something else. Eventually. Right. Well, yeah, but also if you see the freaking stages in those, in the 3D Sonic games, there's a lot of exploration and things you can do. There are so many ways you could actually go and beat those stages in those 3D Sonic games. You can be like, okay, what happens if I go over here? What happens if I don't do this and do something else on this spot? What happens if I take this path instead? And then, like, your whole experience changes and shifts. Right? And then you have the whole other dynamic of wanting to replay the stage for a faster time clear. Right? Like, yeah. Well, I mean, Maggie's at least milking it for content, man. Hey, at least with Maggie's case, she's at least milking it for money. What little money she can get out of it. Right? At least she's trying to milk what little she can. And she only plays it, she doesn't play it off stream, right? If she's not doing shit on stream and crunching numbers, she's not really touching shit there. Right? Like, you go look at her channel. Oh yeah, what's she doing? Doki Doki, the literature club. She's doing whatever. She's either doing math here or she's playing the piano. Right? She's probably doing other shit in here, like whatever that is going on here. Right? Like, you can kind of see she's doing other shit in here if she's not playing doing the whatever little is there on stream. Right? Like, what is she doing here? We can go scrub through. She's doing math here. Hey, at least she's streaming her math. She's doing her calculation spreadsheet stuff on stream. Hey, you know what? At least she got people to watch her do this. To do spreadsheets. She's not even playing the game. Oh, she's playing RuneScape here. She's playing old school RuneScape. She's not playing freaking WuWa. This is the freaking title WuWa, but she's playing RuneScape. She's not even playing, man. Because there's nothing there. There never has been and never will be. Here, she's playing this other thing here, you know, this freaking RuneScape again. Like, yeah, playing RuneScape with Mr. Cake over there, you know? Like, that's just all that there is there. There never will be a game there. There never has been, there never will be. Yeah, here, they're just freaking playing Black Myth Wukong. And then she stopped. Maybe skill issue, that's why. I don't know. Right? Who knows? Black Doom loves Radical Highway. What? They made another joke of this?
Shadows.
Black Doom.
How are you liking your adventure so far?
It's fine, I guess. Why do you ask?
Did you like the part where I sent you into Radical Highway?
Why specifically that part?
Because it is my favorite level in the entirety of the Sonic the Hedgehog canon. And I put in so much effort into making it feel so awesome and radical.
You've sent me there like 3 times. Twice in the past. And one in the future I've not even seen yet.
Are you saying you don't like Radical Highway?
No, I don't.
Shadow, you are my finest creation. You are an extension of me. How dare you say these vile words?
Why do you like it so much?
I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah, Radical Highway.
It is full of endless buildings that look exactly the same.
Yes, but...
And the one red bridge that just stands there in the open makes me feel happy. I just
That
love
red bridge,
taking a
okay.
single asset and placing the same enemy robots onto it. And occasionally some of my minions up there to spice it up a little.
it's not that different.
I love changing the skybox of every level to make it look like something else. You think the sky looks like Wistopolis? It's not even in the game.
Is this how Sonic feels being in Green Hill so many times?
Radical Highway
Is that how Sonic likes being in Green Hill so many times?
is my pride. Everything will be Radical Highway.
Damn, not here! No!
I just had to click that, man.
Surrounded by so many like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rails merge and stuff like that, and you get like Genshin, oh sorry, Venti, and that's like just different, you know. Speaking of Venti, if you're wondering what this thing is, this is the Vtuber that I'm currently working on. A lot of it's inspired by Venti. If you can kind of see the reassemble and kind of why it's green, you can check out 210 VT on Twitter for more detail as well as to follow. But to basically summarize all my yapping, I feel like the game is just really dry.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. There, you know how many versions of Radical Highway? You know how many times, man? How many versions of Radical Highway are in the OST? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 remixes of Radical Highway in Sonic Shadow Generations. There are 6. There are 6 remixes of Radical Highway. 6! 6 remixes of Radical Highway. I am not joking. They all sound slightly different. There are 6. This guy has like a list here. Look, Radical Highway 3rd encounter, Radical Highway 2nd encounter. There's the Radical Highway / Doom boss. Radical Highway Act 2, Radical Highway Act 1. And then there's first encounter somewhere. Radical Highway first encounter, hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, there are six renditions of the Radical Highway theme in Sonic Shadow Generations. There are six. There are six. Six. Crazy, I know.
And that's really it. Now, I understand that it's not really Kuro Games' fault for, like, you know, not having the same amount of money and community as Hoyoverse.
I don't like he's giving them excuses now. He is fucking giving them excuses, man. Oh, that's true. The 3DS version had 2 acts of Radical Highway. And then, like, okay, so... right, then the 3DS had Radical Highway as well. And then you have the original Radical Highway theme. We're at fucking 9 themes of Radical Highway. 9 official... Radical Highway themes. Like, bro, what the fuck? Wait, did it have a White World theme? I actually don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, the 3DS one was this. I think Act 2 on the 3DS was pretty bad, though. Is this the one? It might be this one. Oh yeah, I didn't like this one. This one was just... ugh. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck they do to Radical Highway? Yeah, no, not that one, man. Did they have a White World? No, they did not have white space. I know Sonic Shadow Generations had white space for it, but... But yeah, they had like so many freaking Radical Highways, man. The 3DS one looked like this. It was only in 2D. You probably wouldn't notice because it was fucking 2D, man. Look, we got more Doom posting for WuWa. We were just listening to the stuff. People are Doom posting it. But they don't even know why. They don't even understand the problem. Like, we were just like going through the freaking 1010 video. We're almost finished. This guy doesn't even understand what's wrong. He's like, you're basically getting like a taste of something and there's like nothing there. Is like the biggest summary you can give. Because he basically said a whole lot of nothing. Because he doesn't even understand what the hell he's talking about. Because he doesn't understand why there's a problem and what the actual problem is.
Because that, like, just...
But he did mention he can beat the fucking Tower of Adversity in WuWa blindfolded because of how stupid the content is.
It's so big in comparison, right? But as a player, it just left me like undecided when I get like a taste of the game that I want to play, and then there's like nothing left. Because again,
because there is no
core game is great, right?
No, it's
Characters
not.
are so fun.
If the core game is great, he wouldn't have this problem. The core game is not good. There's a specific thing he liked, but that's not the core game. He doesn't understand that. Like, he doesn't understand what the problem is. He thinks he does, but then when you listen to what he's saying, it's obvious he doesn't. Like, it's pretty obvious he doesn't understand. He thinks he understands, but he doesn't understand.
Maybe something like a boss rush hologram challenge would be cool, where you like fight one hologram after the other. That'll be like super difficult, but that give like a big reason for people to like maximize their characters. Maybe you can even like switch in the characters between each hologram and stuff like that. Wait, that's actually kind of cool. Oh, maybe I should do that. Anyway, I guess I'm back to Genshin again. Huh. I mean, everyone say 5.0 is really good, and everyone keep asking me to check it out. So welcome home, cheater. Okay, bye.
Yeah, no, like, it just sounds like he doesn't understand the problem. There is a problem, don't get me wrong. Here's this one. This is a problem here. There's this video here now. I was wrong. This is a problem. These were, like, from 2 days ago. I meant, like, I was like, yeah, I'll just save them for a different day.
I made a video regarding the male character situation. So I made a video regarding the male
Whatever
character
this one is
situation
now.
in Wuthering Waves. I gave my opinion, and basically, I was wrong. Very wrong. In fact,
Okay.
my take was that the situation wasn't really a problem at all. And yeah, I'm a dumbass. Although I supported people being annoyed that there isn't many playable male characters currently, I didn't agree to those who didn't play the game or as much just because there wasn't male characters. I found it weird that, you know, a person's reasoning for playing a game is for a gender. I let my own personal mindset of, I don't mind either gender. I'm fine playing both. I'm here for the gameplay and story, so the lack of male characters is the least of my worries. I let that blind me. I let it cloud my judgment. I'm a fool, and I'm sorry. I really am. I failed to realize just how big the female gamer community actually is. My eyes are open now, so please forgive me for the stupidity in the last video. My take on this matter now is that this is a problem. It really is. You see, I never really considered how the female side felt. I feel terrible for not, but we're at a point where they play a huge role in the gaming community because there are actually very many of them playing these games, these gacha games. An example of this is Love in Deep Space, a game that is mainly...
No, don't talk about Love in Deep Space if you don't understand what the hell goes on in there. This guy probably doesn't understand what the hell Love in Deep Space is. Yes, there are males there, but that is not what they're complaining about.
meant for them, and it works. That game makes tons of money. That being said, Wuthering Waves is currently not really benefited. Wuthering Waves.
And the thing is, here's my take on the matter, man. Here's my take. The way these people talk about the characters in these games and stuff, it reminds me a lot about, like, remember, like, about why people don't like, people like, what's that called again? Oh yeah, Sweet Baby Ink. They don't realize they're becoming the problem just like they are. They don't realize to some extent. Because what they don't actually care about the characters and stuff, how they're used and how they're put in. They just care what the hell the character is supposed to have dangling between their legs or not. Right? Like, I'm all for having more characters in there, but at the same time, I don't want them to just put them in there because they feel like they have to put them in there. And, like, also, this guy doesn't understand what kind of game Love in Deep Space is. You don't play as any of the males in Love in Deep Space. You play with them, not as them. The whole type of situation there is, it's an otome game. If they know what the hell goes on in there, it's not the exact same thing. The same time, when they're making these freaking, these games, right? They're targeting a specific demographic. They're not targeting everyone. You're never going to win if you're going to target everyone. It's never going to work. Right? Like, I have no problem with putting specific characters in there that are like, oh yeah, sure, this guy has a pee-pee because it's a guy. Or this one has booba because it's, you know, it's not, it's female, right? The character there is female. Okay, that's all well and good, right? At the same time, though, I don't want them to just randomly put in characters and just shoehorn them in there. Even though they have no purpose and have no reason to be there. Right? Like, that's just my stance on the whole thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with having the whole diverse character casting and inclusion stuff, but only when it actually fits and makes sense, and it actually belongs in there, not because they're trying to put in a bunch of random characters in there just to tick off a marketing checkbox. But at the same time, when you think about how these people are acting, they basically want them to take a this sort of checkbox. That's my stance on the whole situation. Anyways. Like, obviously they're targeting a specific demographic. And the reality is, yeah, they're not catering to you because you're not their target demographic. At some point, you gotta realize that. They're not targeting you. They're not. Right? Like imagine, you know, like, imagine you're like, okay. Like, okay, how about you guys, right? Do you think you guys would like it if you know what? You go walk into a store, right? Are you gonna go complain if you walk into a women's clothing store and they only have women's clothing there? Right? Like, would you complain about doing that? Of course not. You go walk into a store where you have a bunch of cosmetics and stuff. Their target demographic, you know, is going to be adult women. They're buying the makeup and other cosmetic products there. Are you gonna complain that you went to the store and they don't sell anything for you when their entire store is targeted towards selling that type of product? Right? Of course not. But at the same time, these people don't realize it. It's like the same thing too. It's like, okay, you take your grown-ass adult self, you go into like a toy store for children, and you complain they don't have anything for your age group because they don't have toys they don't have the toys targeted towards you. You know, they have like those little they have those little Barbie dolls and those like toy Hot Wheel cars or whatever they have for their or whatever, and that's all they sell in the store. Right? Are you gonna complain about that? Of course not. Right? Like, some of these people really don't understand that. At some point, they have to really step back and understand what the hell they're trying to do here. You can't target everyone and make it work. That's never going to happen. Right? Like, it's never going to happen. If it's going to be, you know, a niche product here. You're never going to get what you want if you're looking in the place that's not gonna make and give you the product you want. It's never gonna happen. You shouldn't have them just randomly tick checkboxes for the sake of ticking checkboxes. Like, they don't realize it, but they're basically acting no better than those companies that they also hate out there and make fun of. Like, behind the scenes. They don't understand that. Right? If you go shopping in a store that's not targeted towards you, don't complain when they don't sell a product that you want to buy. Right? Like, imagine it's like, okay, imagine I go into a hardware store and complain I can't buy freaking clothes or makeup or whatever. Right? Instead, I could go buy drills, I could go buy screwdrivers, I could go buy electrical wiring and a ladder and a couple other stuff. I could get sheets of metal or wood cut or whatever. I could buy a chainsaw or something there, I don't know. Right? Imagine you want to go buy clothes and you go to a hardware store. That makes no fucking sense. Same point. It's like, imagine you go to a clothing store and you complain why you can't buy a drill. Right? Like, it's stupid. Like, if you actually will try to apply logic and use a brain in there, you realize that the thing makes no sense. And that's just my take and my stance on the whole thing. It's like, yeah, these are my expectations. Right? It's one thing if they're just not meeting what they should be giving you. And another when you're just complaining on the fact that you're not the target demographic. Yeah, like, no matter how hard you complain, they're not really going to care if they're smart. You're never going to get your way if they know what they're doing, because they're not targeting you. Have I played it? No, but I've seen gameplay of it. For me, to be honest, I would rather read than play the type of game that Love in Deep Space is. The reality is, I'm technically the target demographic for that. But I would, my personal preference is I'd rather read than play that type of thing. Which I do. I read an excessive amount of that type of stuff. Right? But I would rather read than play. That's why I don't play it. That's my whole personal stance. Right? But I'm technically in that group that would touch it. Right? But again, like, the people who are talking about it really don't quite understand what's going on there. They really don't. They really, really don't. Right? It's like they're asking for one thing and getting surprised when they go to the thing that doesn't carry what they want. Right? It's like, imagine you're asking to go buy, I don't know, let's say a screwdriver, but they walk into a women's clothing store. You're not gonna find a screwdriver there. Right? At the same point, it's like, let's say I wanted to buy women's clothes and I walk into a hardware store. I'm not gonna find that there. Let's say I wanted to buy, I don't know, I wanted to buy, let's say a ball to play sports, some specific sport. And again, I go into a freaking clothing store. They're not gonna sell that. It makes no sense for them to, because they're not targeting people who are buying that type of product. These guys don't understand. You're not their target demographic. That's why you're not getting what you want. Right? Like, you're not going to get it, and you don't really want them to just shoehorn the stuff in there just to make you happy, because then that just makes you no better than freaking things like Sweet Baby. Like, as much as you might want to, like, make fun of them, they don't realize they're kind of advocating for some of the stuff they would do, just in a different way. Just so they can have their specific character in there. Right? Like, imagine you go in, right? Or imagine you go in, you go play Love in Deep Space, and you're wondering, where the hell are all the waifus? Why can't I have my waifus in Love in Deep Space? Right? Maybe, like, imagine doing that. It makes no sense. Right? You're obviously not the target demographic. Right? Like, if you use your brain. But yeah, the Snowbreak stuff is a mess. Yeah, I don't know, man. We talked about it. We looked at this stuff earlier. Something you might want to look at, though, is Kusanagi. I pinned a message in the Snowbreak channel on my Discord. You might want to look at that pinned message. But who knows how long that'll last. Who knows? I haven't looked at the trailer yet. I haven't looked at it yet.
Is currently not really Why can't I speak? Wuthering Waves is currently not benefiting from the female player base, because just like how us dudes like seeing ladies on the screen, the girls don't really get to see many Chads. They get Gion, who is honestly fine. He's a fine character. He has good playability. And he has decent story involvement. But however, they have Calcharo, who looks great, don't get me wrong, but he has 0 appearances in the story, and he's not really that good in terms of playability. Then there's a little gremlin who I probably shouldn't even count on this list, but I mean, he's not really that cool or anything. At least in my opinion, he's kind of lame. They also get Shangli Yao, who, just like Jian, is fine, honestly. He's strong, looks fine, and had an appearance in an
event. Okay, not even in the story. You could probably Thanos snap him out of existence, you wouldn't notice.
Had an appearance in a side story, which is fine. As for the rest of the male characters, they're all 4 stars. People probably barely use. They aren't that good compared to the rest of the characters in Wuthering Waves, at least in my opinion. But overall, the game only has 7 male characters currently versus the 17 female characters. It really isn't fair that we get to enjoy the vast female characters, who are all mostly great, by the way. They are all mostly great. While the female player base, just a few. We get to enjoy the most OP character in the game with amazing looks and animations, while they only get, I don't know, Shangli Yao to compare, because he...
At some point you have to realize you're not their target demographic. You're never going to get what you're asking for. At some point you have to realize you gotta move on and go somewhere else. Because you're obviously not their target demographic. They obviously don't care. At some point, the people have to realize that. Right, like, at some point. At some point, you just gotta realize that. And you know what? Just go play an actual good game out there instead. Right, like, just go actually, yeah, I think the word trash got blocked. I think it was just auto-blocked. I didn't block anything. I don't know why Twitch auto-blocked it. That's the problem with like these auto-modding stuff. They don't understand context. And until they can actually understand context, they're never really gonna properly work. It just got caught by the filter, that's all.
really is probably the strongest on the male character list. And I don't even know if it's even fair to compare him to Jinsei, because she's just that good. Don't let me get started on supports either. Actually, I am getting started on supports. We have Yinlin, a hot-ass elf.
Yeah, no. This character was a pure scam, man.
Who boosts electro damage and
Yeah, and then you realize how the thing works in practice, and it's just not good.
liberation
She's
damage.
just so ass.
She's a valuable asset to someone's account. Where the
No,
hell
she's not. No, she's not.
is the male equivalent for you female gamers? Where's your elf? We also get to have the Shorekeeper, the best support in the game. She has everything, the looks, buffs, healing, everything. You see my point. The female roster has insane characters, while the male roster is literally only 7 dudes. More like 3, to be honest. It's pretty bad right now. So overall, because of this, those players, the female player base, aren't really playing the game much. Or at all, really. And they aren't able to spend.
I mean, it's not like they have anything to play in the first place. It's not like they have anything there to play in the first place. Like, let's be real. Let's be real, man.
And money either, because of the lack of male characters. There has literally been only one new male character since the launch of Wuthering Waves, and he was free. So there's a lot.
They want to make
Shorekeeper.
they make the Shorekeeper want to bang the MC out of nowhere for no reason.
But it's not as enjoyable as it is for the people that enjoy the sight of female characters. They just want something pretty to look at, just like we do. So if this game becomes a waifu collector, a lot of potential players will be gone. And I think that'll be an L. Now, just like the last video, I'm going to discuss why this is happening in Wuthering Waves. Why is there such a huge lack of men? What could be the reason? Well, for one, it could be the CN community, which is another big problem in itself.
You know, the CN is their biggest market for gachas. They're obviously going to be catering to them more. Besides, here's the thing, man. What's population of China? 1.4 billion. Okay, let's say population of US. 300,000, right? Just over 340,000. Okay. Population of EU, the European Union. 449 million. You know what? For good measure, we'll add the entire population of Canada, which is around 40 million now. Last I checked, this is smaller. You combine the EU's entire population. You combine the US's entire population. You're barely at half the size of China. You're barely at half of the Chinese population. You're barely at half. There's a good reason why they're targeting that. There's way more people in China than there are in North America. Okay, you know what? Wait, we have to add Mexico, right? So we can go all of North America. 129 million. Cool. Okay, here, let's do the math here. 129 plus 449 plus US is what? 346. Alright, Canada is around 40 million, right? Yeah, we'll round up to 40 million. Okay, and then we'll do, you know what? Sure, we'll add in Australia. 27 million. We're still not even at 1 billion people. We're not even at 1 billion people. Right, you compare that to China's population. This is in millions, by the way, that 991. Meanwhile, China's at 1.42 billion. They still outnumber us. You can combine all of Canada You can combine all of the US, you can combine all of the EU, you can combine all of Australia. And we're still 40% less people there combined, right? There's still 43% less there combined than there are in China. Right? There's still less. You can just do very, very basic, simple math there. Like, look at the real reason I made those numbers because of China. Exactly. China is a massive market. These people do not understand just how massive China is. They do not understand how massive it is. They really, really don't.
There are many stories of them going to extreme lengths over small matters. The Firefly incident in HSR, the bunny suit incident in Honkai Impact 3rd, and for what I remember, Scaramouche releasing as a playable character caused a big uproar in Genshin. There are more various stories of them harassing people and doxing just because of male characters. You know, I'm not trying to point any fingers here, because in general, all communities have their problems, but the CN community does play a big role, especially when most of them are male gamers who want to see pretty women on the screen. So it's likely that Kuro is just being careful right now. It could be.
Because that's our target demographic, man. It's almost as if that's what you're supposed to do as a company when your entire goal is to sell a product. Identify who your target customer demographic is and sell to your target demographic and customer. Like, it's not hard, it's not complicated. But these people don't understand that. That's why you're not getting what you want, because they don't care you exist. You are not their target demographic. You are not their target customer. You never have been and you never will be.
Another thing is apparently the CN government is still passing a law to fight these problems, like doxing, but it still might be a while before that happens. So when it does, hopefully then we can see some male characters safely.
No, that's not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. That will not happen. That was not the problem. They don't realize that they're not their target customer. They don't realize that.
We don't have to have all these problems. Another reason could be that female characters are just what sells, right? It just works. Sure, if done right and more male characters were released more, just like Love and Deep Space, all male characters, they make money. I'm sure Wuthering Waves would make a lot of money from them. But
you know what? Here, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something. I want you guys to read it with me. Wait, I'm pretty sure they have this thing permanently active. I'm going to show you something just as a good example. I'm not actually gonna fill this up, but I want to show you something. This goes for any talent agency you ever try to apply for. By the way, I want to show you something. I'm going to show you the audition form. Because no matter what, this will always be true. I remember I read through this a couple years ago. I haven't tried to re-apply. I freaking gave up on trying to reapply when I tried way back when. Did they get rid of that question? Because there used to be a question on this form. Or was it the Niji Sanji one that I saw before? Fuck, they got rid of that question! I think it was the Niji Sanji audition form. Because there was one where they asked about your target demographic. And they made sure to emphasize it back in the day. I guess they're not doing that anymore. But they used to, there used to be a lot more questions on that application. No, I tried to apply a couple years ago. You don't think I tried to apply? I don't think they have it active. I don't even know why anyone would want to look at it. Let's see if we can find it. I'm not obviously gonna fill it out. They launched regular auditions. Oh, it's permanent now. Okay, let me see if I can find the form. Oh, they have multiple pages. Let me just see what I can put here. I just have to look for it. Give me a couple minutes, and then I'll show you. Okay, it might be on this page. I gave it a bunch of bullshit information on the first page. I'm never gonna actually send this in. Self-promotion, we don't need that. Experience with this stuff, we're not talking about that. OBS, not talking about that. Obviously not gonna put my content stuff. I'm obviously not going to apply. I'm not doing that. But I remember there was something here. Who are the ones you most enjoy that stand out? What would you do? Here you go. This is the most important thing you need to understand. This is the most important thing whenever you're trying to provide a product or service. You can remove this part here. This part does not matter. But this part here is the most important thing. Right? This is the most important thing. Who would your target audience be and why? Right? I'm not gonna fill this out. I'm obviously just gonna close it there, but I just wanted to show you that specific thing. And this applies to other things too. If you ever try to apply an audition or anything, whatever, they're gonna ask you something similar. If they don't ask it on the application form, they're going to ask it in an interview. They're going to interview you, and they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you a question like that. And it's very, very important to know and understand that fact. Because the reality is you cannot target everyone. You're not going to. It's not going to work. Same time, no one's going to find you. Right? No one is. I just needed to pull that up as an example. Right? They know that. Right? They know that. They realize that. Right? And here's the thing. You ever wonder why, you know... Here, let's say, let's go pick what, like a good example here. Let's say, fuck, we have Linus Tech Tips on this page. We're not gonna look at his video stuff. Notice how many channels he has. You wonder why he has so many channels. Because he has a large enough team, they're making different types of content. But they realized that a lot of the content that you put out, not everyone's going to care about what you make and watch whatever you put out. Some people, sure, you know what? I like to watch a lot of his videos here on his main channel. Sometimes I enjoy them on my own time, whatever. Sometimes it's just cool to watch that stuff there. But there's some stuff that I just don't care about. Right? They realize this. Right? Let's say you want to look at Apple stuff, or maybe you're one of the people that's stuck in the Apple stuff. You don't care about everything else. You're probably not going to want to watch, you know, Linus's main channel there. You're probably not going to care because the content there is going to be what you want. But he has another channel where their entire focus is Apple stuff. Right? You got some Mac stuff here. How bad are these? Whatever. You know, this is their entire thing. You know, their entire stuff is this stuff on the Mac channel. They probably have something new coming soon. Right? But like the people who are looking at this stuff, they're not gonna care about him talking about, I don't know, getting the triple folding phone from Huawei.
What is the
That like other people were talking about.
This is Adam. He's relatively new here.
Right? Maybe you wanna watch unboxings, or you just wanna look at news. Right? Maybe this is all you care for, right? Right? You don't wanna see the other stuff. And it's not good for the algorithm too if you mix the content in a way where you're not gonna have what people want to watch. Like obviously it's not good. So they like to keep things separated. If you wanna look at news stuff occasionally, he has a separate channel for that. But like, this is just a good example. Right? You have to realize who your target demographic is and target them. Right? Some people, they really care about listening to this game news of whatever they're talking about here. I personally don't really care that much. I'll go read articles or whatever at some other point in my own time. I don't really care about all this stuff. But for the people who like it, because there's a bunch of people who do, they have that specifically for them. There are a ton of people out there who would just only watch this, but don't care about the other stuff too. Right? That's why they do it. That's why a lot of the bigger creators will do that stuff like that. Because it makes more sense to do that way. Because you realize that it's probably best not to bury people out. No, they hire me and the first stream would be about open world. That would be hilarious, man. That would be hilarious. But like, yeah, that's just something to think about. Right? It's just something to think about there.
Female characters is just what mainly works. For every gacha game, that's how it really is. Female characters are just what makes money, guaranteed, and it's safer. However,
it's not quite that. Yes, it is what sells. That's because that's what it's what sells to the specific demographic. That's why. Yes, you know, if your main demographic is going to be male gamers, right? Well, guess what? You know, like here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I thought that was Niji Sanji. I heard ToFLive is fine, but like the thing is, I don't really want to try to join any of those things because at some point I feel like I'm going to have another big shift in whatever I do at some point. There are things that I want to do, but I just can't. I don't know why it's recommending me all this stuff now. It freaking borked here. But like, you know what I actually watch a lot of? I've said it before. I watch a lot of this stuff. This guy's video here, I watch a lot of this, man. I watch a lot of this. You know, like, them just doing weird shit to their game. If you ever read the ToFLive policy for what you can do, some of the content that I would like to do, I would not be allowed. You know, some of the stuff I do on stream, I would not be allowed to do. If I joined either of those organizations, I would straight up be not allowed to do it. Things like putting Thomas the Tank Engine like this. Right, something like this I would not be allowed to do if I joined ToFLive or Niji Sanji. I would not be allowed to do this. If you ever read their policy there on the type of content that they would make and stuff. I actually read through the whole thing a couple times before, but when I tried to apply them way back. I read through it, but there's a good reason why. When you understand the reason why, it makes sense. I would not be allowed to do this. I would not. Heck, the part where I run, like even running any type of mod in your game, it is straight up not allowed. Even if you bought the game, you own it, and did whatever, that is not allowed. Heck, if you wanted to play a game on an emulator instead of the console, because it runs better on an emulator, you can't even do that. Right? You wouldn't be allowed to do that. Heck, you know what? Some of the React videos I'm doing right now, the on stream, I would not be allowed to do that. Heck, I wouldn't be able to be in a position where I could even do things like, you guys liked it when I would go on test servers and try games out like this? Unless there's a specific sponsored partnership thing going on, I would not be allowed to do that. They had to get weird permission first. I don't know. If they did, they had to get weird permission first. Like, the thing is, the company itself has to get permission. They have to, like, do some really weird things to get permission. Otherwise, they can't do it. Right? They can't. Right? Heck, if you go watch what people do when they play Pokemon all day, they can't do any of that. It's always upper management. Right, but here's the thing. When you're in that type of company, the upper management will get the request. Then they have to, like, they have to create, like, a legal document and stuff. Right? They have to get it through their lawyers. They have to go with their lawyers. And then from there, they have to contact the company and ask for permission. Heck, to even stream any game that they play, they have to go through a legal process. Especially because they're a Japanese company. And guess what? In Japan, they don't have fair use. There is no such thing as a fair use law or policy in Japan. That's something that you should know. And that's why it's, like, that complicated. A lot of the stuff that they do, they wouldn't be able to. Like, and a lot of stuff that I do, I technically wouldn't be able to without all this other stuff getting in the way. Right? Some of the cool stuff that I can do, I would not be able to. Heck, putting freaking the word leak in there as, like, a clickbait. I wouldn't be allowed to do that, man. Right? Heck, there's a reason why as well. You know why Niji Sanji never let their VTubers ever play Palworld? There's even a good legal reason on that too. Because the Pokemon company Nintendo, they actually forced them not to let them play any Palworld or whatever if they want to keep their agreement. That's why. Like, there was a hidden thing behind there that was also a thing that's, like, been known. Right? Some of the things that it just wouldn't happen. Right? Like, it just wouldn't. Heck, my ability to play East 10 5-6 months ago, the way I did, no way I would be allowed to do that. Don't matter if I went and spent my own money to buy the game. And do whatever. Unless I get actual legal permission and everything, that would never happen. Right? Like, that would never happen. Heck, this weird Eva collab I did, that probably would never happen. Yeah, it's not the same. Sometimes you have to realize why you're doing it if you want to do some of the other stuff in there. At the same time as well, there are times when it's like you realize, oh, if you want to do a sponsor thing, it's like you have to really think about how you're doing the stuff in there. Because at the same time, when you're looking through the agreements and doing these NDAs and stuff like that, so you can go and play whatever, you might not be able to. Heck, oh yeah, here's a fun thing. Oh wait, when I tried this shooter game like a year ago. Oh yeah, fun fact, you're never gonna be able to play this game. This game that I played here, this shooter a year ago, this hero shooter, you're never gonna play this game. You're never gonna be able to play this game. I don't know why it's loading it at 144p. Yeah, they said they thanked me for the review, but you're never gonna be able to play this game. This thing here. They had a cool character here with gun tonfas. I was like trying to snipe someone down there. Yeah, you're never gonna be able to play that game. Guess why? It went EOS. It's a PvP game. It was fun for what it was. But like, you're never gonna be able to do that. But like, that's its own other thing there, but yeah. At some point you realize certain things you just wouldn't be able to do. But at the same time, if you're gonna try to make content and your goal is to grow, you have to like kind of find a target demographic and try to do stuff in there. But at some point, like at the same time, you have to make sure you actually want to do whatever is in there. But you also should be looking at your competition at the same time. If they made it more PvE and PvP, more people would play it. That's not really the problem, but sure. They made it to Fortnite. It's not. It doesn't play like Fortnite. It's not a battle royale. Fate Trigger is more like Fortnite. Because
A
Fate
part
Sugar
of
is
me
a battle
really
royale.
wants to believe that this isn't the case entirely, because Kuro's mindset of as long as the game survives, it's okay, or love the game, love the players, love yourself. I hope I quoted that in the correct order. It makes me want to believe that they aren't that desperate for money, but at the same time, just like every
They are. Their investors are not happy.
company, they need to make money. Who knows? We can't truly know Kuro's reasoning, but I hope that they are aware of the female player base who just wants more male characters. Shoot, even though they probably make the majority, but there are plenty of other male players out there who want to see more men too. As long as we can eventually be in the spot where there are at least more male characters, like at least a 1-to-2 ratio, because it's not even that right now. And then there will hopefully be more people playing the game and enjoying it. It's sad because I really do think this is a great game. It has beautiful visuals, great gameplay, and a decent story. All with good devs, by the way. I just wish more people can enjoy all of that, but with some more testosterone. It's even more sad because this game has some of the best looking men I've seen in a gacha game. So the potential is insane. Now, let's move on and talk about the future. What are we in for? Do we know anything? More men? Well, the only hope is Scar and Geshulin. The only two playable male characters that we know of. The rumor I've heard is that they probably won't be around until like version 2.0 or 2.1, something like that. So we still have a bit to go until we see them. Now keep in mind that it's not as long as some of you might think, because unlike the other gachas we're familiar with, the rumor is that we're going from version 1.4 straight to 2.0. So we won't be edged as long, but still we got a decent few months until then. Another thing I want to talk about is that I don't think it's annoying that people constantly want men, because I completely understand. I get it, especially now that I had some character development from the last video. So when people who do find it annoying keep saying, go to Love and Deep Space if you want more men, it's just not fair. Those are two different games. People came to Wuthering Waves because of its RPG aspect, visuals, gameplay, and everything else. They want to enjoy all of it, but with more men. It's completely understandable. Another argument could be, go play Genshin. Well, there's a big chance they already do, but to be honest, the men in that game aren't quite on the same level as the way Wuthering Waves looks. I'm not trying to bash on Genshin, trust me, but I totally get it if people prefer the men in Wuthering Waves. At least what men we do have. Look guys, we have Chongli, Yinlin, Camellia, Shorekeeper, Jinxie, and more. We should allow them to be annoyed. Anyway, that brings me to the end of this video. I hope you guys like this one.
Okay. Sure. Anything else? Alright, that was for something else. I was like curious at a thingy. Oh yeah, we looked at that the other day.
So
What's this one? Do we even care about that one? Probably not.
Why?
Oh, here we go. There's this Tectone video, wake up call. Oh, that one's like an old cached page. Does Tectone have anything else? We'll probably watch that one. That one's an hour long. We'll do that later. T-Pokemon TCG. What the hell? The Honkai Star Killer. Oh boy, there's these things. They had enough? What? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. And then there's like this Kazehana video. There's this Foxhole video. You know, we'll look at this one first.
Publishers are absolutely terrified of games being used for recreational purposes. What the hell are you on about, game publishers? That's what video games are. They are products specifically used for recreational purposes. Oh, sorry, I thought we're seeing this from a consumer perspective. You're seeing video games from a business perspective, as in means to make money. And that's why the US Copyright Office struck down a major effort for video game preservation. Because publishers hate the notion of gamers playing good old games that are cheaper or even free, and not giving them more money. That's all these publishers want. They want money. Publishers don't want you to have these old games except for a price. They also don't care about video game preservation. They just want your money. The problem is, they're not publishing those games or selling those games anymore. So how are we gonna give you money if you give us no product? The Lollipop Chainsaw port isn't perfect, but at least they tried. This news just gives more reason for gamers to hate video game publishers and not waste more money on them. Here's another reason to hate video game publishers: Denuvo DRM being implemented for way longer than it should have. Denuvo is sick of the toxicity that's happening with their product. People hate it because it works. Yeah, the same thing can be said to the digestive system. Just because it works doesn't mean it will produce crap.
Yeah, that's true. That's just because it works doesn't mean it won't produce crap. Oh wait, it does.
Continue to deny that their uncrackable DRM is hurting performance. Citing Tekken 7 is a bad look on you because Harada-san hated you so much that there's no DRM in Tekken 8.
Yeah, he hated him so much. It's like, nope, no more.
It doesn't matter if you're not at fault. Harada-san thinks you are, and a lot of game developers should too. I still don't understand why Denuvo thinks it's a good idea to open up a Discord server when they know full well that no gamer in the world likes them at all. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that Denuvo hurts performance, which does not benefit anyone that buys the game. That's why everyone hates you, even legitimately paying customers. But instead of taking responsibility, you shift the blame as always. Gotta blame somebody, right? Because otherwise, it's all your fault. Don't worry guys, Denuvo defenders are here to defend their precious anti-tamper DRM from being cracked by evil pirates. Pirated versions have their own issues. True, lack of patches, updates, sometimes mods only support the legit version of the game, but they're not a deal breaker for free games and even their DLCs. You may catch actual malware or virus. That is true if you're getting games from sources that have been caught in 4K distributing malware or viruses, like these scumbags. How do I know who the scumbags are? Check out our piracy or any of their other treasures. They update their information almost every day at this.
Yeah, you just look at this website, like they're already listing like things. Do not look at these places, right? Obviously you should not, right? But yeah.
Point. Read them. It ticks me off when people play games early on YouTube and everything else. That has nothing to do with.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with Denuvo, man.
With piracy. Those people bought the games early or asked for review copies.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. Either that, like they either bought it early, asked for review copies. Sometimes when you go to the store. The employee is stocking the shelves. They're Pepega. They don't realize that, oh wait, I'm not supposed to stock this yet. And they'll put the game on store shelves, sometimes even like a week, 2 weeks early by mistake. Sometimes that happens. I've seen it happen more often than not. In like some of these like so these big box stores that like, cause like the reality is the average person stocking the shelves, they probably don't care or don't understand that. They just know that they have to stock it at some point. Or like, oh, the thing is empty. They're like, oh, we'll just stock it early. Sometimes it happens. I've seen it happen many times before. Or like sometimes the employee there who's like, okay, it's like, with some of them, like they have it like locked behind like the freaking case or whatever. You have to like call the freaking guy running the store or whatever, right? The counter. And it's like, okay, I want to go buy this and that. Right? And then they see the other thing on the shelf too. Sometimes it's like, you're like, like the parents are buying a game for their child or whatever. The child asks, oh, they want to get this game or whatever, right? And sometimes, and sometimes as well, like the guy, the freaking clerk at the store, they don't know. Sometimes, right? Sometimes they'll just accidentally sell the thing early because it's like, well, it's on the shelf. There's a price there. People can see it, right? So it's like, oh yeah, they asked for it, right? Sometimes that happens. It happens far more often than people think. Right? Like, yeah, that's why people are actually playing the thing early. It's a lot easier for people to play the game early, legitimately, than people realize.
I just buy games because it's what you do. No, it's what publishers want you to do.
Yep.
All this performance stuff cannot possibly be true. It's true. Look it up. You're just in denial. I have to give credit to the many AAA game publishers that don't have their games using Denuvo DRM, like Alan Wake 2, Tekken 8, and Elden Ring. They all sell pretty well. Here's an Elden Ring related hoopla. Of all the claims that I've heard from console peasants, this is some of the dumbest. Elden Ring is better as an exclusive.
No.
So the game that sold millions of copies and is one of the most successful games of this decade should be an exclusive. Why? So that From Software doesn't focus on 5 platforms and only focus on 2, which I assume are the PS5 and Series X. Bro, the lack of polish is not because they're being developed for 5 platforms. Actually, there are many factors in why Elden Ring has many technical issues, but to solely blame it on the game being developed on 5 different platforms is a narrow-minded perspective that a peasant would say to justify exclusivity. And this is probably the reason why this tweet is deleted. PlayStation exclusives are not developed on PC. Wait, what? Then where are these games developed? They are created on PlayStation dev kits with their own...
No, the dev kits are used to test the game. At the same time, if they've ever actually seen a dev kit for these consoles, they have extra features and things on them that you don't see on the actual console. They'll have things like 10 gigabit networking, so they can play the game off of the network. And so they don't have to keep, like when they have like a different build they want to test. So they don't have to freaking transfer the file over constantly. They just play it off the network. They have extra features like that on their dev kits. And like a couple other things too. Like, it just makes a lot of sense, right? Because like, here's the reality, right? Let's say you're working on a game. I don't know what game you're making. You know what? Let's say you're making the next Call of Duty game. How big is the freaking recent one? It's like 300, 400 gigabytes or something? Okay, cool. Right, let's say you finished the next update to your build and you want to test it on your console. So if you didn't have network access and could just play the game off the network, you're gonna have to like copy the freaking 400 gigabyte of data, right? Because this is how absurd some of these games are getting now, right? And transfer that file onto the SSD in the console. Like, no matter what, like, even if you had the maximum theoretical bandwidth, which is impossible because that's not how the stuff works, right? Let's say you were sending the data at like 5 gigabytes a second. You have 400, not 5 gigabytes, 5 gigabits a second, right? You multiply that number by 8, and like, or the 400 by 8, you divide it by the 5. That's how long it's gonna take. And then, like, if you're gonna make another slight change, you gotta do it again and again. Right, like, we can do the math right here, right? Let's say you're doing 400, this is gigabytes, multiply it by 8 for the bits, divide it by 5, right? That's assuming you have, like, the maximum throughput. Right, it's gonna take you 640 seconds. Divide that by 60, that's gonna take you that's gonna take you 10 minutes. Right, it's gonna take you 10 minutes, best case scenario. Obviously, though, you transfer files on your device. This is obviously not what's going to happen because you only get that maximum theoretical bandwidth and performance until the cache fills up, and then it starts emptying the cache and filling up the storage on the drive. The reality is, it'll go at that speed for like a few seconds, maybe a few minutes if there's enough cache on that drive, and then it's going to write the data at like 1/10 of the speed. Or even slower than that. Like, that's just what realistically happens. I mean, if you use something like Crystal Disk Mark or something, you can go test it on your own SSD. Keep in mind, though, it will count as a full read and write cycle for how many times you test it on your drive. So it will wear out on the endurance of your drive. Keep that in mind, but it is something you can test yourself. Like, the actual performance there, it's only for very short bursts.
Custom proprietary API, not DirectX. A dev kit is not a PC. You still need a PC to program the game. No wonder why this tweet is deleted. Speaking of PlayStation exclusives, here's a hoopla about one of them, or at least a sort of exclusive. Silent Hill 2 Remake sells a lot.
Yeah, sure. I'm doing fine here, Robo. Yeah, we talked about the Snowbreak stuff earlier. We looked at it earlier. I mean, we used the thing, we changed the file to remove the sensor. But man, it's just sad.
More on PlayStation 5 compared to PC in Europe. No Xbox because it's a PlayStation and PC exclusive. Console peasants use this as ammunition to all those PC gamers. Just load that banana scam game on the 4090. Okay, dude, enjoy your $70 game. I have the original game enhanced with mods for free. How dare I save money in this economy? PC gamers don't buy games anyway. Yeah, Denufo would like to disagree with you. Worst case
Yep.
scenario, 80% of PC gamers buy games because most people don't know how to pirate. Clearly, you
Yep.
don't. You're on a console. Look how poorly God of War, Ragnarok, Concord, and Until Dawn did. Ragnarok and Until Dawn already came out years ago, and Concord is a terrible game that no one should buy, or even can buy, today. PC cults
Yeah.
would rather pirate than crack games. Sounds like someone's mad that they can't get games for free. The
Yeah.
purchasing power of console players is much stronger than PC. In other words, we waste more money. Good for you, peasants.
Yep.
I don't understand why console peasants think that spending money on the gaming industry is a commendable thing. Granted, your money went to amazing games, but your money also went to Concord. We
Yep.
have no idea what these game companies will do with our money. Giving them a lot of money is not something to brag about, and so is mocking poor people. Did you know that being poor is bad? This person just called Xbox Game Pass welfare pass.
Really? You call Game Pass welfare pass? God fucking damn it. You know, not everyone wants to. Some people just want to try the game. See if they like it. If they like it, they really like it, maybe they'll buy it. This is dumb,
Bro,
man.
you're flexing the fact that you spend more money on something that you could have gotten for less. The L is on you. Xbox
Yep.
and PC are the two platforms for poor people. Great flex, PlayStation fanboys. You wasted way more money than you should have. And now you call PC and Xbox gamers poor to cope with all that sunk cost. Where do
Yep.
the poorest people play? PC, bro. Xbox is a dedicated console that costs money, whereas most people have a PC or a laptop already, and they can be
Yep.
PC gamers by playing old games or indie games.
Same time, depending on where you live and your situation, you might even be able to claim your PC while the cost of your PC when you're filing for taxes. Good luck trying to do that with a game console, unless you're a video game studio that had to buy a bunch of consoles because you needed them for work reasons, so you can claim it on your taxes, or you actually do it for a living, you do stuff with it for a living and actually make money off of it, and can prove it when you're filing for taxes. Unless you're under that very specific category, which is a very small minority of people out there, you can't do that with a freaking console. But you probably could with a PC for a lot more things, especially for educational purposes. Like, it's like another way you can claim it.
Low quality games at cheap prices make Steam perfect for poor people. Remove the word low, and I totally agree. I mean, how dare poor people play video games, right? Also, this person plays 2 free-to-play
Yep. Goddamn, 2 free-to-play Hoyo games.
Hoyo games and Brawlhalla, which is free. For someone that mocks poor people, you are very economic on your game choices.
Yep.
I really cannot escape from Hoyo game hooplas. I don't hate their games, but I also don't love them. I am relatively neutral on Hoyo games. Not a fan, but not a hater either. That said, their games expose some real idiots, but also some
Yep.
horny idiots. You know what gamers want? This guy knows what gamers want. Yeah, no thanks. That's Zenless Zone Zero, which is a free-to-play Hoyo game, and I'm not a fan. Okay, I'm missing the point. Gamers want sexy female characters. That point,
Yep.
I agree. It's been a rarity for Western AAA titles lately. I'm
Yeah.
only getting them from the East.
I know,
Gamers becoming
right?
a synonym for gooners. It's not even porn. How are you gonna goon with that? Can we stop
Yep.
being a goon? Sorry, this is the internet. You can't tell people to do that. Y'all being gooners, please go to another game and
Yeah, how you gooning over this, man? Like, man, if you really wanted to goon over something, you can go look up porn. You can go ahead. You know, it's not hard to find that stuff. Right? Yeah, we got an attractive looking female character here. Great. But like, if they really wanted that, man, they can go, they can find better content elsewhere.
leave Triple Z alone. Not a problem to
At
me.
the same time, though, people would at least like to, you know, if you're going to be looking at something all day when you're playing something, right? At least make it be something you like looking at. Yeah, you may be horny, but at least I'm not an idiot. Great choice of words, Boss Muffin. Excellent word choice. Excellent word choice.
But people can't exactly do that when Hoyo makes the game that way. I hate the marketing team. They need to die.
No, they don't.
Wow, look at that blatant TOS violation.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it's gonna happen anytime soon, especially when Hoyo is too busy swimming in money.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't there like a boycott for the whole company a while ago?
Oh yeah.
Probably not that important. Seriously, what's wrong with attractive female characters?
I mean, yeah, it's all on you, right?
This next hoopla suggests that it has everything to do with being embarrassed about liking them. Apparently, you cannot have a favorite character on Guilty Gear Strive without getting weird looks. This character, Queen Dizzy, is the first character that will not have people looking at you weirdly. Really?
Huh?
The first character? I guess it's because she's fully clothed and the rest of the characters are not, but I looked up the other characters and they're about as fully clothed as you can get. I don't play Guilty Gear, but Baiken looks
Yeah, I mean, she looks fine. She looks clothed.
pretty nice.
For what
My
it
brother
is
does
she's
play
supposed
Guilty
to be.
Gear and his pick is Giovanni.
So how would this give you weird looks? She looks fully clothed. What?
And Ino for the guitar.
Hey, that's a cool
Whoever's
guitar,
giving
though.
me weird looks for liking these characters can go kiss my ass. I'm not changing my opinions just because you find it weird. Here's another pick of mine. I don't see what's all the big deal of Bridget being trans or trap or whatever. Either way, I'm still pounding on that sweet ass. All these talks about video games and then you have women be like, what the hell are you boys talking about? This woman asked a rather poignant question. Why are these grown men playing video games? Because they are fun. Do you have a problem with it? This person said, the same reason why you wear makeup, to escape reality.
That is so good. That is such a good response. That is such a good response.
This person wrote a whole paragraph about it, but she doesn't want to read it.
Damn. She's like, I ain't reading on it. Okay. Yeah, people are weird, man. I'm not sure why women don't understand this. Video games for men are interactive puzzles. In some cases, they can be collaborative efforts to solve a puzzle or beat the other team. There are very professional men that like to relax and play a video game. It's a mental challenge, and there's probably more. Yeah. He's like, I ain't
Then
reading.
why
all
do
that.
you even ask, lady?
Yeah.
I know reading is hard for you, but still. This guy asked, what is a man allowed to do during his downtime? And she answered, suffer? Wow, you're an awful human being. This person asked this woman to leave men alone, but she refused to budge. Don't tell me what to do. And then this person said,
Don't tell men what to do. You're a woman. Get back to the kitchen. This guy is just trolling, man.
don't tell men what to do. You're a woman. Get back in the kitchen. This guy flirted and asked if he can come and play with her tits. But then she said, I wouldn't mind that. Ah, so you're just a cheap whore.
Yeah.
Well, this thread is a waste of time. And that's all for the video today. Thank you all so much for watching. If you made it to the end, here's a beautiful flower. And also huge thanks to all these wonderful sponsors. You are all fantastic.
Yeah, she got destroyed, man. For sure. Here's this one. The Infinite Battle Simulator. I'm gonna get some water. Give me a sec.
Alrighty, so we've seen with Kuro Games over the last few months some pretty amazing things, wouldn't you say? And along with those amazing things, we've also seen possibly a couple of different little stumbles here and there, which is alright. No developer is perfect, and today I want to talk about what, in my honest opinion, what I think one of those misses is.
Okay.
The last update here with 1.3, we got the Infinite Battle Simulator event, and now, while it's a small event that is there to pass the time, it really did not resonate with me. To be completely 100% honest with all of you, it felt less like a fully developed event and more like a test run for something bigger, and that's just what I want to talk about. So, welcome back, you glorious resonators, you lovely bastards. My name is Fox Soul, and welcome to another topic video here on the channel.
Did he just call us ugly bastards or something? The fuck did he just say? The fuck?
Today we're going to take a look at the Infinite Battle Simulator event in Weathering Waves 1.3 update, and just have a conversation to where it possibly missed the mark and where the potential for something better might come along down the road. So, with all that said, let's dive in. So what exactly is the Infinite Battle Simulator event? Introduced into the second half of update 1.3, this event is set up with 6 battles at varying difficulty levels, split into 2 phases. You're essentially dropped into the world map where you hunt down waves of mobs, collect chests, and you have to hit 3 nodes within a 15-minute time limit. Each node, each chest will add perks to boost your team until you reach the final node, where you faced a wave of respawning enemies for up to a minute. After that, your points are tallied based on how many you took down and give you your final score. Now, on paper, this setup does not sound too bad at all, to be completely honest. You got what sounds like challenging phases, perks to boost your team, and a big final wave. But the more I got into it, the execution, it just didn't seem to quite meet my expectations, to be honest. I felt like I was just basically doing the same thing that I would be already doing in the main game, you know, fighting mobs, but just now with a time limit.
Yeah, you just realized that? How the hell did this guy just realize it, man? This guy's been playing it for like how many months, and now he finally realized what he was doing? How many months has he been touching this crap? How many months? Let's keep going further back. It's been how many months and he finally realized what the hell is going on? How does it take him that long? Five months? Almost 6? It looks like it took him almost 6 months to realize that.
Unlike past events like the co-op event, Deaths of the Elusive Realm, Tactical Simulacra, even Alloy Smelt, this one felt like it was really thrown together more as a quick fix than an event that actually meant to be engaging. And in all honesty, it felt like Kuro was using it more to test ideas than to provide a enjoyable player experience, if you would.
Yeah,
look,
self-awareness is not their
I
strong
want you to
suit,
know
man.
that I do understand that not every event can be a huge, mind-blowing experience. I do understand this. I'm just saying that with the Infinite Battle Simulator, it just did not stand out to me. Not in any real way, to be honest. I just instead felt like it was kind of repetitive. You go on from node to the next node, taking down mobs, grabbing chests, and you're doing this 6 times. And overall, the gameplay loop pretty much feels identical to what we
Exactly. Like, exactly. Fighting trash mobs in a stupid circle with a Pepega time-limited enemies. That's all they're doing. And then, oh wow, to go open a chest, to go do it to the next one. Because that's all they could come up with.
In the open world anyway. It's just, now it's kind of packaged more as an event with a few little twists to it. And
what twist? It's stuff you already doing.
Bugs me. It really irks me is that Woven Waves has had some truly unique events that felt.
What was the unique event that they had? Oh yeah, Genshin does a lot of this type of event too, by the way.
Fresh. Felt like it added more value to the game.
No, it did
like,
not.
If you think of the Deaths of the Elusive Realm, that.
You mean the Pepega roguelike mode? Like every one of these games has one, man. Like what?
Event pulled us into something that really felt new and different. If you look at Alloy Smelt, you know, Tactical Simulacra, those added even unique mechanics that made us really strategize with our teams.
Really? You sure it wasn't just mashing the same rotations again?
Infinite Battle Simulator, on the other hand, just feels really like we're using recycle assets.
Because you
there
are.
Wasn't really much thought put into it. Just a few little twists here and there. And look, I don't mind reusing different assets, different elements, if it brings something, you know, truly new to the table. But here it just felt repetitive. And let's face it, that's something we've heard complaints about with Genshin Impact, repetitive events. And the feeling that you're just grinding, you know, you're just grinding for the sake of it, I would hate to see, you know, Weathering Waves fall into that trap.
Except it's already done that since day one.
And you see,
They
I
just
think
lack
a lot of
self-awareness.
this issue of my disappointment comes just from the title itself as well. Infinite Battle Simulator. When I heard this, I was expecting something a lot more intense. I thought that we would be getting, you know, a true survival event, if you would, where we would be facing endless waves of enemies, where each wave was just getting stronger and stronger, maybe even seeing, you know, enemy levels go to insane levels like 150 or beyond. Like, imagine a scenario where you're pushing your team to the absolute limit, taking down waves on top of waves.
Yeah, that could be interesting, but nope, that's not what they're gonna
They
have.
just keep getting harder and harder until eventually...
And they're still crap, man. Yeah, they can get better for all you want, but you're still doing the same thing at the end of the day. Once you stop caring, you just stop caring, man. Right? They can get, you know, all this quote-unquote harder as much as you want, as you say, but at the end of the day, you're still doing the same thing. And at some point, you get tired of it. Right? At some point, you just get tired, but yeah, his 5-hit is finally functioning.
You get
True.
overwhelmed and you lose, and that's your score.
Sure, the 5-hit is finally
Instead,
functioning.
We got an event that I feel was a bit too controlled.
Yeah.
With the time, the limited time frame around it, the predictable waves that you could see coming ahead. Instead of that feeling of how long I can last, it was more about how fast can I clear these set stages.
Yeah, because they did not make a survival type game. I wonder why. At some point, you have to realize that they didn't intend to make that. He wanted a product that they weren't going to make. I don't know why he hasn't realized that. I don't know, man. I don't think so.
And
I
don't
think
get
he's
me
still in the
wrong,
cope
I
stage in
understand that
denial.
That's maybe what they were aiming for, you know, something smaller, something more manageable, but the potential here for an epic endless battle was, to me, a huge...
I mean, I don't really see it, man. You got this big map, but it's like very barren, and I don't know how the hell they would make that work, man. Like, I really don't. Could they even make it work on their devices? Because the thing is, at some point you have to realize you might have to like lock players in. Sometimes when you give people less choice, you actually give them more. It's like really weird. But like, in a sense, sometimes you have to do the exact opposite of giving people choice to actually give people choice. Because sometimes some choices make no sense. Right? You know what? Here, how about this one, right? Let's say you wanted to play a Pokemon game, right? And I gave you the choice between using, I don't know, a Primal Groudon. Or you can use a Typhlosion. Which fire type would you use? Would you take the big, powerful Primal Groudon? Or would you use your scuffed Johto Honey Badger fire type? Okay, here, we'll make them both rock ground types. I'll give you a Camerupt. I'll give you Primal Groudon. What are you gonna pick? You gonna pick... Right? You're gonna use this crap? This thing? Would you want to use this stupid thing? Or would you want to use... Or do you want this guy? What you want? What you want? You ever wonder why Pokemon in competitive, they ban Pokemon from standard play? Because the reality is, when you add this in here, and you have a choice between using something like this, and a regular Pokemon, if you want to win, you're obviously going to use something like this. Right? Like, would you use this? Would you rather use this? Or would you rather use like a Flygon? Right? Sometimes you have to like remove choice to give people choice. Right? You think about it. It makes sense. Sometimes you have to remove things to give people choice. Sometimes you have to take things away and actually limit what they're able to do to make it work. At the same time, if you just put a bunch of random enemies in a map like this, you know how you win a survival event if your only purpose is to survive in something like this, you just find a way to break the map and go out of bounds. You're a Groudon fan. I don't know why Groudon was the first thing that came to mind. But like, give you the camera up. I'm just so in the league. Yeah, with your like 5 base speed and like, with your like non-existent speed stat, and then you just get your absolute allergy to water type moves. One freaking water type move hit on you, you're dead. Like, what's funny is you'll have better chances of winning the fucking league with weird level 1 Pokemon strats than that thing. Because the Echoes and WuWa are crap. Of course, Groudon is stronger. Groudon's absurd. Groudon's an absurd Pokemon, man. Set up the sun, right? Extremely harsh sunlight, you weaken the water moves that you're weak to. Or if you have Primal Groudon, you make it so water moves just evaporate. You just evaporate water. You make all your fire moves stronger. Yeah, Chiyu good enough anyway. Oh, wait, bad. Yeah, because Chiyu is broken, man. Chiyu is broken. The fish is broken. The lava goldfish is broken. That's why it's banned. It's just a really, really broken Pokemon.
Huge missed opportunity. And given the title, I don't think
right, like to a lesser extent, Mega Weavile is also broken. I mean Chen Pao. That thing is also absurd. For the same reasons Chiyu is. Yes? This guy's trash. Regigigas is bad. This thing is garbage. What else is bad? This thing is garbage. Mesprit is bad. The reason why Mesprit is bad is because it's just really, it has the same move pool as the other one of the 3, but these stats are just kind of scuffed the way they're set up, and like it's not really, it's like it's trying to do everything, but it doesn't have enough stats to do everything. Like if you would rather have something offensive, you would rather use Azelf, which is much stronger. If you wanted something more defensive, you would much rather use Yuxi, which is much better on that front. It's also faster. Because like the most important stat in Pokemon is the speed stat. The speed stat is the most important stat. You either want to be extremely fast or extremely slow. Being anywhere else that isn't on the extreme end of being fast or slow is bad. There's a good reason why you sometimes want to be extremely slow. Right? What else is a bad? What else is a bad one? Every single Reggie except for Regieleki is bad. Regirock sucks. This thing is crap. Regirock is not good. Regice is not good. Registeel is not good. Like, they have a lot of bulk, but they have no way to recover. They don't get any recovery. They can explode, I guess. They don't exactly hit hard. They're just there, and they can't even wall. They can't really wall you either. They're just there. That's why the Reggies are not good, except for Regieleki. But like, yeah. There are some bad ones. There are some bad ones. Articuno, for the most part, is infamous for being pretty bad. The only reason why it did well in like a tournament was because of just RNG fishing with Snowcloak. Because it lets you avoid stuff when it's snowing. But you can't really do that in most competitive formats. That ability is not allowed. Again, like, it's not exactly fast. Right? Like, it's not exactly fast. It doesn't exactly hit hard. It's supposed to be a defensive ice type. But ice flying is terrible for a defensive Pokemon. It is a really bad type combination if your entire goal is to be defensive. You forget this game? This one. This one's good. It's not amazing or anything, but this one's pretty good. The Legends Arceus one is good. I like this one. Scarlet and Violet are open world, but it has its own other problems. Yeah, Ice is terrible for a defensive Pokemon. But yeah.
To feel that this was again a missed opportunity. Now, if you would, let's just take a moment to look back on what made Weather and Waves stand out. Kuro Games has built a reputation not only for its generosity, but
their generosity is so... It's Pepega. Misery Dungeon? I played like one. I played one Misery Dungeon game. You just played Red, Blue, Yellow. Fair enough.
It had created a reputation with also its events that felt fresh and engaging.
How are they fresh and engaging when it's just the same recycled crap you see elsewhere?
From Alloyed Smelt to the Desert Elusive Realms,
it is very hollow, man.
Something new and exciting to the table. However, with the recent 1.3 update, I am going to say, you know, with the introduction of...
Here's the other thing, man. Are you there to play the events or are you there to play the game?
the co-op event and with the infinite
what are you there for?
I feel like I'm starting to see a shift, if you would. There's a noticeable trend to both recycled content and the repetitiveness.
Yeah, in some ways it is. It is that way. And that's why I don't like it. There's a good reason why. Well, many reasons.
The co-op event, for example. While it was a lot of fun to play with friends during this event, taking down the bosses again, the core experience here still involves...
Honestly, Flagger, I hope not. You know why I hope not? Because we don't need WuWa again. I'd rather Azure Premilia do its own thing than be a WuWa killer. Why would you want a WuWa killer, man? Let WuWa kill itself. It's already doing that anyways. The co-op in WuWa is even worse than Genshin. If you've already seen how bad Genshin co-op is, it's even worse in WuWa. If Azure Premilia is not its own shit, then man, after I try it, I'm dropping it.
Involve fighting the same world bosses and the tactical hologram bosses that we have already encountered, just now in a co-op setting. It really felt to me that...
Oh wow, fighting the same thing you did before, but now because they let you do a multiplayer? Apparently that's a crazy new experience. What? I don't know, man.
Not that great or that unique of an experience. The only real twist here was that we're facing these bosses with friends. Now, this isn't in any which way, shape, form a real issue, but if more and more events start to feel like they're just simply reusing content or just becoming more repetitive without introducing new challenges or new experiences behind them, I could see something like this quickly becoming a problem.
It's already a problem.
Especially when events feel more like filler than really true engaging content.
Because that's what they are. Man, this guy really lacks that self-awareness, man. The amount of self-awareness this guy has, or rather doesn't have, is just really sad. Yeah, I hope not, because if it is, I mean, I'm not gonna play it. If it is.
Content, there's a real risk of losing player interest. And we all know what that leads to. Players start getting bored. The inevitable comparisons to other games like Genshin Impact will surface from that. Players want to...
It already has been getting that. It is warranted. I don't know, maybe.
Feel challenged, rewarded.
But I'm very concerned on Azure Premilia. So, because I have no idea what the hell they're trying to do. I'd give it a try for sure, but
I'm just saying that
I am very skeptical.
Should be a little bit more cautious about falling into this trap of repetitive patterns with their events. It's just a small red flag for now, but I think it's one that is worth paying attention to, especially as we move forward, because in the end,
They only showed that one gameplay trailer
for
for Azure Familia.
to a much higher standard than its competitors,
They only showed the
such
one.
as Hoyoverse. So going ahead and wrapping things up, I will say it like this, that I do think that the Infinite Battle Simulator...
Man, my expectations for WuWa were already low. And they somehow made it worse. So sometimes that doesn't even work, man. My expectations going into WuWa were already rock bottom. And they somehow made it even worse. Just so you know. Of course, because one is actually trying to do something. And the other is just copying the same crap again. That we're all tired of. Yeah, then you have Snowbro doing, I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. I'll keep playing it for as long as they'll give me free crap. But, you know, I totally get and understand where everyone else is coming from. I totally do. And I'm with you there. We'll have to wait and see, but... You know, I'm just always gonna be skeptical on these things. Oh, for sure.
It was a decent little event, but it definitely didn't live up to its potential in my personal opinion. It felt very underwhelming to me, and honestly, it felt like a filler event that just didn't match the level of creativity that I have come.
Kuro and creativity do not belong in the same sentence. What creativity, man? We're talking about Kuro games here. Since when are they creative? Since when is Kuro games creative, man? Since when?
To expect from Kuro games. The structure of this event didn't add anything really new. The lack of creativity was a letdown. And
Because there
this
isn't
game,
any.
as such a dynamic world that it has,
What dynamic world?
I just hope that for future events, we will see it
Yeah.
do a better job of tapping into this creativity that we have seen from Kuro games in the past.
Where is the creativity? I have not seen any. Where is their so-called creativity, man?
I'd love to see Kuro games explore more events with deeper mechanics or add elements of unpredictability. Maybe we can get that true infinite horde mode someday that we already talked about, where you're pitted against one wave after another wave of enemies that just keep...
Oh, I dropped it. Yeah, I dropped it. Oh, I dropped PGR. I don't think I'm ever gonna play it anymore. Like, here's the thing, man. You saw the last couple of times I streamed PGR. It was just me going through chores and nothing else, man. I would pull the new character, I would, you know, go build up the character, and then do what? The same thing over again. I got tired of it. The events in PGR, we all know they're garbage. Right? We all know. We all make fun of the PGR events, man. No, they don't. They don't.
Getting stronger until you're finally taken down. That kind of event could add an...
PGR had a bunch of cool stuff in there, don't get me wrong. It's just that eventually I just got tired of doing only chores in there all day. Sure, I got to auto-clear them, which was nice. But that's all I was doing there, because there really isn't anything there. You know, at some point you also get tired of just doing the repetitive combat stuff there too. Which I did get tired of. But that's its own other situation there. Right, and like the thing is, like, yeah, I know they're gonna have a DMC collab. That's great. But at the same time, I'd rather just go play a DMC game than do it there. Like, just let's be honest, I have the ability to go play a Devil May Cry game if I wanted to. I'd rather go do that than do it in whatever cope shit they put in there. You quit Honkai 3rd because their stories got yappy, like they used to skip all you want. They get shit done, now you're forced to walk sections? Yeah. Because the reality is, it's not even worth it, man. With Genshin, I thought I could milk it further. With PGR, you can't really, who cares? Like, no one's gonna care. Literally no one would care if I was to do that. Yeah, some of the events in ToF though, like, I just do it because it's like, oh yeah, I can just put it on the stream in the background. Reality is the stream is more of just hanging out here.
Edge to weather
But we
noise,
wait
my
for new
personal opinion,
stuff.
that few other gacha games offer.
Like what?
In the meantime,
What is WuWa offering that I can't get elsewhere? They haven't offered anything in WuWa that I cannot get elsewhere. They haven't. Like, if I wanted better combat, there's... Combat in gacha games are a dime a dozen, man. There are so many freaking, there are so many combat, gacha games out there with a bunch of waifus that are hot and attractive that I could go play. Why would I specifically want to do WuWa over the others? I would, like, if I wanted that, I would rather go play their other game in PGR then. At least there are some characters that I actually like there. Aether Gazer has something now. Aether Gazer has a PC client, right? They release a new story. Yeah, you finish it in 2 minutes. And it's back to the same boring thing again. Yeah, because the reality is you're just gonna skip. Who cares about the story? You're just gonna you're gonna skip through it all. You don't care about the story. You just want to spam the escape button as quickly as possible. Because the story is complete garbage. That's the reality. People are confusing an expanded, crazy-ass lore dump of a bunch of random jargon with an actual good story. Even if ToF doesn't exist, man, it's like they have never played a real game, that's why. They've never actually played a non-gacha game before. And their only experience with looking at games is whatever AAA slop gets put out there. I mean, I don't know about best, but like, they're okay, I guess. But some of them get really grindy.
I hope that for Kuro Games, they will take feedback like this to heart and keep pushing that envelope for these future
they
updates.
Don't. They've never played an actual game.
Better. All right, so that's my take on Infinite Battle.
So that's why they're completely lacking in all this self-awareness and stuff. There's another video here. You shouldn't chase after the best characters? Oh boy. Here's something there. Do we look at this? There was 2 other WuWa videos as well on top that I was also sent. And then we'll go do the ToF story and then we'll look at the rest of the reacts after. Snowbro, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do now. I have no idea. Oh wait, we haven't looked at the Snowbro trailer yet.
Battle Simulator event and...
You know what? From what's described to me of Monster Hunter, I'm gonna be honest, if Monster Hunter is the exact game that people describe to me that I've heard, I don't want to play Monster Hunter. That is just my honest take on that. There's a reason why I didn't like Grand Blue Relink. I played Grand Blue Relink at the beginning of the year. You know, the combat was okay. Right? But when it came to the core game itself, the core game is garbage. Because there's no fucking game. It's just me fighting a bunch of trash mobs in a stupid circle with a timer. Well, it wasn't always a circle. They changed the thing in the room. But it was just a grind fest of me doing the same thing. Right? You can tank controls not fluid at all. Fair enough. Right? But like... You know, you can't give me half-assed East combat and then mix it with Monster Hunter gameplay. Right? And if Monster Hunter gameplay is just that without the thing there, I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna go spend 1k hours just to do that. I'm like, fuck no. I don't want to do that, no. If I don't want to do it in one of these gachas, why would I want to do it in a different game? Right? Like, no. Like, you know what? I'll give Relink that. I'll give Relink one thing. They have a lot of cool characters to play. If only the game would let you actually play the game. That is not necessarily true. I do like other types of games too. Right? You use cheats to get all the shit. Yeah, fair enough. I don't blame you. But then here's the thing. You use all the cheats, you get everything, you can finally play the game. But then you realize there's no fucking game when you actually get to that point. You use the cheats to get everything, and then what? You realize there's no game. That's just the reality, man. You realize there's no game after you do that. There's no fucking game. Right? Like, you go do it, the cheat and railing, that doesn't fix the problem. That's why I don't like it. I'm glad I didn't buy it. I'm glad someone gave it to me, because I like, if I bought Relink, I would have refunded it if I figured that was what was gonna happen. If I bought freaking Relink myself, and I realized that was what's gonna happen, I would have just refunded it. Like, some games, I'll still play it a lot, even like off stream. There are games I'll play off stream that I beat that are really short, that I still have fun with, even though I already finished the game. There are. But like, you know, you have to actually have the game organically feel like, give me a reason to do it. Yeah, fair enough. Right, but not everyone's gonna do it. Some people, they wanna. It is a bit more convenient not to. Right, like for me, sometimes I'll play a game on my computer, and then when I'm out or something, or don't want to play on my computer, I'll go move the game onto my Steam Deck. Right, having cloud saves, very convenient for me. I do it all the time. Right, I use my Steam Deck a lot. But like, you know. Sometimes they have conveniences like that, right? But I totally get it, right? I totally do. Sometimes you just do that. Right? But yeah. You can hunt whatever you want, fair enough, but again, like, if it's just gonna be a grind fest, I don't care. Like, for me personally, if your entire game is a grind fest, I'm just gonna question where the fuck the game is. Because the reality is, if your entire thing's a grind fest, you have no actual content other than the very little pieces of content you put in there. You're just artificially inflating my playtime by making me grind like crazy. That is my take on that. And if that's all your content is, well, fuck it.
I'd love to hear from all of you. Did you enjoy this event, or did you also feel, you know, a little bit of a letdown from it? Was it a little bit too repetitive for you as well? Drop your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for the channel for more Weather and Waves content. So, as always, guys.
Yeah, that's what killed it for you. In Monster Hunter case, they have cool monsters to fight, yeah, but they gatekeep it in thousands of hours to grind. Yeah, like, that's all it is, man. I'm like, no.
Thanks for hanging out with me, and until next time, always remember, keep it classy.
Alright, here, let's go see if we can find the Snowbreak trailer. Snowbreak. Is there a new one? 2.3. Okay, here we go. Okay, there's a desert here. Oh, it's Freesia. Do they not have... Does someone have the Bilibili link? I have a Bilibili account, man. And if you have a Bilibili link to this, I'll just watch the Bilibili version. Oh wait, no, this guy re-uploaded in HD, okay. Because, like, if someone had the Bilibili link, I could just open it on Bilibili. I do have an account there. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, that's the problem, man. If I'm gonna be spending all my time doing the grinding and not playing the game, right? Like, I don't care then. Right? Like, you know what? Like, just let me actually play the game. Here's the thing, though. With the Souls-like games, you can pick up and play the game. There are people who literally do naked challenge runs of Dark Souls. you can go and do that. Right? The game will actually let you do that. You can go and pick up and play a Souls game, and you can play it. If you suck at it though, of course you have to get better. But you actually can just play the fucking game. The game will let you do it. It's not going to stop you artificially. Right? Like, it's not going to artificially stop you. That's something people forget about Souls-like games. Elden Ring is the same thing. You can, for the most part, do anything in Elden Ring in whatever order you want. Right? The game won't stop you. The only way it stops you is your inability to go and get around it. But you can play it how you wanted to. You're free to do so. Okay. Let's just get back into this then. Yeah, like the grind is shit, yeah. You don't want to kill 50 Elder Dragon breaking its head to get a percent chance to get the shit to make it a piece of a set. Yeah, that does not sound cool. Okay, she's walking the desert here. Is Masha also gonna appear? We have Yao here. I feel like Masha would fit the theme here though. Like Masha's design would fit the theme here very well. The booba bullet dodge, man. Look at this booba bullet dodge. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that is. How the hell you can pull that off? Oh, is she mad because she couldn't do that? Because she's flat? Almost hits the booba. I haven't really thought about a favorite, man. Why are they really looking at the fact she's flat? Everyone wants to be Matrix so bad, I know, right? Okay, is that her skill or something? Wait, is this sniper or something? Wait, is she using sniper? I see a scope on there. Sniper? She got sniper? Almost all. Doesn't mean all. You know, for some people, they'll do other things instead. Instead of, like, doing all that grinding shit, man. People out there actually just want to play the goddamn game and not grind the same thing for hours on end. Like, that's just the reality, man. Oh, is she tired? Yeah, she looks like Sniper. You're touching the hip, the thing that she has on her hips, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what the fuck? This is obviously not, this is obviously really fucking Pepega. Why are you leaning on this guy's back like this? This is not a stable position if you needed a place to mount so you could snipe something. I'm sorry, what? The fuck is this? You prefer to play Dragon's Dogma than Monster Hunter because it's much better in terms of drop rate and actual character level progression? Fair enough. Yeah, Sniper. Wait, why is she shooting so fast? Wait, she has like a wait. What was her dash? Oh, she has like a special ammo here. You run and then she gets special ammo. Okay. Well, we'll give her a shot. We'll try her out, obviously. Is this new Cirrus? No shot this is not getting censored, man. This is a new Cirrus outfit, but no shot this isn't getting censored. What the fuck is this? They're obviously gonna censor this, man. This Freisha outfit? She's hiding in the box. Yeah, I'm worried too, man. Why is she hiding in the box? What the fuck? How strong is Freisha? How strong is Freisha? God damn! God damn, she got yeeted! Cirrus got yeeted off of that box! She got yeeted off of that box! What the fuck? She got yeeted! She freaking got yeeted, man! She got yeeted! Look at this! Wait. I'm not ignoring it. The other people might, but I'm not. I'm not. I even told you guys, man, they wanted us to damage control. I told you I wasn't gonna damage control for them. And I don't accept the half-ass solution of changing a file in there. Or I don't accept that as a half-ass solution to the problem. Either. Like, I'll do it, but it's not an actual solution. Because the problem is still present. I only count it as a solution when the problem is gone. Not if the problem is present. I will never accept anything as a solution to a problem if the problem still exists. But that's me personally. That's how I stand by for things. If they're like, unless you actually get rid of the problem, you didn't solve it. The problem is still there. At most, I'll call it a band-aid. Yeah, the other ones, yeah, they're a bit different, man. The other ones are a bit different. But you guys know me, at least. They actually have it censored here, man. They already know they have to censor it. They already know. Look at this censorship right here. They already know they have to censor it. This is definitely getting censored. It's censored right there. They already know. Oh, look! Oh, Anya! New outfit for Anya! Too bad we can't see it. You know, here's the irony, man. If you're gonna cover it up like this, with this white censor fog, now it just it implies the fact that she's not wearing anything. Here's the problem with this style of censorship. I know the underboob was censored, I know. Or you can see it right there. Yeah, it's right there, I know. It's right there. It's right here. It's censored right there. And here's the thing with this one, man. Okay. You know, I see that there's no clothing strap or anything here. You're blocking here where the booba is. So now in your mind, it makes you think that she doesn't have anything there. So it makes you think in your mind now that her booba is exposed, and you can see if you remove the freaking sensor fog, that there's nothing there, just her booba hanging out. If you think about it, this is like the reality of when you put this type of censorship there and hide it. Because now if you're like making it blatantly obviously that you're hiding something there, and people can't see exactly or get an idea of what you're hiding, now the only thing left is to assume that there's nothing there, so her booba is exposed. But they're covering it up with this white fog. Am I right or am I wrong? Like that's the thing though. When you see that type of stuff being used to block something, it's usually because, you know, you're trying to hide something. If you're trying to hide something like that, and people have no context for what you're hiding, now it makes it worse. The reality is sometimes, if you censor something, if you don't do it properly, you actually make the censored product worse. Because now it implies that you're actually hiding something. And it could be far worse than what you were hiding. Okay, trenching outfit? Logistics squad? Okay, Diana. Oksana. Okay, and Altace. Sure. A puzzle event? Okay. Oh, it's one of those, fit everything in. Is this just a new boss? Game mode? It is, okay. I mean, this is the usual stuff. This is the usual game modes, yeah. Okay, the on-rail shooting thingy, yeah, okay, another one of these. Okay, new boss is a sandworm. The running speed is cool, at least. Wait, what the hell's up with her skills? Like, she's just always running. That's kind of cool, at least. Okay, wait, there's two of them? The fuck? There was two hella bosses. Another furniture scene, okay. The running you like, yeah. Okay, Fanny here is censored? Why is Fanny's leg censored and what's between her legs? Again, case in point, now it makes you think she has no pantsu on. Now it makes you think that her pussy's exposed. Down there between her legs was they're opened up. And he's trying to touch something there. Or who knows what. This is the problem when you censor things like this. Right? You censor shit like this. I'm actually kind of shy. Think about it, man. You don't know what's going down there. All you see is this white fog here. Blocking everything. Who knows what's being shown down there? The freaking... The medicine is like the freaking thing, man. It implies worse. This honestly just implies worse. This is the problem with this type of censorship. It just makes it worse than whatever they were trying to hide. If they were trying to hide her other leg, right? If they were trying to hide her right leg, well, they made it worse. Right, new map, of course. But yeah, that's why sometimes you have to be careful. At least it gets the CCP overlords off their backs. They don't realize whatever they have to censor with makes it worse. They don't realize, man. They don't realize they actually made it worse. Sometimes censorship just backfires. They don't realize they made it worse. They don't realize. Of course, they're just out of touch, man. So, alright, this thing was posted. What else are we gonna go through? Or do we do this after?
Lately, I've been seeing more and more messages come my way about a certain topic in Wuthering Waves. It seems like that a lot of players, especially the new ones, are on a hunt for the best unit, consistently asking which character is the strongest, who should I pull for, or what team will give me the biggest damage numbers. And while there's nothing wrong with aiming for the top, I think that this chase for the meta is causing many players to miss the point that any unit can be as powerful as you want them to be if you put the time and the resources into them. So, good day to all you glorious legendary resonators, you absolute lovely bastards. My name is Fox Soul. Welcome back to the channel.
Why is he calling us
and
bastards?
Welcome to another conversation topic here on Wuthering Waves. And today we're gonna
Why
dive
the fuck does he want to keep calling us
the
bastards?
so-called best unit might not actually be the best approach, and why choosing characters you enjoy playing can lead to a better experience here in Wuthering Waves. So let's settle in and let's dive into this conversation together. So here's the deal. Most of the time I get questions, mainly from newer players, asking who's better, Unit A versus Unit B, who's the best DPS, which unit should I pull for? And well, here's my honest answer. Here in Wuthering Waves, it isn't about having the best character. It's about investing your time and resources into units that you enjoy. You're going to end up focusing on and heavily investing into characters regardless, so why not make it a unit that you actually enjoy playing? The truth is that each unit can be as powerful
and now you wonder why I don't even want to play it.
As you want them to be. And in that,
what if I don't have any?
Commit to leveling them up, maxing out their skills, and giving them the resources.
And what if I don't want to do that either?
They need to perform.
Otherwise, don't accuse them. I know, right?
Top tier to be effective. This game design allows for any unit to shine if you put work into it. So don't let the.
What if you don't want to? What if you just want to play the game? The thing is, even if you did you pulled the meta stuff in there, you wouldn't be able to play the game anyways.
The idea of
that's the reality.
Best character stop you from enjoying units that you are drawn to.
Yeah, if you have none, then what?
So let's take my Chang
Then
Li,
you have
for
me
example.
where there's no one I'm drawn
come
to.
into my stream, they'll see these big damage numbers that she's throwing up and immediately think, wow, Chang Li must be one of the best characters in this game. But what they don't see is that there is a massive investment of time and resources behind those numbers. The reality is that while Chang Li is good, she's not necessarily, you know, the best top tier character there is. And even when fully maxed out, In fact, she's nowhere near being the best if we're talking pure numbers at max level. People often overlook that resources and dedication that went into building her up to perform like this. So to get Chang Li to this point, I had to pump insane amount of resources and frankly financial investment into her as well. It's not something that happens overnight, and that's the point many people seem to miss. Instead of focusing on who's the best character, they should be asking themselves, am I ready to invest in a unit that I really love to make them perform at their best? And look, this
I just thought of a joke, man, that I should have said earlier. Because he kept saying invest, 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 or whatever. I thought of a funny joke that I should have said when we were talking about the character gender ratio problem in that video from like an hour ago. I just thought of a funny joke. And the funny thing there. It's like, yeah, sure, you can go identify as whatever. What if I identify as non-binary? As in, I don't want to buy anything. Spelling it as B-U-I. Yeah, I know, it's funny though. It's like, they complain about it everywhere else. And then WuWa gets a pass for some reason. But without my double standards, they don't have any, I know.
Brings me to another point. Resources. Let's be real. In Weathern Ways, resource management kinda sucks.
You don't
and it
say.
Can be really rough when starting out. It's not realistic
It's really
to
bad.
think that you can jump from one top tier character to the next without eventually hitting a wall.
Yeah.
With how this game's progression works, you're
It's
going
so
to be
bad.
spending a lot of time.
And if you don't, and the thing is, they force you to do it too. So if you don't even want to do that, then rip.
And materials on any unit you pick.
Sea of Flames, man. Sea of Flames in a ruined city, guys.
So if you're constantly chasing
Nice
the
job.
next best thing,
Burning
you're going
City,
to
I
end
know.
up with resource management being stretched out really.
Fuck, man. This makes even Sunset Heights from Sonic Forces look better. But even this looks better, man. And this is sad. This one's sad too. But hey, at least you can kind of believe it with the background. Right, as bad as Sonic Forces is, man. Like, you can at least see this freaking destruction going on here. Ignore the fact that we're like, that he's just running through it. Alright, the level's done now. After this, the level is done. The level's done. That's it, but hey, at least it's more believable. It's just funny how they make that more believable, man. They fucking make freaking Sunset Heights look good. From Sonic Forces. Right? It's one thing if this was the Shadow Generation Sonic Forces. Oh, wait, that's just the fan-made mod. Where's the Shadow Generations one? Oh, this is like a speedrun here. I can understand why it can be a bit hard to get used to it. But sometimes you just want to go fast. Like, if you want to go fast in a Sonic game, it's not always easy. Because it's like trying to play a freaking Mario game on crack sometimes. When you're trying to constantly go fast. The maps are enormous in the stages. Because you're just zooming through them. They have to be enormous. And they're always obstacles.
This is the ultimate power. Chaos control. This is the ultimate power. Let's do this. Chaos control.
Hey, you like Radical Highway, guys? I heard you guys like Radical Highway.
Think this will stop me?
Hopefully NT can come up with some cool transitions like this though. When they have the map transitions. Hopefully, man. They need to have Radical Highway, man. True, they gotta have the Radical Highway. Radical Highway bot. Understandable, man. Understandable. Right. It is fun though. The Shadow Generations is fun though. Yeah. Infinity Nikki seems pretty cool though from what I played. But that just because it freaking reminds me of playing a Mario game, man. Okay.
Then, the best unit in Weather Waves is really the one that you choose to invest in. I've said this so many times, whether it was on live stream or my Discord.
Then I guess every character in WuWa is bad. if he applied his logic to me, then everyone is bad. Because I choose no one.
Honestly, I start ignoring this question when it comes up now. Because at the end of the day, people sometimes just don't want to hear it. They want to know what there's.
Why is he even walking on this random ass floating road anyways?
It's all about the
Is he just farming trash mobs for materials?
That you like to play.
I think he's just farming trash mobs for materials here. Because why else would you be here?
Like to play, because here is the thing. Weathering Waves is largely a single-player video game experience. So there's no need to stress about other people's builds or their damage numbers. This game gives you the freedom to build and play however you like. I get comments all the time for people asking me why I'm
Largely, I
not
guess.
using specific characters
It's
together
only-
with this character, questioning my team compositions, criticizing my build, and honestly, it doesn't bother me. I build my teams the way I want, and I encourage you to do the same. At the end of the day, this game is about your enjoyment. Stop stressing about the meta or other people's builds, all these high damage numbers that you see. If you're spending more time worrying about what is the best rather than focusing on what is fun, instead of focusing on building your units and your characters the way you want to build them, then you're not getting the most out of Weathering Waves. Trust
Thinking there's
me,
nothing there.
once you let go of this meta-chasing mindset that the elitists apparently enjoy,
This is, you know what? I get it, but you're really not doing a good job of really putting it home on why it's stupid. This guy also doesn't understand why it's stupid. He's just saying don't do it, but he's not giving a reason why. Man. Yeah, let's just do the reacts later. Let's go back to... fuck, let's go do more of the... We'll do the story now. We'll go look at whatever else later. Let's go do the story. Yeah, it is quite slow. Honestly, it is like quite a difference in speed. You go look at that after. Yeah, it's... You finally cleared 56 grats. Grats, man. Grats on clearing 56. When you... 64 when? Bygone 64 when? When you gonna do 64? Wait. Oh, no wonder why it was weird. The audio from this. When you get Yulon, maybe? Well, good luck. Well, rip. Oh, there's a 1.0 rip, man. Gotta love Sunshine Coastline. It's okay. You can definitely see the jank and the scuff with it, but at least I don't hate it. I don't actively hate it. Okay. But yeah, Bygone 64 when? I can't go further, I'm stuck on 64. Because there isn't anything further yet. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's just everything they have in a nutshell, man. The presentation is really jank and scuffed. I need a mod where I can replace this motorcycle with Thomas the Tank Engine. So then I can ram into run over enemies as Thomas the Train. I need that now. Shadow Generations made me realize I need to run over things with Thomas the Train. Someone should make that as a joke. Because it's funny. They have like those weird mods in place. Yeah, let's go to the network map. I'll deal with the freaking thing here eventually later. Okay, no, I can just go to algorithm arc. Alright, commission ToF modder, true. Oh, what the fuck? Why did it crash? Why did it crash? What the fuck? The fuck just happened? Why did the game crash? Let me just reopen it. That is so weird. I have not touched the story yet. I need to go see Plotty. We need to go inspect Plotty's plots. We need to go look at Plotty's plots. Oh, they finally released the trailer in English. For Snowbreak. They just released the English trailer.
Authorization success.
You know, it's funny, it's like an hour after we watched the Chinese trailer of Snowbreak, they just released the game ToFLive, it crashed. True. It's too alive. It's too alive. They can't let us have the game be alive, man. They can't. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? I'm not sure I like where this is going, but let's have the bad news. The bad news is we took so long to restart the firewall. Antivirus capabilities have been severely impaired. The viruses have picked up on its weakened state and are aggressively attacking the network from all sides as we speak. So be prepared to encounter a high number of aberrants when you enter the surface layer. Restoring network functions from within the foundation layer will be more difficult now as well. Aberrants, so you're saying the Omnium Plague in that world is going to get even worse? That's right. ToFLive, we must die. Right. Good news is that thanks to things on finding the Omni reactors, beginning to develop a new terminal command. While restoring the firewall, it simulates the functions of the Omnium reactor, and I'm happy to report that it's finally past the testing phase. This new command allows your terminal to perfectly emulate the normal functions of a small-scale Omnium reactor from within the surface layer. That should save you a significant amount of time when searching for data singularities. Thank goodness, you also have good news for me, Plotty. At the very least, I have a way to deal with those unkillable aberrants in the network now. So there's no time to waste, so I should... Wait, I just remembered that your terminal is still running the test version of the new command. You'll have to delete it before installing the complete version. Seriously, how could you of all people forget something like that? Just come with me, I keep the program files somewhere else. Okay. Come on, can you walk faster, Plotty? Sorry, Authorizer, but actually there's nothing wrong with your terminal's new function. The real reason I brought you here is to present to prevent any unwanted listeners from hearing what I'm about to say. While I was restarting the firewall, I ran 3 separate in-depth scans of the system. I wasn't able to find any clues related to the false communication, but the lack of clues is a clue in and of itself. Care to elaborate? You completely lost me just now. Think you can explain things a little more clearly? I won't interrupt you again. Sorry, please continue. According to the firewall's operational logs, the network didn't experience any attack from the outside. In other words, when you were on the surface layer, the imposter communicated with you from within the network. But does that mean the false communication would have originated in... No, it can't be. When you eliminate all other options, even the impossible can become possible. And though this is the very first conclusion I've come to, it's the one I at least want to accept. So aside from me, there's another outsider inside the network. Your assumption is correct. Regardless of who it is, that person must be somewhere in Hycros. But if that's the case, you should be able to see them across the network from within Hycros, right? Precisely. Not only did they achieve their goal within the network, they did it while perfectly concealing their activities. There's no way our mystery agent could have accomplished this without help from some of the old diehards within Hycros. Judging from your tone, it sounds like you already have a few suspects in mind. Is there something you're not telling me? Like I mentioned before, the decision to send you into the network as the authorizer was met with plenty of opposition. There aren't many people who can successfully establish the cybernetic link with the network, but you're far from the only one. The reason I chose you out of everyone is because you're the only one I trust. What about the others? Ever since the Cataclysm, there have been endless debate within Hycros about continuing the construction of the Tower of Fantasy. With more and more districts establishing contact with one another, the arguing has only become more intense as each district weighs in on the matter. And the network, with the network down right now, this is the perfect opportunity for some of those voices to seize the network and suppress the Tower of Fantasy's construction. Naturally, there are others like you among them who can establish a cybernetic link with the network. You and Archon Elric are part of the Omnium Advocates, who hope to rebuild the Tower of Fantasy and use the Omnium technology to pave a way for Ida's future. The Conservatives, on the other hand, fear the power of Omnium. Correct. In order to send you into the network, we had to suppress a great deal of opposition to make matters worse. Our latest restart of the network caused some of the more neutral parties to side with the Conservatives. Because I don't have any evidence to prove you were deceived by an imposter, the Conservatives have started to suspect your capabilities. I was able to buy us some time, but if we don't find any concrete evidence soon, I'm afraid they'll move to select a new authorizer at the next meeting. Do you think someone within the Conservatives might have secretly access to the network? If they were trying to replace me or even force you to cede the network, control the network, then it would make a lot of sense. No wonder you dragged me over here after everything you've told me. It sounds like you already have a plan in mind, don't you? Our enemy is both cunning and covert. Not only were they able to slip past the firewall completely undetected, they also fooled you by making an enormous mistake. This means they not only know the rules of the network, but also how to use them to their advantage. That's why you'll be the only one to track them down within the network. Successfully restarting the firewall caused the enemy's plan to fail, and they will likely launch even more vicious counterattacks soon. The enemy is bound to leave a trail behind if they continue operating within the network, so I'll beat them at their own game. If they can use the rules of the network to mess with me, then I'll do the same to hunt them down. If they're creating false communications within the network, then they should definitely leave a few clues behind. Luckily, I happen to know an expert hacker who can help me with this. Looks like going through all the trouble to rescue your so-called friends wasn't entirely a wasted effort. Their skills should prove useful, very useful this time. It's in your hands now, Authorizer. We have to track down and neutralize the enemy before restoring the network. Or else, you'll have even more opportunities to wreak havoc. I agree. This person definitely poses a huge threat. I'll do my best to find them as soon as possible. Okay. Alright, let me just move the window a bit in the corner here. And adjust how I'm seated. Authorizer, I received a strange message for you. A strange message? Is there any way you can perform a safety scan on it? I don't want to fall for another trick like the last time. I'm afraid not. Sorry, Authorizer. It's fine. I was just asking a simple message. Shouldn't pose much of a threat, so let's see it. It's from Bagus. He says that Nola and Anka are hiding out in the Astra building, and that Team X is intercepting their communications. He wants you to regroup with them as soon as possible, and avoid any unnecessary messages. I see. Looks like we have to meet up and combine our strengths before heading out to rescue Grey Fox. I'm concerned that this may be yet be another trap. Are you worried that someone among us might be the enemy Plotty was talking about before? There are plenty of possible double agents like Bagus, Carol, Gunpowder, Rosalind, or even someone in Wednesday. It's too complicated for me to understand, but yes, I'm worried. I've given that some thought too. The persona Plotty made for me is that of a Kaleo researcher who just arrived in Esperia, but I don't have any close contacts here. It's easier to keep myself undercover. I'm certain our enemy is operating under a similar identity. All the people I mentioned have been living here for a long time, which means the enemy isn't likely to impersonate any of them. But then who could it be? I'm not sure, but we can be certain of at least two things. One, the enemy's relationship with other people should be fairly simple, like my own, and two, the enemy knows us extremely well. We don't have enough information to point us in the right direction until we find Grey Fox. We won't be able to make much progress either. For now, we just have to stick to our current path and deal with any changes that as they come. So what should we do now? Our top priority is finding and rescuing Grey Fox. Once we accomplish that, we can use our skills to track down the source of false communications. Let's head over to the Astra building. Understood. Now navigating to the Astra building. And that is over... Oh, it's over there.
Target eliminated.
Apparently there's a weird word search event thing on Snowbreak's Discord, where they have a really, really scuffed reward here. What the hell are people talking about on Discord here? You know, I kind of want to read what the hell's going on in Discord later. Because it sounds like there's something, there's some interesting things people are talking about. We might want to read through it later. When I just alt-tabbed to check something, because I was like pinged on Discord. And then I realized, oh, it's just a weird Snowbreak community event thing that I'm never gonna do anyways. Because I never do those weird ones they have on their Discord anyways. Because I just don't find them worthwhile. And besides, it's not like I need whatever they give from them. It's not like it would like make use of it anyways. Might as well have let other people get them. Alright, let's go in here. Indoor zone. Do you see Nola or Anka anywhere, Mia? No. The Astra building is enormous. Where could they be hiding? Keep an eye on our surroundings, Mia. I'm starting to think this really is a trap. I found something. Is it the enemy? It's a marking. Come take a look, Authorizer. Alright, we need to follow Anka's mark. Detect another one out of Uncle's signs over here. Then let's go. There's another one there. Elevator time. It's fine, Mia. Even if it's a trap laid by Astrada, it thinks he knows where Wednesday is hiding right now. We should be able to use him to find our friends. Another mark on the ground here. Wednesday or Team X. Why did I hear random cat noises? The fuck were those random cat noises? The fuck? Why do I hear random cat noises? Oh, you sure I'm not? You sure? You sure you didn't hear him? Look at the fan art there. Very nice. Free item.
It's you, researcher! Ugh, for a second we thought those jerks finally found us.
Okay.
What took you so long to get here? We left that message with Bagus ages ago. Any longer and the boss and I would have taken the fight straight to Asurada at the Public Security Bureau.
Uh-huh.
It's okay, Anka. I'm here now. Bagus only said that you were somewhere in the Astra building, but it took a lot of efforts to find you guys. Why don't you start by telling me why you're here of all places?
It's an exciting story, let me tell you. It all started that day when me and Rosalind were...
It's all thanks to Mr. Bagus. When Asurada appeared at the tavern that day, Mr. Bagus was the one who tipped off Anka about Team X, giving her time to escape.
Okay.
After you used a space rift to escape, I found an opening during my fight with Asurada and took off on my motorcycle. When I met up with Anka, Bagus informed us that our communications were being monitored, so he set up this hideout.
Why didn't you tell the boss you were gonna use a space rift to make your getaway, researcher? She would have been a lot safer if she went with you, you know?
Oh. Well, I wanted to...
Odin's Tavern has always been a major player in...
I couldn't even read what the hell they just said there.
And as its owner, his reputation precedes him.
You know, here, I'm gonna go
From
back.
him and folks are falling over themselves to lend a hand.
I'm gonna go back and read what I missed. Well, I wanted to bring her along, but the space rift wasn't charged enough to stay open for long enough. For long, I couldn't make it in time. Speaking of Bagus, I had no idea he had such connections. Thank God I'm streaming it, so I can always go back and read it.
He may look like your friendly neighborhood grandpa, but he's got a deadly side. Word on the street is, he once took down 3 men with nothing but a pencil.
Okay.
Stop scaring the researcher, Anka. You've broken more cups at the tavern than anyone can count, and yet Mr. Bagus has never pointed a pencil at you.
Yep.
Aw, come on, boss. Leave the bullying to Grey Fox. If both of you start teaming up on me, I don't know how much longer I'll last in Wednesday.
That reminds me. Has either of you found any clues
I'm
about
gonna
her
turn on the
location?
fan. It's getting warm here.
I could really use her help with something right now.
Nada. Not a trace. It's like she just vanished. Rosalind scoured Lucius's logs, communications, and even his computer. But there was absolutely nothing.
Oof.
The Fang Gang hit a dead end too. They asked everyone from petty thugs to top mercs, but no one's heard a peep about her.
That's not
What
good.
about Lucius? Where is he now?
In the hospital. Apparently he's starting to recover, but there's no telling when he'll wake up. The doctors want to use medicine to wake him, but the Aurora industry lawyers keep denying him treatment. It's like they're stalling for time or something.
I don't have time to wait for him to wake up. I'll drag him, the doctors, and the meds out of the hospital if I have to. I need answers now.
Straight to the point, huh? I like it.
Same here. It's just... won't this make Rosalind even more upset?
Probably.
Maybe I should buy her a gift ahead of time?
T-Max is monitoring the entire city through the Public Security Bureau. We'll have to take this abandoned underground passage to avoid getting caught. This way. The tunnels down here are complicated and it's easy to get lost, so stay close.
Yeah, they're definitely abandoned, guys. The tunnel is definitely abandoned. So abandoned that we see guards everywhere. Definitely abandoned.
Long been set. Finally, the protagonists take the stage.
Oh, Asurada's here. Wait, what the fuck? Why does this not have a cooldown? Yeah, I don't know. I can't even swim. Wait, now I can. Why does it feel bugged, man? Lynn's skill is just not working here. Why don't I have my second Nola skill either? This is weird. EM blade, guys. EM blade. Oh, there goes my EM blade.
You left the squad on your own. No one will be responsible if something happens.
What are you
doing?
the heir of the Todd family. You're all as
What?
good as dead.
What the hell is he doing? Rip EM blade though. Failed to
Why are you
transfer.
looking at me like that? Aside from me, the clueless rich kid with good connections, everyone else on Team X is either a senior investigator or a veteran soldier. It took a lot of planning to put on this little show, you know. But on to more serious matters. I paid Wednesday a substantial sum of money to complete a certain request. However, since you failed to carry out your mission, all of your subsequent operations will now be under my command.
What?
Are you talking nonsense? Or have you completely lost it?
You mean you don't know? I see. And here I thought Aglia, or rather, Gray Fox, had figured it out a long time ago.
Gray Fox? I mean, what are you talking about? We don't know any Gray.
Let it go, Anka. He clearly knows Gray Fox's true identity. Tell me, Asarada, what exactly is this request you mentioned?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to talk to someone with an actual brain. The truth is, I am Phantom, the one who hired Wednesday to steal file 049 from Aurora Industries. I paid a deposit of 500,000 Norn, and yet I received nothing in return. As your employer, I've decided to change the terms instead of demanding my money back. Surely that's acceptable to you, yes?
Researcher, another DM from Phantom just came through on the Darknet forum. They're changing the terms and want us to follow Asarada's lead from now on. The top-rated employer on the forum with the most orders and the biggest payouts? That was you?
Okay.
Why did you put your own sister in such danger, you fool? Because of you, the Federation is hunting us down. And her...
Forgive me, Miss Nola, but it was all an accident, and I'm just as much a victim as any of you. At the time, one of my subordinates mentioned that Aurora Industries had stolen a very important file related to Omnium technology. I figured Lucius had simply stolen yet another file from one of his competitors. Thinking it would interest you, I posted the request with the full expectation that you would accept it. However, I had no idea that the stolen file was actually Federation property.
Quit lying! Team X is hunting us down over file 049, and you're their captain. There's no way you didn't know about this.
Yeah.
Do you honestly believe I would have gotten Aglia involved if I knew it was a classified Federation file? Furthermore, I'm not foolish enough to give you petty thieves an advantage over Lucius.
Pretty bold of you to look down on Wednesday like that. Remind me, who was the one who offered us 1 million Norn for our services? You were so scared I'd turn down your offer that you stayed up all night just to reply to me.
1 million Norn may seem like a large sum to you, but it's nothing to people like us. Besides, I only went to all that trouble for Aglia's sake, not for you or anyone else.
For Gray Fox? What does she have to do with this?
Your ignorance is astounding, I must say. Did it ever occur to you that a young lady her age needs plenty of rest in order to grow into a healthy adult? Of course not, because all you care about is making your paltry wages. That's why you kept Aglia awake at all hours of the night, forcing her to open password-protected safes and whatnot.
So let me get this straight. You were worried that your sister wasn't sleeping enough, so you offered Anka 1 million Norn job to stop her from keeping Gray Fox awake at night. But when you made the request, you had no idea that the Aurora Industries file was actually file 049, which was property of the Federation.
Yep.
Correct. And as a result of my careless actions, our rotten father must have locked her away to avoid arousing the Federation's suspicions. I can't bear it any longer, which is why I need you people to rescue her.
Your rotten father? That sounds kind of familiar. Hey, Anka, could you play Gray Fox's last recorded message?
I got locked up by that rotten jerk. It's my fault for being so careless, but...
I see. So when Gray Fox said that, she wasn't talking about Lucius at all. She was talking about her dad. Your guys' dad.
Of course.
Yep.
Who else could make someone disappear so completely but our father? A man with countless connections all over the city. He has always been the kind to do things for our own good. But in truth, he does nothing but give orders.
If you ask me, he's more interested in protecting his business assets than protecting his own daughter. I'd expect nothing less from Tepin Todd, a man known for his ruthless pursuit of profit.
To be honest, my father... Never mind. If there are no further objections to the change of terms of our agreement, then I will require your full cooperation from this point on. My father always taught me that formalities always come before business. Before we officially begin, I should call him as a courtesy. But it seems the signal is too poor down here. We'll need to find a place with better reception first.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna go look at his log.
Todd Family Residence, Frey speaking. How may I assist you?
Hello, Frey. I wish to speak to my father.
Understood. I'm okay, sir.
That cough still hasn't
There was
gone
simply
away?
a delay in my medicine
Are you not taking
delivery
your medicine
this
as
week.
prescribed?
It was due to an update in the hospital system, so please don't hold it against the doctor, young master. Your father is ready to receive your call now. Understood. I'm okay, sir. There was simply
Where's
a
the
delay in my
coughing?
medicine delivery this week. It was due to an update in the hospital system, so please don't hold it against the doctor, young master. Your father
Damn,
is ready to
that's
receive your call now.
They repeated it
Good day,
twice.
sir. This is Henderson speaking. Your father just finished with an important meeting and is now having a cup of tea. He will be with you momentarily.
The fuck
Why
was
do you
that?
have two stewards working for you?
First off, we have a steward at each of our residences, so we have way more than just two. On top of that, someone as capable as Frey has his own assistant. But Henderson is my father's personal valet. He's just filling in as steward at our new place for now.
This had better be important, Asurada. I'm joining several high-level Federation members for a round of golf soon, so you have exactly 5 minutes to tell me whatever it is you need to tell me.
I'll dispense with the unnecessary small talk then, Father. I would like for you to release Aglia.
We've been over this already, Asurada. I had you appointed as captain of Team X specifically to prevent the Federation from uncovering Aglia's history as a hacker. My conditions for releasing her are still the same. Eliminate every member of Wednesday, find a scapegoat to take the fall as Grey Fox, and ensure that Aglia is no longer being pursued.
First of all, we never discussed anything regarding Team X. You simply forced me to comply after putting Aglia under house arrest. Secondly, when she finally reconnects with the outside world, I don't want her first discovery to be that her father and brother joined forces to eliminate all of her friends.
We have no other choice, Asurada. Ace's refusal to disband Wednesday gave Meryl the chance to dig up the truth. You're now our final hope to protect Aglia.
And that's precisely the reason I accepted my assignment as captain of Team X. But now that I've had time to investigate the entire matter, I realize that your plan is far from reasonable.
Okay.
The members of Wednesday are skilled and trustworthy, and Aglia values them highly as friends. For that reason, I believe they are more valuable to us alive rather than dead.
What value could a lowly band of thieves possibly have? Now stop wasting my time, Asurada. The sooner you finish them off, the sooner Aglia can regain her freedom.
I'm afraid I must refuse, Father. You raised me to be your successor, and now I must consider our family's future. I'll prove the value of keeping Wednesday alive to you, and then I will convince Secretary General Kieran to pardon them, thus cementing the Todd family's honorable status in the eyes of the entire Federation. That is my plan, and now it is your turn to accept it.
You're walking on thin ice, Asurada.
Unfortunately, they're just
Is the
reading
last
lines,
person
man.
you want to provoke, so...
All right, enough with the formalities. It's go time. Just follow my lead, and I can guarantee a smooth rescue for Aglia.
Man, I don't know what the hell they have going on for voice direction, but man. It is just so sad and scuffed. All they're doing is just reading the lines. It is sad and scuffed, man.
Smooth rescue? How are we supposed to do that now that you've taunted the enemy and given away our next move? Plus, we still don't know where Grey Fox is being held.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, it sounds like a guy,
My father may
true.
have placed Aglia under house arrest, but that doesn't mean he would subject his beloved daughter to any further indignities. She's probably lounging in some villa, cut off from the world, but pampered like a queen.
I see. Then all we have to do is go through a list of the Todd family's properties. Let's see. Oh no. How are there so many of them?
Would you like to hear an interesting story about my cousin? One day, she was driving down the road when she saw a beautiful villa and decided to buy it. But when she looked up the owner's information, she was surprised to discover that she had already purchased it long ago and had simply forgotten about it.
The fuck, man?
You just can't resist flaunting your family's wealth, can you? If you're actually going to help us rescue Grey Fox, then I suggest you keep your nonsense to yourself.
It's hardly nonsense, my dear. I mentioned that we assign different stewards to each of our estates, yes? Because Henderson, the steward I just spoke to, has most likely been assigned to the seaside villa that my father recently purchased. If so, then Aglia is definitely being held there. I will show you the way, but you three will be in charge of the rescue operation itself. Come with me.
Wait, Aserada. If you knew all this, and all it took was a single phone call to find out Grey Fox's location, why haven't you rescued her yourself? By asking us to do it, it looks like you're just setting us up.
You're as perceptive as they say, Miss Nola. Rest assured, everything I've said up until this point is entirely truthful. The last thing I want is for my sister to spend the rest of her life hating me for hurting her friends. The reason I require your assistance is because my own subordinates are loyal only to the Todd family name, which means they would never choose me over my father. You three, on the other hand, will
They must be
surely help me
getting
if
paid
it
in
means
social
rescuing
credits.
Aglia.
Yeah,
So,
maybe.
in spite of all your money, you came to us for help because you can't trust anyone around you, huh? Suddenly, I'm not all that jealous of you.
Come, it won't do to keep Aglia waiting. Relax. They'd probably be glad to see me gone. They'll just put someone else in charge.
Why is that?
An infamous profiteer and his incompetent son have been placed in charge of a team of elite soldiers and highly trained agents. How would you feel if you were in their position? Besides, I'm acting on my own this time, which means they can wash their hands of any blame if something really happens to me. Why would they squander such a perfect opportunity by rescuing me?
God damn, this slow NPC walk.
We have arrived.
Huh? The fuck? Did you say Seaside Villa? It's still pretty far from the ocean.
I told you already. Your little gang of thieves is more useful to us alive than dead. The time has come to prove your worth, so I require your full cooperation.
Budge! You were never going to help us rescue Grey Fox, were you? Nola was right. This was all just a trap to get rid of Wednesday.
No. Trust me. This is all part of the plan. In order to rescue Aglia, you must first demonstrate your ability to cure aberrance. Only then will we have a chance to obtain a pardon from Secretary General Kieran.
Did you just call them aberrants? So you've known about the Omnium incident all along?
Of course.
Yep.
Team X is responsible for stifling any mention of the Omnium incident. Our duties include, but are not limited to, eradicating aberrants, purging any online information related to them, and restricting the freedom of anyone who knows about their existence.
Aberrants? Omnium incident? What are you two talking about?
Stay out of it, Anka.
What exactly are you after?
I thought the conversation with my father made that perfectly clear, no? I'm helping you prove the value of your lives by demonstrating that you have the ability to cure aberrance. I have recording devices installed to capture the process, which I will present to Kieran when the time comes. The Secretary
you have a good
General
night,
couldn't
Zedmeister.
possibly refuse such a powerful secret in exchange for pardoning Wednesday for its crimes. And the one who facilitates the entire process will be me, Asurada Todd. This all but guarantees that our family name will command even more respect within the Federation. Wouldn't you agree?
If you're so sure that this secret is enough to guarantee our safety, then why didn't you just tell us sooner? I'm sure we would have agreed to your plan if we knew it was in our best interest.
What?
Surely
I
you
know
just.
limit temptation.
I only suspected that
Welcome,
you were capable
welcome.
of curing aberrance. And if I was wrong, I would have had no choice but to carry out my father's original plan to protect Aglia. But I've already played my part. The rest is up to you three, and I will be watching very closely. The stage is set and the cameras are rolling. Prove your ability to cure aberrance, or I will report your tragic deaths to Aglia and tell her that I was too late to save you.
You really are out of your mind.
Don't say that, Miss Nola. If you succeed, I'll even request a few Defense Force files from Secretary General Kieran on your behalf. I'm certain you will be thanking me by the time this is all over.
That crazy bastard. If that's how he wants to play, we'll just blast through these walls and get out of here.
But boss, if we break out like that, won't the aberrants escape too? They'll turn the innocent people outside into their next meal, right?
Okay. Didn't think they would use Plotty's newest invention in a situation
Fine,
like this.
Anka. I really do have a way to cure them, but I need you guys to buy me some time.
Alright, I'll see you later, no limit temptation. So, anyways, answering your question from earlier. What do you mean, lack of power creep? There is a lot of power creep in Genshin. What do you mean, lack? The only thing is you don't see it because they're hiding it from you. But there is actually a lot of power creep in Genshin. There is actually a lot. There is a lot of power creep in Genshin. People just don't understand what the hell they're looking at and like don't understand anything there. That's the reality. But there is indeed power creep in Genshin. There is. There is a lot. So, the answer to your question is no. Because they aren't lacking in power creep. They aren't. There is a lot. We even looked at it the other day. He's like, I just like, because it was like, it helped me like, with a specific point I had to make on something. Alright, we're in here now. In this part of the map. This place is dangerous, you should not be here. Wait, don't force me out of the foundation layer again. I still have so many questions to ask you. Stay on your guard, the enemies are about to appear, but your reinforcements will be here soon. Reinforcements? I promised surely that I would not immediately remove you from the foundation layer. Even so, you should leave as soon as possible. The defense forces are not to be trifled with. But there is a lot. You can even check if you bother looking at the stats of enemies. Because, like, there is actually a lot. And characters, the newer ones, do a lot more damage than a lot of the older units. And it's actually quite crazy. It's just that people don't really realize it until it's too late. Like, they have, like, really weird spikes and stuff like that. And the thing is, if you're using the newer characters, you're using the newer characters, so you don't notice it as much. But if you were to take some of the older characters and bring them to the newer content, you'll see just how, like, you'll really see. Like, a good example is regular trash mobs in Natlan are literally tankier than older bosses from Mondstadt. Like, even the freaking weekly boss in Dvalin is weaker than regular trash mobs in Natlan. Just regular trash mobs that you'll find all over the place are tankier than the fucking first boss, weekly boss that they put in the game. But a lot of people don't know, and they haven't bothered to look. You can go find it if you go look for yourself on the Honey Hunter website or whatever it's called. You can find all the enemy stats and stuff on there if you want to dig through it. It's really funny and crazy when you think about it. Like, there was that whole situation with, what was that guy? The Nivo whatever guy? Nivo whatever his name was? There was drama on him a while back. But the alteration virus is here. But are you there? This time there might really be trouble.
Greetings. We are the 5th Aerospace Assault Team of the Joint Defense Forces Temporal Anomaly Response Force. Our current mission is to make contact with Void Piercer Entity 11856 in this area of hyperspace.
Please state your ID, unit number, and current mission. The Temporal Anomaly Response Force of the Joint Defense Force? What in the world is that? Isn't this the foundational layer?
Second Lieutenant Jana.
Second Lieutenant Jana of Frontline Command. ID number T118, reporting in.
Yep.
Acknowledged. Second Lieutenant Jana, please deliver your report.
Construction of the reshaping tower in the target area is now complete, and the Void Girl is currently pursuing a Bastion-level Void Piercer. An unidentified civilian was also discovered in the area, and has been assigned case number UE5571. Note, the unidentified civilian joined forces with the Void Girl to fend off the Bastion-level Void Piercer and appears to be friendly. Please advise on how to proceed.
Yeah, that must be me. Are they referring to Void Piercer in the
Your status has
appearance?
been acknowledged.
Okay.
Command will send an assault team to assist the Void Girl in battle.
They're here to help the Void Piercer fight? Okay. What are they doing here and why? Yeah.
In addition, the mission has been reassigned to the Desert Sands Outpost, which is located in the Varun district of Oderic. Your orders are to gather all personnel related to case number UE5571 and report to the Desert Sands Outpost, where a specialist will provide you with further instructions. End transmission.
Are they talking about... Where are they?
You would be smart to cooperate with us.
Okay.
Let's go.
Me?
Go home? It sounds like we need to have a doctor examine you, especially your head. You haven't just forgotten who you are, but where you are right now.
Okay.
Wait, Shirley's body hasn't...
No, there must be some mistake, Go with them to the outpost authorizer. It might be a great opportunity to learn more about Void Piercer. You still want to understand the connection to Shirley, don't you?
Okay, I got it.
Alright, military base.
Ma'am, I brought the civilian in question.
It's
Good
okay.
work, Jana. I'll take it from here. Our signals indicate that the Void Maiden is currently engaging the Bastion-level Void Piercer in battle once again. Replenish your supplies, then head to the coordinates to provide reinforcements.
Understood.
Number UE 5571. Commander Antoria has been expecting you for quite some time.
Okay.
Huh?
Antoria, really?
Indeed. It seems she has taken a keen interest in your ability to travel freely between hyperspace and reality. Where did you obtain this ability? Who is responsible for its development? Did someone authorize your Omnium research, or is your organization conducting it outside of the law?
Wait, I can't answer all those questions at once.
Then let's start with the most important one. How are you capable of passing between hyperspace and reality?
Hyperspace and reality? By reality, do you mean... hang on. Can I ask what year you were born?
2642. But what does that have to do with anything? Now answer my question.
2642, that means reality. She's talking about the surface layer of the network. Does that mean these people are simulations of those from 50 years ago? But if they're from 50 years ago, what are they doing the foundation layer? What are they trying to establish establish contact with Void Piercer?
Fine, keep your secrets for now. But once you meet Commander Antoria, she'll get the truth out of you. Under normal circumstances, an unidentified individual like yourself would be placed under strict detainment. However, Commander Antoria has ordered us to keep you at the outpost's command center for now. See that mecha lying in the middle of the outpost? I know you're strong enough to team up with the Void Girl against a Bastion-level Void Piercer.
What else is around here?
But if you go up against that Type 0 ground controller,
where is
you'll
this on
see
the
just
map?
how mild a Bastion-level Void Piercer really is. Until we're certain of your trustworthiness, that machine will be keeping a very close eye on you. I suggest you
wonder
avoid
if
any
we can
thoughts of
escape
running
this
away
map.
and wait patiently for Commander Antoria to come and find you.
I heard it's Claudia, actually. I heard it's actually Claudia that's next. Alright, let me go refill some charges, wait. I wonder... Yeah, it's Nola's weapon. If you wanted it to be that color though, the blue color, you would need her swimsuit. The only reason why mine is blue is because I have her swimsuit. I pulled it from the swimsuit gacha. For her. That's why it's blue. Yeah, I can see that from your name. Why else would you have Azure in there too? Well, then again, I guess you have Crow's name in there. So it makes sense. You gonna go to Meroria and get that 50 Mira back? That 50 Mira? Right, that 50 Mira? Okay. We can't go up higher. There's an invisible ceiling here. There's an invisible ceiling, they learned. You're gonna pay back that interest one day. Yeah, I gotta love that joke there, man. That 50 Mira.
This is the place. Now wait right here. You'll know who you're dealing with once she gets here.
Alright, the gods of hyperspace stuff is there. What else is here? Imagine reading, guys. Who does that, man? Who reads? Green's Bank most expensive on the
Enjoying
continent,
the
yeah.
materials our outpost has to offer? Even though they're all highly classified, it makes no difference for people like us who exist in hyperspace. They may as well be public knowledge, so I won't bother you about them.
Uh-huh.
But back to more serious matters. You caught my attention. Now let me take a closer look at you.
And you are?
So you're Commander Antori, I take it?
That's right. I haven't properly introduced myself. My name is Antoria, and I'm the commander of the Joint Defense Force's 2nd Legion, as well as the commander of the Temporal Anomaly Response Force. The Federation has ordered us to carry out a military operation codenamed Reshaping Reality within this area of hyperspace. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. Who are you? Where did you come from? And where are you going?
Oh, Plotty, we might have a situation here. This one doesn't seem very easy to deal with. Plotty, are you there? Darn, it looks like the signal got cut off. I'll have to handle this
I'm
myself.
a researcher from District 4 of Hykros. I came from Kylo, and I guess I'm trying to go back to Kylo?
District 4, huh? You guys are supposedly on the front lines of Omnium tech. So, did you cook up this little breakthrough yourself?
That's right. My mentor, Professor Kenny, is the head of our Space Rift research team. He discovered this technique by accident during one of our experiments.
What a surprise! Even after the Omnium Experimentation Prohibition Act was passed, humanity is still making important strides in the field of Omnium research. While I'm delighted to know we can now enter and exit hyperspace freely, I have to ask, why are you the only one here right now? Where are the rest of your colleagues, including this Professor Kenny?
The tech's still in its early stages, which means we can only send one person through at a time. We're not sure what's causing it yet, but don't worry. When I return, we'll figure it out for sure. Which reminds me, I believe that girl from before can help me with my research. Is there any way I can meet her before I leave?
You want to see her?
Yeah.
Yes. She's actually a close friend of mine.
Great. This is exactly what I needed. I've been looking for a way to send her to the surface layer. With your help, I'm sure we'll figure out how to transport multiple people between the 2 layers in no time.
Well, thanks for that vote of confidence, Commander.
Whoa. Back up a second. How in the world do you know about the surface and foundational layers? And what's this about transporting multiple people between them? You're not from the foundational layer, are you? You're from the real world just like me. I've been looking for you forever, but I never thought you'd be hiding out here.
Finally, some truth comes out. You really did come from outside the network. Now, let's go back to my other questions. Who are you and where are you heading? Trust me, you don't want to be on my bad side. Think very carefully before you answer.
Stop, Antori. You can't forget about my help next time you face a Bastion level void entity. Oh. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely getting a swimsuit down. Uh-huh. Wait, why is it stuck here now?
What? But I thought we were after the same thing, Nem. Tell me, who is this person and why are you so protective of him?
Stop calling me that. Only Shirley. And only my friends call me Nem. Look, this person here is not your enemy and has nothing to do with what's happening right now. So don't waste your time.
I don't think I'm wasting my time at all. If you're so insistent on protecting him, then there's a good chance he's the person I'm looking for.
If you want to save Shirley, then I suggest you tell Antori everything you know. Trust me, crossing her won't do you any good. Everything, but some of it's, highly classified information. I may trust you for Shirley's sake, Void Piercer, but not her. We're definitely enemies. Someone recently sent me a false communication on the surface layer, which nearly cost me my status as authorizer. And now this Antoria person knows about the surface and foundational layers. But there's no way to send direct communications between this world and the surface layer. Otherwise, Shirley would have already. Anyway, trust me, Antoria is not your target, and you're not going to find them here. Even if she wasn't responsible for sending that false communication, she knows something that can lead me to them. How else can you explain her knowledge of?
I see. So you're an authorizer. It's pretty rare for someone to establish a cybernetic link. Who sent you? And why? All right, I admit I misjudged you. Let's start over. I'll go first. My name really is Antoria, and I really am the commander of the 2nd Legion, as well as the Temporal Anomaly Response Force.
Okay.
My duty is to exterminate the void piercers that appear in this area and prevent any further temporal anomalies. I've already teamed up with our mutual friend here 71 times. You can check my combat records if you don't believe me.
Wait, 71 joint operations? Don't tell me. Have you been stuck here all this time?
Yes. It's been so long that I've nearly forgotten. The truth is, I only need to know a few simple things about you, Authorizer. Like your name, your affiliation, your objective, and the current year.
Okay.
My name is... I was chosen by Hykros to serve as the network's authorizer. My reason for being here is to eliminate the viruses attacking the network, restore its systems to their normal functions, and find a way to awaken my friend, Shirley. As for the year, it's 2713. But why do you need to know that?
Hykros. So they're the ones who sent you to restore the network. What happens after that? What will they do with the network once it's been fixed?
Humanity can only continue researching Omnium technology once the network has been fully restored. After the cataclysm, Ida was left in shambles, and its people... At the very least, the Omnium advocates believe Omnium is the key to saving our world.
Yep.
The Omnium advocates? You mean those who think Omnium is the key to humanity's future? So, does that mean you need its power to save Shirley? And those who used Omnium to modify themselves? What did they call themselves again?
You mean the heirs of Ida?
Yeah.
My business with them is an entirely different story.
Uh-huh. That's enough, Antoria. Your questions have already been answered.
Fine, I'll back off. If you're so trusting of him, then I suppose I can also trust him for the time being. The question is, are you willing to do the same?
Sure, I'm
You'll have
listening.
to do better than that. Convince me.
Take a closer look at the records I just gave you. It won't take long for you to realize that there's no defeating the Void Piercers. At least not for good. But with your ability to freely travel between layers, my plan to wipe out the Void Piercers for good might just work. It all comes down to whether you're in or not.
Okay, let's hear your plan then.
I'm not about to lay all my cards on the table. If you really want to know more, take this back to the surface layer and give it to Kieran, the head of the Federation. Tell her it's time to restart the gate to hyperspace.
Okay.
If I told you everything now, it'd only confuse you. Kieran will explain when you meet him. Until then, just do as I say and nothing bad will happen to you.
Even if you're being honest, how am I supposed to get Kieran to trust me? I've heard he's a shrewd and powerful figure.
That's why I'm giving you this badge. All you have to do is show it to him, and he'll support you with whatever resources he can muster.
And what's in it for you?
My mission, of course. Once the Void Piercers are gone for good, my soldiers and I can finally leave this place. But without your help, our forces are doomed to fight this endless battle until every last one of us falls.
Fine, I'll trust you for now.
We're counting on you, Authorizer. If someone out there is trying to interfere with your mission, then let me offer you a piece of friendly advice. Trust no one, especially anyone from outside the network.
Okay. Return to the surface layer. So I wonder when we'll get this map as like a proper map instead of this instanced area. Because I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get like the other layer at some point. Right? Not just indoors at the surface layer.
Brilliant. Just brilliant. Excellent work, everyone. Once this is over, I'll be sure to settle the remaining 500,000 Norn for your outstanding performance. Now...
Alright. I'll be sure to settle the remaining 500,000 Norns for your outstanding, thing, okay?
Now it's time for you to meet your maker.
Oh, whack him good! Then you can flatten him with your bite, boss.
No way.
Do what you will to me, but have you forgotten about Aglia?
So, you fooled your teammates into thinking Wednesday kidnapped you, right? Perfect. That means we can use you as a bargaining chip to trade for Grey Fox once we find your father.
Fine by me, but my father doesn't take threats lightly. Even if you do manage to pull it off, the Todd family and the entire Federation will be after you. Think that's a good idea?
If it comes to that, we'll just escape to...
Go ahead. Take your time daydreaming about where you could run. Whether it's Mara, another planet, or an entirely different universe altogether. It won't make any difference. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must call my father.
Greetings, sir. Your father is reading through your message as we speak. One moment, please.
Message? You aren't planning to go straight to Kieran with this, are you?
Of course I am. I paid triple the price to modify this hidden chamber just in time for the plan. Given your excellent performance, it looks like my money was well spent after all.
Okay.
Consider yourself fortunate, Asurada. With the recent spike in aberrant activity, the contents of this recording are exactly what Kieran needs right now. But before dealing with someone like him, you must take every possible precaution imaginable. I raised you to be my heir, so I understand your chances of success better than anyone. But what's your plan for afterward?
Looks like Astaroth is going to take me to see Kieran. That's a relief. But since I won't have a way to find, to infiltrate the Federation territory myself. But before I go, I need to find a way to keep Anka and Nola from following me. It'll be much harder to execute my plan if they come along.
What's the matter? Worried that Kieran will change her mind? Because I hardly think the Secretary General is that type of person. Or do you find it amusing that I'm betting on the morality of a person in power at a crucial moment like this?
Judging from the conversation, it sounds like Kieran won't be easy to deal with. Will Antoria's badge really convince him to help us?
I've arranged for a helicopter. Once Kieran agrees to your plan, I'll have my people escort Aglaia straight to Kylo. Recent changes there will put Aglaia out of her reach. We've poured a lot of resources into that area, and they've promised their top specialists will look after her. Aglaia won't be completely safe until peace is fully restored, but this will suffice for now.
We never did ever get to see Kylo anyways.
Understood. Then is it safe to assume Aglaia is still somewhere in Astra?
Because we've never actually been to Kylo, even though we're supposed to be from it
You would force your beloved
in the network,
to
right?
travel all the way to Odorich just for your sake.
Odorich, didn't he say his father was staying at the Newsville in Astra? It's hard to trust him when he keeps mixing the lies and the truth.
I'm already in Asperia, so I can arrange for our own transportation and security. Just give me the address, and I'll send my people there right away.
Very well, but just so we're clear, you know what to do with Wednesday if Kieran refuses to pardon them, yes?
Of course. If it comes to that, I'll get it done quickly and quietly. They won't even know what hit them.
What's really going on? Which part of what you said is actually true and which one are you lying?
I assure you, no one will come to any harm now that I have this footage. However, I still need you to come with me to the Tower of Fantasy and meet with Kieran.
If it means saving Grey Fox and getting the Federation off our backs, I'll do whatever it takes. But I'm the only one who needs to be there, Asurada. If Kieran asks for Anka and Nola to show up, I need you to help me convince him otherwise.
I agree. This visit to the Tower of Fantasy is dangerous enough without them. Besides, I've always meant it when I said I have no intention of harming my sister's friends. Miss Nola? Miss Anka? This is the address my father provided. The helicopter is standing by. You can head out to find Aglaia now. After you get her, fly straight to Kylo. My father's associates will ensure her safety, and the rest of you will be far better off in Kylo as well.
And if Kieran refuses to make a deal? Your father made it clear that Grey Fox stays locked up unless you succeed. And what about us?
If we fail, you'll have no choice but to infiltrate a heavily fortified villa and rescue my sister from isolation and potentially life-threatening danger. But that shouldn't be a problem for the likes of you, right?
Okay.
Do you even have to ask? We're professionals. Although, you did say your family and the entire Federation would come after us if it came to that, didn't you?
If it comes to that, I'll have no choice but to take on Kieran myself. But rest assured, minor thieves like you will be the least of her concerns.
But according to Meryl, the Todd family is known for maximizing their gains while never getting their hands dirty. Cutting ties with them doesn't seem like something you do.
Yep.
Miss Meryl seems quite familiar with my father's style, but I assure you that he and I aren't entirely the same.
Alright, we left the underground secret passage. Alright, let's go to the next thing. Head to the Asperia Tower of Fantasy. And that wants us to go all the way over there. Like, yeah, I guess we could take the train over. That's one way. Or we could take a warp here. Because we have space rift technology. We're not cavemen, we have technology. Right, we have technology. And they want us to go down below again. We need to take the elevator then. Right, come on. Elevator boss is too painful, man. Alright, come on. Let's go. Now they want me to head to the elevator. This is stupid, man. Now they want me to go to the elevator. And now they want me to head up. This is so stupid. I freaking went to where I needed to go. They actually wanted me to take the train. But I'm like, no, I have the freaking fast travel. Why would I need to take the train when I can fast travel? Right, they wanted me to come out the elevator. And then over here. Yeah, just driving cars indoors, man. Nothing crazy here.
Over here,
Gray Fox? What are you doing here? What happened to taking the helicopter over to Kylo?
We thought Asurada was up to no good again, so the boss and I busted Gray Fox out of there as soon as we arrived.
Anka, that's not what we agreed on. The Tower of Fantasy is far from safe, and now you...
What are you blaming me for? The boss and I planned on taking Gray Fox someplace safe with the helicopter and waiting for you to contact us, but...
But I believe my brother's plan was too risky and insisted on coming straight here to prevent you from falling into the Federation's hands.
What's the matter, Aglia? Don't you trust me?
Oh, I trust you well enough. I trusted that you would use my friends to find me at any cost, and that you'll use the researcher to further the Todd family's interests. What I don't trust, however, is that you would defy Father so easily.
Yeah, you still use your booze monster truck, fair enough.
It was never my intention to harm any of Wednesday's members. I was simply giving them a bit of encouragement. That's all. And besides, how else was I supposed to make the researcher demonstrate such an extraordinary ability without applying a little pressure?
What if you were wrong? What if they can't cure the aberrants? How could anyone survive against so many aberrants without that power?
Then the Federation prison I trapped them in would have been the safest place for them to hide. I would have told Father that all of Wednesday had been turned into aberrants, and that I wiped out every last one of them. It would have been just like how I orchestrated your rescue. Except this time, you'd have to set them up with new identities good enough to fool him.
Then that's exactly what we'll do starting right now. The researcher is a member of Wednesday, and I won't let you lead our friend right into the Secretary General's waiting arms.
I need to show them something.
Listen to me, Aglia. If this was as simple as Wednesday provoking the Federation, I would have countless ways to defuse the situation and protect all of you. But do you even understand why I'm taking such extreme measures? The danger posed by the aberrants is far worse than anything you might have seen in File 049. I don't know how this so-called researcher cures the aberrants, and I don't care to know. But because your friend is capable of doing something like this, Kieran has a right to know about it. This transcends any political or family interests.
You'll need a much better reason than that if you want to convince me, Asurada.
Aglia, please. The researcher's unique power could secure not just Wednesday's safety, but also save countless others. Perhaps even all of Ida. I'm not at liberty to discuss any further details of my plan, but a genius like you should have no trouble figuring out the rest. So please, Aglia, just trust in me for today, and I promise everything will be made clear afterwards.
I can tell you're telling the truth, but your attitude of knowing it all without explaining is just like Father's, and it really annoys me.
Hey, there's no need to worry about me, but whether Asurada brings me to Kieran or not, I'll find him on my own. But for now, I'm just using your brother's plan to get what I want.
Fine. We'll be waiting for you back at the tavern, but if you don't show up, you're toast.
You have a really funny way of wishing people good luck, you know that?
Good day, everyone. My name is Yang, and I'm Secretary General Kieran's personal assistant. The Secretary General is ready to meet with you, Mr. Asurada. Please come with me.
Looks like it's time for your big meeting. We'll just leave the rest up to you two.
Actually, Secretary General Kieran specifically requested to meet with all four of you. This way, please.
Oh boy.
Hey, boss. Should we come up with an excuse to get out of here?
What's gotten into you, Anka? You're normally fearless to a fault.
Yeah, but there's nothing normal about the Asperia Tower of Fantasy, don't you think? This place is worse than 10 public security bureaus combined. It's like dealing with an entire army of Merrills.
Don't get carried away, Anka. An agent of Merrill's caliber is rare, even within the Federation. And they'd be lucky to have someone with even a fraction of her talent on their side. Besides, I trained you myself, so you have no...
But we were only supposed to grab the researcher and fly out of here. Now we're suddenly stuck in the Tower of Fantasy. It's like we're sitting ducks in a lion's den.
Or maybe a lamb thrown to the wolves?
That's enough, Gray Fox.
Miss Yang, here are the documents for the meeting 2 days from now.
After the last meeting, Secretary General Kieran asked
Hi,
me to
Hardware
have you
Elite.
review and
Welcome,
summarize their
welcome.
contents before handing them over to her.
Welcome, welcome.
2 days from now? Let me see. These are for the meeting regarding the network's smart city, aren't they? Make 4 copies, send 2 to my office, and deliver the other 2 to the Smart City Control Department. Make them single-sided, numbered,
good luck with
clipped,
that.
not stapled.
Understood.
Meeting set for the afternoon 2 days from now. I'll need those files on my desk before 10 tomorrow morning. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, let's head to the office. Well, good luck. Hopefully there's a lot of stuff that you want in there. Office of the Secretary General. Okay.
Secretary General Kieran's office is at the end of this hallway. She's been anticipating your arrival. In the meantime, the rest of you can follow me to my office for tea and refreshments.
So, where are the tea and refreshments?
Right this way. If you'd be so kind as to step inside.
Inside what? Your custody?
Well, that's a luxury compared to prison, wouldn't you agree? Unless, of course, you'd prefer a stay in our high-security facility 20 meters below the tower.
No, this'll do just fine. I have a few things to talk to them before they go inside. Is that okay?
By all means.
So, you want us to surrender just like that?
Of course not. But our only advantage right now is Grey Fox. Aside from us and Aserada, no one here knows that Aglia and Grey Fox are the same person.
Even if we are detained, they wouldn't stop a Todd from playing games, right? While you two are in there, I'll find out what's really going on here, including what you and my brother are hiding.
If things go south in our meeting, we'll find a way to let you know. 3 against 1 is way better odds than taking on a whole crew right now.
Man, you guys and your big brains. It's a good thing we're buddies, cause I can't keep up with all this overthinking stuff.
Alright, here's shiny purple item. Mine. Another shiny purple item. Mine. I don't know what it's for, but it's mine.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to see you again, Secretary General Kieran. I've been meaning to visit ever since our family's last dinner party, but it's hard to impose on such a busy person.
I take it you're the Kylo researcher who cured the aberrants in the video?
Yep.
Yes.
Forgive me, Secretary General. I should have known to dispense with the pleasantries. Allow me to get straight to the point. When I sent you that video footage, I mentioned a certain deal.
The answer is no, Aserada Todd. Team X was established to prevent the leak of File 049's contents, not to waste my time over the protection of some petty thieves. But you did bring this researcher here. I'll give you that much.
Are you aware that our friend here is also a member of Wednesday? If you fail to rescind the order for their arrest, I doubt the researcher would be willing to tell you everything you want to know.
Kylo researchers, you never cease to surprise me. Tell me, what will it take for you to share the secrets of your aberrant curing technique with me? Perhaps a bit more hospitality?
Something tells me your idea of hospitality doesn't include steak dinners or fancy hotel rooms.
Uh-huh.
You're quite the talker, aren't you?
There's no need to continue this charade, Secretary General. That bottle of sleeping pills on your desk has all but given you away. And judging from the size of the bottle, it appears your prescription is even stronger than my own. Do be careful, as I've been told the elderly are not meant to take too much of these.
Yep.
I can empathize with your situation. However, with the aberrants appearing more frequently and in greater numbers, and with Kylo up to their usual unspeakable schemes, Do you really have the time or energy to show our friend this hospitality of yours?
No matter what you say, I simply can't let them go. The best I can offer is to keep them detained in the Tower of Fantasy until the situation is resolved. Then, we'll reconsider their fate.
Even though he didn't accept Asaroda's conditions, it sounds like there may be room for negotiation. But for Grey Fox's sake, I don't think Asaroda's going to settle for anything less.
Like you, Secretary General, I hate wasting time haggling, but I am determined to secure a pardon for Wednesday, and I won't stop until I get it. If you turn me away now, I'll have no choice but to add to your already sizable list of woes. You'll be so busy that a couple of file-stealing miscreants will be the least of your worries.
And how exactly are you gonna do that?
Well, I could always start by uploading that footage onto Echo for the world to see. I can already see the top story now. A mountain of corpses appears. Omnium experiments believed to be at fault.
Oh boy.
You'd pit the Todds against the Federation for some petty thieves? I knew it. You're not that reckless without good reason. Fancy that. Wednesday's genius hacker, the mysterious Grey Fox, is your very own sister, Aglia Todd. I believe we also met each other at your family's last dinner party, yes?
You'd better take that back. I'll have you sued for slander against my sister.
Good luck to the Todd lawyers, then. I've just received evidence of a cyber attack on the Tower of Fantasy. The security system detected a droid at the tower's entrance. Tracing the signal, we found it being controlled from within the tower. Specifically from this very floor.
Enough! Secretary General. Perhaps we should start over. Secretary General, I believe...
Secretary General Kieran, may I speak for a moment? We were hesitant to believe Asarada as well, but I can assure you that his only two concerns are protecting his sister and helping you fend off the temporal anomalies. That's why I think you should accept his conditions and grant Wednesday a pardon.
I assure you Wednesday will not reveal the contents of File 49, partly because none of us have actually seen it. As for curing aberrance, I understand your skepticism, but I pulled out Antoria's badge and handed it to Kieran.
If you're willing to trust Antoria, then I ask that you do the same for me. So please, grant us our pardon and let them go, and I'll tell you everything I know.
That's... Yang, come to my office.
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea you were holding such a powerful trump card. Were you holding on to it all this time just to watch me suffer? I nearly went to war with the entire Federation just now. If you don't wish to tell me more, then so be it. Since it's clear I'm no longer needed in this room, I'm going to escort Aglia and the others out of the tower and to a safe place. If you'll excuse me.
Tell me, when did you get this badge?
Just today. When I disappeared in the video Asarada sent you earlier, that was me entering hyperspace. That was when I encountered a void piercer, as well as Antoria. She told me to show you this badge, and said it would convince you to help me.
To be honest, I'm surprised she gave it to you. Did she say anything else at the time?
She did. She wants you to restart the gate into hyperspace so that she can complete her mission.
Restart the gate? Could the situation have changed that much?
So what exactly is this gate?
During the first regression, I witnessed the opening of the gate with my own two eyes. At the time, humanity had just discovered the existence of hyperspace, as well as the ability to reshape our own reality through this exciting new world. The possibilities were endless, and we felt like gods who had awakened to their true potential.
Is hyperspace really that powerful?
Yes, and that was also when I designed this badge. The comet Mara was passing over Ida at the time, as though implying that it had guided humanity to an even higher plane of existence. I was convinced that Norns would be the one to lead us into the future, which is why I gave it the name Norns of the Future.
Okay.
So why did Antoria have this badge?
Because humanity misunderstood Mara's gift to us. Our forays into hyperspace eventually caught the attention of the powerful predators that hide within the fabric of space-time. What happened after that Well, you've already seen it all, haven't you?
Yep.
So you're saying the real world started to suffer only after the Void Piercers appeared? And that the aberrants were a consequence of these temporal anomalies?
That would mean that the aberrants weren't created by omnium radiation at all, but the void entities within the hyperspace. Is this reality? The truth behind the omnium plague?
If left unchecked, the Void Piercers would have turned everyone into aberrants, and Ida would have become a living hell. For that reason, Antoria and her soldiers entered hyperspace to engage them in battle.
Even after the cataclysm, it's possible that the presence of the void entities in hyperspace is still affecting Ida. Without suppressors, would a world become a living hell like the one Kieran describes?
I gave this badge to Antoria before she left. The one and only of its kind. She swore she would complete her mission at all costs, but her hands were trembling uncontrollably the entire time.
Anyone would be nervous of the fate of humanity rested on their shoulders?
She said one last thing to me before she stepped through the gate. If someone comes to you with this badge in hand, I need you to trust them and help them with all your strength. Treat them as you would treat me. It seems that person is none other than you. And since you've already met Antoria, you must know by now that no matter how many soldiers we send into hyperspace, we can never truly exterminate the Void Piercers.
Which is why the viruses in the foundational layers can't be completely wiped out either, but Antoria says she found a way to get rid of them all for good, which is
If
to...
that's so, why are Antoria and her team still battling the Void Piercers in hyperspace? Aren't there other solutions for handling these temporal anomalies?
It appears Wednesday really didn't look into File 049 after all. If you had, you would know that the answer can be found within.
Based on the reality of the escalating temporal anomalies, the world is on the verge of collapse. The Void incurring a major historical responsibility. A three-step strategic decision was made: regulate, restrain, and restore. The reshaping reality program is key to the restraining step. I'm now sending you the details of reshaping program with relevant materials.
The reality reshaping program. Faced with the Void Piercers, an undefeatable enemy, the Norn's Federation poured all of its resources into executing this three-phase plan. Phase 1 was... If reality is the calm surface of a lake, then every omnium experiment conducted by humanity is a stone cast into that lake. Agitated by the ripples in the water, the creatures living in its depths approach the surface and create an even bigger disturbance. Their violent thrashing eventually begins splashing water on the people casting stones into the lake.
So you're saying that omnium experiments are what attract the Void Piercers to an area, and in turn they infect everyone within a certain range? That's why the Federation passed the Omnium Experimentation Prohibition Act.
Okay.
Unfortunately, due to Omnium Technology's immense market potential, companies like Shooter Electronics and Aurora Industries continued conducting illegal experiments.
Yep.
When a temporal anomaly appeared within Shooter Electronics' Ring Lab, it was because they illegally tampered with the Omnium Reactor's regulating program. Omnium research is inextricably tied to Omnium reactors. Whenever one of them is activated, it casts another stone into the lake, so to speak. The point where that stone enters the lake is known as a space-time singularity by Hykros.
A space-time singularity means a data singularity?
But not all Omnium experiments result in aberrations, right? Back in Aurora Industries, I watched an Omnium reactor's activation with my own eyes, but I didn't see any aberrants afterwards.
That's most likely because Antoria is diligently carrying out her mission, which is Phase 2 of the reality reshaping program. The simplest way to calm the water's surface is to get rid of the creatures that arise from its depths. Antoria and the Temporal Anomaly Response Force are like a fishing boat out to capture them. They track the movements of Void Piercers from within hyperspace. When they detect a large gathering, Antoria and her soldiers rush to the area and annihilate them, thus preventing aberrants from appearing in our world. Then, with the power of the reshaping tower, we can augment reality in a direction that is not influenced by the void piercers. This allows us to alter the boundaries of affected areas and slow the spread of temporal anomalies.
Okay.
As for living creatures that have already become aberrants, in order to prevent them from exacerbating the situation, we use several underground areas to monitor and contain them. If the corresponding area can be reshaped, then the aberrants can return to normal as well.
Oh, I see.
And Tori and her forces have been fighting for so long because there's no way to completely eradicate the void entities, then that just leaves them the final phase of the plan.
Antoria's mission was never to eradicate the void piercers, but to prevent their proliferation and the subsequent collapse of human society. The reshaping tower's effective range is limited, and the battle in hyperspace is not meant to last forever. The phase's true purpose is to buy enough time for the third and final phase. Ever since Antoria entered hyperspace to battle with the void piercers, the Federation has been accumulating the strength and resources needed to launch a second global time retracement, aiming to revert all of Ida to a time before the temporal anomalies. If we succeed, the surface of the lake will become peaceful once more, and humanity will have completely averted the catastrophe caused by the temporal anomalies. But the date we've chosen for turning back time is still far away. But now that you've appeared with Antoria's badge, it means she must have discovered something so important that we need to accelerate our plans.
Okay. They think a second regression can send Ida back in time before the temporal anomalies. If the time retracement in the surface layer works, then can the network also go back to the time before the alteration virus? It would be like restoring a computer's backup data. Is this really Antoria's solution? Humanity's most ambitious attempt to turn back time resulted in the cataclysm. But if it wasn't able to change Wednesday's history, doesn't that mean I can change Ida's as well?
Cat got your tongue? Getting cold feet?
No, Secretary General, but I'm definitely worried. Given the failure of the first regression, have you considered how catastrophic it would be if we failed a second time?
To be honest, it's impossible for us to imagine the consequences of a second failure at this time. The first regression was just a single, small-scale experiment. It hardly compares to a time retracement that will affect the entire planet. But one thing I can tell you is that with the help of artificial intelligence, the Federation has conducted an almost immeasurable number of experimental simulations. The reality reshaping program is the only option with a success rate greater than 0.
So when are you planning to go public with this information? Almost no one on Ida knows about the temporal anomalies, much less that the Federation is planning such a massive operation that will affect everyone's lives.
If Shooter Electronics knew about the True Danger of Omnium experience, it's possible they wouldn't have activated the generator. Making this public knowledge might prevent a lot more aberrations from happening.
Sharing this information with the rest of Ida would only cause even more panic, which would disturb our social order. If that were to happen, the Federation wouldn't be able to amass the strength it needs to execute the reality reshaping program. For this reason, I need to keep everything secret for the time being. You're entirely correct that this course of action will result in the loss of many innocent lives. But unless I do things this way, every single person on Ida will be turned into an aberrant. The temporal anomalies cannot be seen as ordinary natural disasters, or scientific mishaps that require divulgence to the public. The fate of every living being in our world is at stake. I'll do whatever it takes to succeed, even if it means being described as a villain or a dictator in the pages of history. By asserting full control over every media and information outlet, I can ensure that no mention of the temporal anomalies makes it to the public. By disseminating and promoting Blue Ida's ideology, I was able to enact the Omnium Experimentation Prohibition Act. Through various threats and incentives, I persuaded several of Ida's wealthiest families to contribute to the reality reshaping program.
Yeah.
Aren't you worried that your plan might go awry? If even one word of this gets out, the society you've worked so hard to stabilize will collapse.
Precisely. It seems you finally understand the gravity of my position. as well as my reason for pursuing Wednesday so relentlessly.
Despite everything you've done, what if the next time retracement fails?
Yeah, because it does
Then
fail.
It only proves that fate is no longer on humanity's side. I have another meeting to attend shortly. Once it's over, I'll begin the necessary preparations for restarting the gate to hyperspace. But it's going to take some time. Since you have this badge, you will now participate in the reality reshaping program as a special commissioner. I will assign Federal Agent Claudia to assist you.
Okay, now we get Claudia in here.
Reactivating the gate is no simple task,
Friend,
so please
that's where
be
we get
patient.
Claudia mentioned.
I nearly forgot about something, Secretary General.
Are you talking about the order for Wednesday's arrest? Don't worry. I'll be sure to cancel it.
No, it's actually about another member of Wednesday. Her name is Nola, and it's possible that she was part of a secret defense force squad in the past. But for several reasons, she has lost her memory. I was wondering if I could access her information to help her regain her memory?
A defense force soldier named Nola. I'll have Yang look into it. Just a moment.
Yep. Alright, hands the file.
Yang tells me that the person in this file's photographs is none other than Nola. However, as this file is classified, I can only provide you with an edited copy.
Thank you, Secretary General. That should be enough for now. I'll be waiting to hear from you. And then now we go to Odin's Tavern. Too bad there's no shortcut to Odin's Tavern, man. Too bad there's no shortcut to the tavern. I guess the closest thing to get there is to go to Astra Station first, and then exit out of Astra Station, and then drive to the tavern. I think that's the closest way there. Look guys, game's so dead we see other players here. Where is the cat that I'm hearing? I hear a cat around here, but I don't see it. And there's someone's Mia running around chasing after them. Where is the cat? I keep hearing the sound of a cat. Why does it say head to the detention center? Did they put one in here too? Okay. Interesting. There's a separate jail on this map too. I don't know, man. We'll have to wait and see. How do I exit out of here again? Is this the elevator? This has got to be the elevator out, right? Right, because the train's over there. How else do I get to the hotel again? Because I want to get back to the hotel. I know that's above here. Somehow. But how am I gonna get there? cause like, they don't give us an easy way out. Fuck it, I can go warp there, whatever. Stick says story so bad, of course he does. Of course he does. Whatever, man. You know, here, let me just double check how to get down there and up. If only we didn't have to load between each of these areas of the map, man. If only. If only we didn't have to. Yeah, it's like this elevator. Wait, no, that's a floor there. So not there. How'd we go down again? Oh yeah, Rosalind's finally here. No, it's this elevator. This one goes down. Well, it's gonna go all the way up first, and then it's gonna go down. Look, I'm charging the battery while in the elevator. The battery's charging, I'm still inside here though. It's gonna open here first, and then it's gonna go down further. They really should just put a button to call the elevator, man. It would be so much better if they did. Like an elevator call button. So you wouldn't have to just wait for it. Yeah, so it was that part of the map. The elevator just takes way too long to open here. It just takes way too long for the elevator to open. And now I'm stuck here. Because the elevator is so jank. Like, it is funny, like, how, like, a simple thing would fix the problem with the elevator. Like, it's just a very minor thing they would have to do, it would fix it. Oh well. Here we go. Now let's, and then after this, the story will be done.
Phantom just sent us a new message. It's a picture of Wednesday's official pardon, signed by Kieran himself. Looks like we're really in the clear now. With our friend back and our crimes cleared, Wednesday's finally ready to start a brand new chapter. You couldn't ask for a more perfect ending.
It's good to have you back, Gray Fox. Anka was so worried about you while you were gone that she could barely work. She broke more of my cups than usual, too.
Damn.
Why do you have to tell her that as soon as she gets back, Mr. Baggus? And for the record, I wasn't that worried. My hands kept slipping because I was thinking of all the ways I could rescue her. That's all.
Uh-huh.
You mean you were thinking of ways to save me from Lucius's secret prison? The boss told me everything, and judging from your expression, it appears to be the truth.
How was I supposed to know the kidnapper was your own father and not Lucius? You never see that sort of plot twist these days. Not even in TV dramas.
Okay.
Ah, good work, Ace. Thanks for worrying about me, and for keeping everyone's morale up with your optimism. I expected nothing less from Ida's most legendary thief.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Gray Fox. It's so nice to have you back.
The leg grab thing. Of course.
Ugh, hey, don't wipe your nose on my dress. It's tailor-made, you know.
That's not gonna stop me from hugging you. Besides, you can always buy another one with the 500,000 Norn your brother paid us. You're entitled to your share too.
Wasn't it supposed to be 1 million?
Phantom did say he would pay us the remaining half, but I told him that rescuing you was our own mission, not a job for money. So...
Oh, come on! You're pulling that Robin Hood act in front of my brother? Seriously? He's rolling in dirty money, more than he could ever spend. And you actually turned down his offer? What were you thinking?
Yep.
Ugh, forget it. I'll think of another way to get back at him later.
Sorry to interrupt your emotional reunion, but I really need Gray Fox's help with something urgent.
The boss told me about you too, researcher. She said you stormed a hospital and even kidnapped Lucius from the Public Security Bureau, all for my sake. Go ahead, tell me what you need.
Well, it's best if we discuss this in private.
Hey, Mr. Baggus, you said I broke more of your cups than usual, right? Now that Gray Fox is back and I have some money in pocket, let me cover the damages.
By the gods, I never thought this day would come. And since your last job paid you so well, why don't we throw in all of the cups you've broken since you got here? Every last one.
Damn.
But I'll be broke again if we do that, Mr. Baggus. And besides, Rosalind invited me out to eat after work. If I showed up late because I was stuck here counting cups all day, she'd get so mad.
Alright. Just like that, Anka dragged Baggus away.
I received a communication a while ago. At first, I thought it was from a colleague at Hykros. But when I met her, I realized that someone had faked her voice.
Yep.
You seriously fell for such a cheap trick? The Public Security Bureau has a whole list of tips for avoiding scams, so you might want to try reading through some of them. Just tell me how much they stole from you, and I'll pay you back for it.
They didn't steal anything.
They didn't take any money from me, but the trouble they made for me is still just as bad, if not worse. That's why I need your help finding this person.
Sounds simple enough. Hand me your terminal and I'll copy the data from that false communication. Once I find something, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Don't thank me just yet, especially since my help doesn't come for free. In exchange for locating your mystery person, you're going to tell me everything you know about the aberrants in File 049.
But I thought you accessed the Federation's network when we were back at the Tower of Fantasy.
Ugh, don't remind me.
Yep.
I sorely underestimated their network defenses, so not only did I fail to access anything, I nearly got discovered by someone named Gestos within the system.
Gestos? I wonder if it's another AI simulation, or is it the real network?
Whoever it is, I swear I'll have my revenge someday.
Uh-huh. Alright, let's go talk to Nola.
Hey Nola, I have a present for you.
Is this a Defense Force file? Wait, that's me in the picture.
I got this from the Tower of Fantasy. According to the file, you were definitely a past member of the Defense Force, and you were assigned to a top-secret mission.
Thank you for all your help, researcher. It's just, even after seeing this file, I still don't remember any of it.
Don't lose hope, Noah. This file is just a record of your presence within the Defense Force. Even though there's a background check included, it only assesses your capability for taking on top-secret missions. How could a single file possibly contain everything there is to know about you? Retrieving your memories is going to be a long process, so give yourself some grace.
You have a point. In any case, thanks for bringing me this file.
While taking a break, while waiting for hyperspace gate to open, let's hope Grey Fox tracks down the hidden enemy soon. Thanks for the follow as well, Snowy Oka.
In miracles, the Federation has finally been stretched to its limits. More and more people are beginning to suspect that the Federation is hiding something from them.
Praise our Lord for blessing us with these miracles, for our faithful have only grown in number because of them.
Let it be known that these miracles are not gifts, but undeniable signs of his fury. Our Lord will no longer tolerate humanity's meddling with Omnium, which is why we must halt any and all experiments at once. Tell us, soldier, have you found the object left behind by Antoria before she entered hyperspace?
Not yet, but I have several promising leads to investigate. I just need a bit more time.
There is no time left, soldier. The gate to our Lord's domain is about to open ahead of schedule. If we can't find the object, we will have to take a risk. To ensure the plan's success, we need more followers.
When you people are recruiting your followers, could you stop mentioning shooter electronics to them so much? All they do is sit outside of our buildings chanting, "Make Ada blue again." It's never wise to keep biting the hand that feeds you. Remember that.
The shooter ring lab was shut down by Secretary General Kieran long ago, so it's not like you're conducting any Omnium research on the premises. At most, those protesters are just crowding your doorway now.
I don't need to hear it from you. I asked you to help me block Merrill's report and buy me some time to fix things, but did you listen? No. You just left me out to dry.
That wasn't the scholar's fault. Your request made it too easy for her to expose you. If you had properly controlled the Omnium reactor as I said, nothing would have happened at Shooter Ring Lab. Your mistake has severely impeded our research of T5. If we don't finish T5's development before they reactivate the gate, the Lord's wrath will consume every single person on Ada.
Enough! It's only because the Federation accelerated their plans that we have to come up with a new solution.
The monk is right. That's why I gathered you all here today. Alchemist Sage, you must halt your research and destroy all evidence of it.
Wait a minute, is this?
How's this my problem? They can't track me down in the Tower of Fantasy. Unless... Wait a sec. That's impossible. You can't just hand out authorizer badges like candy.
It's true, Sage. Your assumption has come to pass, which is why you must be ready.
Our plan must undergo drastic changes if we are to overcome these challenges. I will continue waiting for our Lord's orders, but until then, you must all maintain the utmost discretion. When all preparations are complete, I will contact you.
Understood.
Interesting. Okay then. Well, that's done. What's the event stuff now to look at? I can,
Awaiting command.
Alright, we got Heated Mind playing, whatever. Let's go look at the event stuff now. Maze of Dread is this one. We have 12 days for this. And there's all this stuff in here. Apparently there's matching. What are we matching for? Oh wait, they want us to return to the algorithm arc too. Okay. Wait, no, game 2 Deadge at 1 AM, man. No one's doing the event. The hell is his name? Why is it just a bunch of question marks? Exploration setup? Maybe? I don't know what the hell this guy is doing. This just looks like a random mess. They have A6 Slinghorn though. Of all things. Okay. Alright. Hey Plotty, I finally looked into the identity of a mystery agent, but I still haven't found any solid clues. During the investigation up to this point, I stumbled upon plenty of unexpected information. What kind of unexpected information? It's possible that the Federation wasn't as incompetent as you once thought. Back then, they really did try to save Ida in their own way. There may have been a lot of misunderstandings directed at them. Regardless of what you learn in the world, it's best to keep your opinion about the Federation confined to this room. If anyone else finds out, it might only bring you unnecessary trouble. Oh fuck, now I can't even see it. The freaking queue popped. Well, that's Pepega. It took forever to match, and then it finally matches, and now it gets in the way. Are we supposed to catch it? Why is things slowing down? I really don't know what the hell I'm doing. Are we not supposed to touch these things? I don't understand what I'm doing for points here, man. What the hell am I doing? I lost points now? What? I am so confused. The points make no sense, man. Scoring here makes no sense. This shit makes absolutely no sense. And we got the story interrupted too because of that minigame. Oh, we get to get it to start over again. Okay, cool. A lot of misunderstandings directed at them. Regardless, best to keep the opinion to yourselves. Did you discover anything else while you were there? Actually, Can you really tell Plotty about Antoria or the service layer time retracement? Yep. Antoria told me not to trust anyone outside the network, which would include Plotty. Acting more reserved around me is a step in the right direction. I can place my full trust in you because I was the one who chose to send you into the network. But if you have things you'd rather keep to yourself, that's perfectly fine with me. If you're ever in need of my help with anything, just ask. Thanks, Plotty, I appreciate it. Yeah, my word. Everything I'm doing is to save Shirley and the network. That's the honest truth. And then now it says to be continued. Okay. Okay, these are like the old event stuff there as well. I need these. Okay. It's just confusing, man. And I'm out of clicks again. Okay. Yeah, let's do more of the reacts then. There was more that we were gonna look at before. So where were we? We saw that earlier. Why do I have like so many of those windows open? Oh wait, actually wait, there's something I want to open up first. Where was it? Here, you know what? Here, there was something I saw here. I kind of wanted to read it. Might as well try to read it here on the Discord. What was this one? Gamers! G-Gamers! G-Games? Who's playing games? Not me! That's for sure, I'm busy with my work. Someone found a joke there. G-Game. Alpha Dev trying to play Genshin when working on ToF. Meanwhile, Hoya Dev's busy started PvP on ToF, but forgot to change their account. That's part of their job. Makes me wonder if they're also psycho-upping WuWa with the inane shilling. Then I realized that's probably only the case with global players. Don't know what goes on with CN. CN also has a lot of shills, but they aren't as toxic as global, only towards Hoya with the CN community. Instantly cannibalize their CCs for slight criticism. I saw a lot of shills coping about the cheap SK figure. It looks really cheap. I can't tell visually, but $70 for figurines sounds cheap. People were asking to raise the price as long as they improve the quality. I think, you know, he meant to spell raise, but you forgot the A. Doubtful that's gonna happen. They already announced it, and they're already taking pre-orders. Then Gate also talking about CN figure industry and how the production is really cheap compared to other countries. Yeah, Chinese labor is way cheaper than most other labor. To raise the price. Yeah, raise the price, man. The price is rice. The price is rice now. I know JP ones can get really expensive with insane prices and fragility to boot. Though I can't really tell quality by visuals. At least not through screenshots. He said that Hada is barely making any money with the figure, meanwhile, WuWa is really looking to profit with it. Manufacturing this kind of figure is around $10 to $20. Looks like Gate is a figurine expert too. Okay. Poor devs forced to play ToF. They want to play decent games like Genshin. When Gate visited Perfect World, we saw a lot of people playing Hoyo games. They study the games. Okay. They should study like a different game, man. They should study freaking Half-Life and Portal and stuff. That could be cool. Fuck, man. Have them like study a bunch of platforming games. It could be interesting. Well, we really told Hoppu to learn from Hoyo, right? That's what they did. They studied the game. Okay, intern Kun got excited again. I don't know, man. Must be shaking while making the infographic. Just slam the submit button. Okay. We actually get Grey Fox 1 and then actual avatar set for Gachapon outfit. On Grey Fox Hot Culture release. Okay. Ooh, a new video to react to. We'll just react to that one. We'll probably have to react to it later. Well, but Maggie stated her opinion. I don't see anything wrong with it, but it turned out everything was right. But yeah, after her video, a lot of CCs started doing little honest reviews. That's the Maggie effect. Man, Maggie, I snapped because there's no WuWa payment. Coco Tempest, okay. Sure. Coco X-Wen. Crazy that CC now doing WuWa. Was that CC WuWa Glazer before? Yes. Is anything happening to WuWa CC program? Meanwhile, Perfect World Games seems to be handling ToF PlayStation much better, but unfortunately no one plays PlayStation because yeah, no one. Who the fuck plays on PlayStation, man? The problem with PlayStation, they don't merge they don't have a mega server like us in PC. They actually do now. They just think about it. You play in A server and your friend is in B server. You cannot meet each other unless you switch to B server and re-rolling that server. Yeah, we don't have that problem. As long as you're in the same region, we can meet. In PlayStation, it's not. It's also causing one server to have more people than others, because people will go to the unpopulated one. Didn't they merge? Yeah, didn't they merge it? I think some, but not Mega Server. Besides, Mega Server is not merging all servers when you play on PC. When you take a screenshot, you will have original server name shown. No, they merged all servers now. This update. Okay. Okay then. They merged them, that's good. Haptic trigger feedback, good for them. That's cool for controller players, I guess. Wait, PS players are in the same server as PC players now? No, they're not. Only one America region? I can guess North and South America? I guess 4 regions, okay. When Claudia leak? Yeah. I thought Kira said he was assigned someone to assist, so same rank like Meryl. Perhaps be Claudia? Yep, it's Claudia. They just mentioned Claudia in the story. Okay. Imagine if it's as big as Inners. Oh boy. Someone's downloading a different game. Okay. I get nostalgia from Esperia, especially after hearing the BGM for Asteria reminds me of ToF Global launch. Okay, the disastrous launch joined day 4 of the launch. Didn't exactly see the worst. I didn't have problems on day 1, to be honest. That never happened to me. The video's so old, Gate avatar was so different back then. Oh yeah, for sure. Old model there, damn. Okay. Yeah, so Deadge, man. Okay, here we go. Another it's a reaction to 1010's video. Oh boy.
Sorry.
We might as well do this shit now.
Alright, let's check out this video from 1010 then, shall we, guys? The state of Wuthering Waves right now. Kind of a good video to watch off the back of that Gamba video. In regards to the drip marketing. I know this is probably not talking about that, but just thought it's relevant. Check it out then, see what it's got to say.
I want to take a moment to talk about the state of Wuthering Waves with you today, because
Okay.
after 6 months of release, I think the game is not in a great state. Don't get me
Okay.
wrong, I love Wuthering Waves. I play this game daily,
Agree.
and I even stream this game almost regularly on Twitch.
Damn, he bin picks daily, guys.
But I think the game is really
Daily
good.
mint
In
picker.
its core, the characters are really, really fun. And
Agree with all his points so far. I'll be interested to see why he thinks the game's not in a great state though.
And when it comes down to gacha game, the main thing that you play for is to collect cool characters that are cool and fun, and they do this extremely well.
Yep.
It's just that
In my opinion, some of the best.
They're not even really waking up, man. They're still lacking in
Hayes has got
self-awareness.
some pretty cool looking characters, and I'm not saying that that Kuro's the only guys that do this, but I just personally, for me, I think they've got some really, really cool characters in the game. And please make Yarn resonate to Kuro. What are you waiting for, man? You will make bank with that.
they don't have anything else. I think Wuthering Wave characters are extremely fun. Each of them has some unique mechanics that make them super satisfying, super fun to watch, and they're all super flashy without being like overly on top too difficult and stuff like that. On top of that, their thematic is on point every single time. Jian is like a peak husbando characters. In it, it's like a peak Bambi characters, and then you got all the other characters like Changli, super fire characters like a feed.
Hey, put some respect on Jinxi's name, man. Put some respect on Jinxi's name.
Dashing around the battlefield. You got Jinji, who is completely lore accurate because she got the power of Jue on her side, and you summon.
Sure, you can summon all that, but then you see what it is. It's just an animation there. It's just a flashy animation. Like, it's lacking what it should be, man. And if the freaking character, like, if they're freaking sucking up to your main character, man, why don't they feel like you're playing as some weird, like, super powerful, like, superhero or something, man? That they're, like, acting as if you are. Right? Like, why aren't they treating you like that? Like, it's just so weird. But then I think these guys haven't realized that if that's what's really supposed to be going on, man. Instead, you're just fighting health sponges in a stupid circle with a timer.
This big ass lasers with Jue in your battle. I think these are super on point thematic, and they feel really, really great to play. But the problem is, I feel like the game just doesn't have enough content to
because there's no game.
Like, lock in to play the game.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I think some people in the community don't really like to hear this stuff sometimes, but I agree with this. But I think at the same time, I feel like we'll get to the point where it has enough content. And sometimes, you know, I get the comments of like, you know, let them cook, you know. But we are, what, 6 months post-launch now. I feel like we should be in a bit better of a position with the content. And for me, a massive part of that is I just think the Terror of Adversity is not it for endgame content. Because at the minute, it's kind of the main endgame, isn't it? I know you can say that you've got the holograms as well, but you're really just playing your own game then, aren't you? You're just like, well, let me solo them, let me change different teams, let me maybe nerf myself, and you set your own challenges, so to speak. The Terror of Adversity, obviously we've got the Elusive Realm, awesome, but that's not permanent. You know, I'd like to see more put into the Elusive Realm, if I'm honest, and that become a bit bigger of a part of the end game. But I feel like some stuff needs to be
painful when it slows me down.
The Terror needs tweaking. Again, we saw with 1.3, Zenly Zone Zero's getting this mode where it's going to be like an infinite tower, where you just keep going, and certain phases you can re-heal your character, and then you keep going until you can heal your character again. I don't know if it is truly infinite or what.
Yeah, this thing
I'd
moves
like to
too
see
fast.
something like that personally. That's something I've been asking for a while. One thing I do like the new event that we've got, but I'd take, you know, the last little fight from the event when you've just got a timer. Not a timer that's counting down. Well, what it is, but you've got like a set amount of time just to get as much points, basically. And it's more about you don't fail if you don't get something done within a certain time or defeat them. It's just kill as many mobs as you can and then how many points you get. Because I feel like that'd be good for, obviously, free-to-play players as well. But it'll be really good for Wales because they can, you know, maybe there'll be a leaderboard as well that resets on a weekly basis and they can race against other Wales because they've got everybody S6 and they're doing insane damage. I do feel like we've got a content problem. and I think it's the end game mostly.
It's not just end game, man.
Could definitely be better. I do feel like there could be better. I'm
It's not end game. It's missing a game.
But yeah, I think the state we're in now, there could be better.
Which means you don't get to play with the characters. The characters are fun, but you gotta have a reason to play with these characters after all. And right now, the way I would describe it is...
They think end game, but that's not really the problem. Because even if you wanted to pick it up and play, right? Like, you can't. It's not an end game problem. It's a game problem. This is what they're forgetting, man. They're forgetting why all the things are there and why they're there for it.
It's like,
they forget why.
Where you have like a 6-week patch cycles, but 1 week of content every 6 weeks of patch cycle. This is super noticeable because at the
like 1 week of content and then you move on and come back later is fine. That isn't the problem. It's what you're doing when you're there is that's the problem. The 1 week thingy is not the problem. But these guys are too clueless to understand that. They don't know what the real problem is. They don't understand it.
The end of the patch, they always just recycle the same event. Wouldn't that be like the exploration event where you get like 100 survey point, or like the double drop event? Without fail, it's always just recycle event.
I do want to say something on the infinite battle simulation as well. I do like the infinite battle simulation. I still think it's the best event, but I think the second phase of the event is nowhere near as good as the first phase. I don't know if it's because the dash element that you get in that just kind of sucks. It's nowhere near as good as the plunge element that you got, which it's not always going to be as good as a particular part in that mode in regards to like the quirk, the gimmick of that particular. But I don't know if it was the layout of the area where I just felt like I was like a little bit more lost. Like, oh, I need to make sure I'm covering. I've got all the chests. Where the other area, I think, because where it was a little bit more contained. It felt a little bit better. So, and they're not all going to be as good as each other. But yeah, definitely for the first phase was definitely better than the second phase in the infinite battle simulation.
But every single patch where you just basically do the same thing as you're doing, but you get more material. Speaking of material, I feel like there isn't like a strong reason for you to acquire more material to develop your characters, because the endgame is just so easy. I feel like the
compact. I mean, like, apart from the bit where you go up and out of the crater,
I mean, it is and it isn't. It is and isn't. The problem is, once you get to a certain point, then sure, you're outscaling everything. But until then, everything is pain.
Everything feels like it's kind of, you can see everything. You know what I mean? Where like in the newer area, I felt like, I suppose it was more of a placebo effect because it's more open. I know you can't go to the areas, but because it's flatter. I felt like I was visually getting lost in looking for stuff, if that makes sense. I felt like I was...
What happened to WuWa? Best game all of a sudden WuWa in current state. I know, right?
I don't really pay attention, but...
It's crazy.
I felt like that a little bit more. It didn't feel...
It's exactly like I said it would be months ago.
As the first phase.
The only reason to really...
it's exactly what I said it would be months ago. A long time ago. I said it's... Like, what I said about it, like... Yeah, it's true. Go figure.
Our material is if you want to perfect your characters, max out absolutely every single thing because you really care about them, or to prepare for.
Okay, we can at least look at these while I go grinding points for the
you
event.
probably won't get every characters anyway. The tower in Wedding Wave Endgame right now feels like a pure DPS check, and by pure DPS check,
yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, go figure.
Check. I mean, you basically just go in and you do a rotation for like 2.
And I don't even mind a DPS check in a game like this. Or I don't want that to be the entirety of the end game. You know what I mean?
But the reality is this is all they can come up with. That's the reality. They don't know how to do anything.
I want something that feels a little bit more... I don't know, a little bit more. It's just... I think it's kind of a whack end game if I'm...
Yeah, that's because it's missing the game. I've said this a long time. I said this about Genshin 2 years ago. As well.
Honest, it really isn't all that. Like the tower potentially would be better, like, now as we get
Oh,
further into the
I'm
game. If it
the-
was more of a daily reset than a weekly reset, then it might be a bit more interesting. Or even still, I don't find it enjoyable, if I'm honest.
2 minutes and you kill whatever come on the way, and that's it. You don't need to care about dodging. You don't care about.
I get
parrying,
to
which is
play as
supposed
the
to be
thingy
core
here.
of the game. It isn't some kind of like skillful combat where you carefully maneuver your way around the enemy. There's like no dynamic at all. You just go in,
Yeah.
you hit your button.
And as well, the whole idea of the tower was supposed to be this place where you go to train to improve, wasn't it? You know what I mean? It's like this physical spot in the world. Doesn't
Why am I
feel like
slow?
that at all. Like,
I am the freaking
tower,
ghost,
like,
man.
they should build it out so it feels like kind of like an academy where you go to get better, where resonance.
Hey, it's funny to react to it, man.
Elements to it that feels like a training session for resonators.
It's a great way to fill
Improve
time while I
better
go
and
through this
different
stupid
parts of it as
event.
well.
And they just die. And I did this by proving it as well, right? I recently did a blindfold run on Lingang where I was able to completely 3-star the 2 chamber in the middle, which have the level 100 enemies, and they're supposed to be the tankiest enemy of the tower. In my blindfold run, you can
See, like, I think I've got a different reason why I'm not keen on the tower, because sometimes I know people do like to flex a little bit like this. Well, I could do it with any character, I can do it blindfolded. Not everybody can, and that's not my problem with it. It's not that it's an easy mode or it's just purely a DPS check. I just think it's mid. You know what I mean? I just think it's mid in general.
It always
there's
will
going to be
be.
people who are really good at certain things in a game and are going to be able to clear content way easier, and their perception of the content is going to differ because of that. It's like, well, that's easy mode, bro. Are they seeing even a challenge? That might not be the same for other people who might really struggle on something. Or just don't have the time to pour into the game, but still want something where they get to come and do some sort of end-game content as well.
see, I basically just memorized my entire rotation, and I basically just press all my button in a certain order. And then
Yeah, because that's how much the joke.
that's
That's how much of a joke it
I
is.
didn't do a single dodge because
We need more mechanics to some of these end-game fights, don't we?
Well,
you know,
I did
like
some
MMO
accidental
type mechanics is what I'm
but
talking
none of the
about.
parry
Yeah, imagine. Why would you even want to play a single-player MMO, man? No, but also it's like, yeah, because you're missing the actual game part, man.
were like a
boss
skill mode
mechanics.
timing thing. I basically just mashed all my button in the right order, which is my rotation.
I think
and then
Terra Fantasy
died.
do a good thing with that. I know that game's more
Got
of an
to a
MMO,
point
but, you
where
know.
the tower feels more
Yeah,
like
you
a
don't
chore
say.
to clear every reset than a challenge. Especially because this is true for every single boss and every single enemy they have put in the tower so far. There hasn't been a new enemy where you have to change up your strategy. It's always you put the same team in, you click your
And the reason why they don't do that is because it makes it harder for them to sell a character. That's why.
button in the same order, and
It makes it harder.
My daily on same thing. The Heron, Genshin, always do the same. And it takes so.
What's he doing here? I know he's showing off something against here, but like, I think he needs to sort the audio a little bit.
Oh, because they have to like run around and pattern. You don't even need to. Oh my god, I have the storm.
Oh, there's 2 conversations going on, bro. I can't eat properly.
Click your button.
Oh, I'm out of-
Ironically speaking,
I'm
I
out
think
of
the Genshin
factors.
Impact endgame is actually harder. Now, I know people hate that I mentioned Genshin Impact all the time, but I think it's true, and I'm talking about this using my previous experience back in like 3.0 or something like that. I think back in my days when I was playing Genshin, the endgames were actually a lot more challenging than the current state of winning with endgame. Specifically, I remember there are stuff like where there are like 2 geovision, you have to like position yourself in a certain way, so they will like
Yeah.
come to you, and you have to like make sure they group, you have to like go to the wall, and you have to like make sure they are like walking in a certain way.
Trash mob management, really? This thing?
Something like that. And then, of course, Genshin Impact is a little more janky, so therefore it's like a more challenge.
I agree. I think it's the weakest part of this game. I think the end game in this game. And I think that's a big factor why people are drifting away from it, because at the end of the day, gacha game, it's about the waifus, and then it's about getting to that end game, isn't it? You know what I mean? Between your stories, because that's what's going to keep you there between the stories. It's the end game. It's event and end game, and we're lacking in those 2 massively in this game. That's the biggest factor. I think that's what it is. You know, you can argue about all different things, but I think if the events and end game was just substantially better, I think there'd be way less of these conversations going on in the Wuthering Waves community in regards to content and where the game is at now, and I need new stuff, give me new stuff, because you would be satiated for a little bit in between that sort of stuff, wouldn't you?
Because you gotta like funnel your energy, you gotta save your energy for the next fight. And there's also the Abyss card system where it gives you a little more dynamic in Genshin Impact. Now, I want to make a very big disclaimer that I don't know if this is true with the current states of Genshin Impact. I kind of watch my friend play sometimes, and I see them just like hitting a thing that stand in the middle and like do nothing else. So maybe
Oh,
I'm
like
wrong,
this is just
but
kill a bunch
I
of stuff in
actually
here.
have been
Okay.
recently playing a little bit of Genshin Impact just because one of my friends like got me back into it, and it has been really fun so far. And I'll be trying the new Abyss sometimes next week on stream, so you might want to tune in just to see like if my opinion change. Now, don't get me wrong, Wedding Wave do pump out banger content from time to time. Specifically, like when they added a new hologram, Hologram Crowless was like perfect. I think Hologram Crowless is like one of the best fight ever. It's like
That's one thing I will say. The one-on-one boss fights in Wuthering Waves are like top tier. You know, they're proper boss fights, especially the holograms as you go up the levels. You know, like 5 and 6 and 4. There's patterns. It's not about how powerful I am. You know what I mean? It's about skill check, basically. It's about your
I mean, you have to meet. You still need to meet the DPS check, which is still there.
Sequences and their attack patterns and stuff. And that was one of the really interesting things when you first got into Wuthering Waves. I want to see more of that stuff being brought to us. You know, now I know that's a little bit harder to do, or maybe just work on creating different patterns for certain bosses and bringing in new animations and attacks and stuff, and throwing that into some different content as well. And again, adding boss mechanics as well, I think could be interesting.
actually dynamic, and it's like basically play to the game.
But then they still forget that it's still supposed to be an open world at the end of the day, too.
Core essence,
Man.
like dodging, parrying, and then doing your character's combo all in one and stuff like that.
They still
And
forget
Fire
what they're
Rider was a
trying.
little
They're playing at the end of the
gimmicky
day.
because You can't just spam meteor.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. It's 6 level 6 Inferno Rod is just annoying. It's just straight just boo 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 boo. It's so annoying.
something like that I feel like are cool. It's just like we kind of get them once in the blue moon. The same way in Elusive Realm, it's a really cool game mode whenever they add a new character.
Best
You can
game
just,
mode in the game,
you
really.
can play the new characters in your regular way, in your hologram and your tower, and then here is a new way to make them super insane that it's also fun to play. The Shangli Yao combo in the Elusive Realm was super fun. You like basically perma time stuff and stuff like that. I think all of these are super fun and super cool to play whenever we do get them. Again, new characters, super fun to play because Wedding Wave characters are really well designed. They're just fun to play in general. Elusive Realm game mode or other game mode, super fun to play whenever we get a new one, usually followed by new characters. And of course, new hologram or new boss in general are super cool, super fun to figure out.
I'd like to hear that actually. What's people's general opinion of the Tower of Adversity? Other than like rewards and I guess a way to like really get an idea of the sort of damage output you're getting off characters in terms
Yeah, no
of
one's
DPS
doing the
check, I
freaking
suppose.
game mode
And
now.
maybe flexing
damn
and a
it.
bit of bragging. Is the mode actually good?
No.
You know, do you feel like when there's a reset on the tower, you're like, oh, can't wait to play tower? Or is it just like, yes, I got to clear tower kind of thing? Because I don't want my end game to be that. Now, I know it's always going to be that sometimes because at the end of the day, it's end game. And when you're playing this sort of game, you're always going to be in that point where you're like, well, I've got to clear this today to do this. It's, it's part of the chore. But for most of the time, it should be, can't wait to do this today. This will be fun. Oh, they've switched it up. This is going to be really enjoyable to do. I don't get that with the tower.
So, like how they actually work. The thing is that it just, there's so little. It always feels like they give you like a taste. They give you like a bite, right? And then they're like, oh,
I mean, I
this
think
feels
another reason why, though, it feels like a chore, because it doesn't feel like you're getting anywhere with it. When the only thing they can give you as a carrot on the stick is just random premium currency, you never feel like you're actually gonna make progress. You're never actually making progress. It's not like they're actually giving you something for it. Right? That's kind of the problem there. When the carrot on the stick is just more premium currency, you can't look at it like, oh cool, I'm actually getting something new that actually is useful. I'm actually getting somewhere. Even if it's like super minor. That's kind of a problem that they have to deal with as well. But they're never gonna get that solved.
I want
And
more,
snatch it away
but
from
there's
you.
no more. You always
Yeah.
get like just a bite, and there's
Yeah.
like no more, and it left you like undesired. And I feel like that's what's the problem is right now. It just feels so bad. I get that where the problem is. It's
It's like a la carte. That's what for me, Wuthering Waves is. It's an a la carte menu. You know, it's this really good-looking, pristine plate of food that's super tasty using some of the best ingredients, but you get 2 mouthfuls and it's gone. you know, because it's designed to be like 12 courses for each freaking plate's like, dude, what the, you know, normal person like me, you're like, whoomp, 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 oh, it's gone now. And then you're just like, I want more. You know what I mean? I feel that's exactly what Wuthering Waves is.
Kuro Games, unlike HoYoverse, doesn't have the same amount of funding. In fact, they have significantly
Which
less
doesn't
funding,
matter.
So they can't pump out content the same way like Genshin Impact can be able to do it, right? And that's kind of one of the things that make Genshin shine right now, is because they have so much money, they're able to just dump into it and just pump content.
It doesn't even feel like they're pumping it though.
I think they get like 4 weeks of content, right? And they're like actual content, not like the...
What do you mean 4 weeks? You sure it's 4 weeks, man?
Surveys,
you sure?
Like the spinning hamsters, not like the double drop. Right, I logged into Genshin just...
Yeah, like for me, that sort of stuff I don't class as content, you know? It's rewards. You know, things like, I guess you could call it content, but like, you know, the Lolo logistical, it's not really content, is it? You know, a double drop.
Yeah, they're fine as long as they can survive,
it's not
right?
really content. It's an
True, right? They'll be fine as long as they
You're
survive.
getting extra stuff, but I wouldn't call it content. It's not like, whoa, that was cool. It's just like, hey, I got double drops, you know, great for building characters in the future.
Like recently, and then there was like this co-op event, which was actually surprisingly really fun. Now, I feel
This
like
is the sort of stuff I was talking about with Genshin, these sort of modes where it's a little bit abstract. You know, Star Rail does a good thing at this as well, and Zenless looks like it's doing it as well, where you're playing the game.
We literally
you're
have
not
this shit
playing
here
the
too.
game in the way you usually play the game, i.e. beating up monsters. You're using your characters, but you're just doing something totally different, and it feels like a little fun party game mode. It's sometimes really nice to be interjected in between the normal grind of combat, I think. I think Wuthering Waves is missing stuff like this massively.
And I was just like, oh look, it's my Shangling again. Boom, 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 boom. So it was like fresh. It was like nostalgia feeling, so it was fun. But also I was like with my Genshin friends, so there's like that. Speaking of Genshin friends, I feel like that's another big one. It's just there is no community content for Wedding Wave. Because the community is a lot smaller. Where for Genshin,
The closest you got is whatever Maggie's
so,
doing.
like even when you're not playing the game,
If you care enough
you
for
can
it.
still interact with the Genshin Impact fandom. Also, again, HoYoverse have way more funding to host these like offline event. There is like this Arvin that it's like an hour drive from me, and they host like a bunch of HoYoverse
Oh, cool.
events.
In a
I think
couple
recently for
hours,
Halloween, they have like a HoYo weed
we'll get
event.
stuff there.
There's like a Madonna-led event for Genshin Impact, and these are cool to see. These are like
I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna get from
Can't
these,
really
man.
blame that on the game though, and I know he's not, but you know, we can't really be like, hey, there's not these local events going on. Well, that's the state of the game right now, you know. Well, I get what he's saying.
Enjoy the game in ways that I didn't expect outside of the game physically with other people. I think that's super cool to see. Something Wedding Wave probably won't see for a long time. Unfortunately, they don't even have the funding to come to like Anime Expo in America, so it's only like limited to China right now, and I feel like that's kind of sucks. Like an anime convention, you can see a lot more Genshin Impact cosplayers. Well, just because the game is bigger, but that also means that you get to have more fun as a Genshin Impact player, going around taking a photo of your favorite cosplay and stuff like that. Or even recently, I went to a shop in Los Angeles with one of my friends, and I was surrounded by Genshin Impact merch. Now, there was like a small section of official Wedding Wave merch, and we did buy some. I bought like a Ling Yang like standee, right? And my friend got like a little scar keychain. But the point is still like when we're walking through the stores, there's like so little Wedding Wave things that I'm like, oh look, this is Ling Yang, this is Jian. We're surrounded by so many like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rails.
Again, I understand what he's saying, but this to me has got no relevance to the game itself.
Yeah, that doesn't have any relevance, yeah.
It's just, you know, it's not really relevant, is it?
Merch and stuff like that, and you get like, Genshin.
I understand what he's saying in regards to the community vibe, but that's not the game itself.
Venti. And that's like just different, you know. Speaking of Venti, if you're wondering what this thing is, this is the Vtuber that I'm currently working on. A lot of it's inspired by Venti. If you can kind of see the reassemblance, kind of why it's green. You can check out 210VT on Twitter for more.
Okay, he's making a model.
This is why I love the male characters in Wuthering Waves, you know? It's like...
more detail as well as just follow it. But to basically summarize all my yapping, I feel like the game is just really dry, and that's really it. Now, I understand that it's
because there's no game.
Games for like, you know,
that's why.
Not enough money and community as HoYoverse, because that like just is so big in comparison, right? But as a player, it just left me like undecided when I get like a taste of the game that I want to play, and then there's like nothing left. Because again, I do think the core game is great, right? Like the characters are so fun. Maybe something like a boss rush hologram challenge would be cool, where you like fight one hologram after the other. That'll be like super difficult.
Well, we kind of had that with the simulacrum thing, and I don't think it was all that great. Like, for me, I feel like they need to really like lean into molds that are going to keep people on the game, and that's how this game is going to be successful in regards to that it's not just about the culture drive of new characters, you know, we're going to sell merch, everything's based around the next banner, which of course the next banner is important, but I feel like if you're attached to the brand, the IP, because it's so enjoyable across a bunch of different ways, you're going to be more likely to spend, you're going to be more likely to indulge in the culture and the community, and I think that comes from persistent events.
You got outside the subway.
Far better in game.
Okay.
Again, I've said it before.
Interesting.
Dungeons, world bosses, raid bosses, potential matchmaking.
Interesting.
You know,
outside
just
the
going
subway.
Outside the box a little bit in some of the molds, in my opinion. I feel like everything just feels kind of safe in Wuthering Waves. I want them to try some stuff. Hey, it might be a massive failure and people might roast them for it, but I want them to try, you know what I mean? I feel like at the moment, everything feels super safe now. I want them to just go balls to the wall with some of these events. And hey, if it sucks, you know what I mean? Move on to the next one kind of thing.
Cool, but that give like a big reason.
Where are the mobs that I'm supposed to kill here?
Their characters. Maybe you can even like switch in the characters between each hologram and stuff like that. Wait, that actually sounds kind of cool. Oh,
Interesting.
Anyway, I guess I'm back to Genshin again. Huh. I mean, everyone say 5.0 is really good. And
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not real 5.0, man.
You know what? Fair. Again, I can't really argue with any of his points really, apart from that event image that I saw. But everything else, I think is fair.
People have to learn.
You know,
big brain.
As I say. I'm not. I do want to try Genshin again. It's been a while, but I don't think I'm ever going to be like, right, I'm Genshin again, because there's just other gacha games I'd rather play, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And I think.
And that's why I would rather not play WuWa either.
I agree.
If all you can come up with is more combat, they freaking don't understand the problem.
In my opinion, obviously the story needs to be good and characters need to be good, but they need to sort that first. If the minute-to-minute gameplay on an average basis is lacking, who cares if there's a new banner coming out? Because what do you do with a banner if you've got nothing to do? Wait for another month for content to come out regarding the story to play them as? I don't know, do a reset once every 2 weeks on Endgame? You know what I mean?
That's not really gonna solve the problem either.
Like, we need something that's like giving you that daily reason to play the game, and not just to log in, do your dailies and bounce, but actually play the game and absorb you into the whole ethos of the game.
Because there's no game to play. He doesn't realize that there's no fucking game.
Because I think that's how they'll turn people into payers. Because that's what Genshin did, really. Genshin didn't just get people hyped because of banners. People, obviously the COVID buff was a thing, but people fell in love with the game, the IP, the brand recognition, and then the spending comes, you know what I mean? And I think that's where Wuthering Waves is failing a little bit, if I'm honest. But everything else, though, game's fire, you know what I mean? It is fire. They've got the base level right there. They've just gotta tweak things. I'm confident they will. I hope they will anyway.
Sounds like mad cope. I mean, yeah, I have Linghan. That's not really a problem. That's not really a problem, man. I have Linghan. I have the flight apparatus at maxed. So I'm fine on all that front. All those fronts. Man, I miss the double drop world bosses, man. People went crazy when we had those. People went crazy. People went crazy when we had those. Alright, here we go. Someone's talking about saying the WuWa community is spoiled for some reason.
So, I am sure we have all seen it. Since the launch of
We're going
Wuthering
through
Waves,
everything I
the
was said.
generosity Kuro Games has shown us to players, from the free 5-star characters.
The quote-unquote generosity is super Pepega, what they point out, man. What generosity?
To the weapons, to even the extra events packed with materials and resources for us. Kuro has really gone.
No, that's not them being generous, man. God, this guy is just freaking clueless. Like, it is painful to hear them talk and how to describe things. Like, imagine someone is like, okay, to get through here, you need to do this, you need to do like 10,000 things on this list. And they're like, you know what, fine, here, you can do half of it instead. Apparently that's being generous, man. God, these guys are so pobega.
Gone all out for its community. But this opens up another question that I've asked a while back. What happens if the generosity just suddenly stops? What if tomorrow Kuro decides to slow down on all the gifts?
Like, what they're doing is not being generous, it's just what everyone else does, man. It's even less than what usually comes out in other games. But these guys are way too clueless to understand that. It is not generous at all, at least not in my eyes.
How would that affect the player base? Well, I've asked this question to a few people, and I got some surprising responses, if you would. And in today's video, that's exactly what I want to talk about. So, welcome back, you glorious legendary resonators, you absolute lovely bastards. My name's Foxsoul. Welcome to another video here in Weather and Waves. Welcome to another topic of conversation right here on the channel. And in today's video, as you can guess, we're going to dig into whether Kuro Games' generosity has led to the community to expect a bit too much, if you would, and what this could mean for the future of the game. But you see, this is where things get a little interesting. I've had some conversations with different player types, from day one players, free-to-play players, and even those who are brand new to gacha games in general, who just start out with Weather and Waves as their first game. And the response has been almost unanimous. They have grown accustomed to this generosity. What's especially interesting is that while most of them are thankful, there's an underlying feeling that it's almost become expectant, almost like they're seeing this generosity as a given part of the game. Now, this kind of mindset, you know, to me is kind of huge, in a way that it speaks on how quickly a player base can become used to the quote-unquote good life, but it also raises questions, you know, is it fair to expect Kuro to keep this level of support, you know, up indefinitely? Some players have told me that, you know, they believe that being selfish in their expectations is just justified. They argue that in a genre known for, you know, its tough grind and sometimes manipulative practices, that it's perfectly reasonable to want to get as much out of the game as possible, even if it means expecting constant rewards. This just shows how much Kuro's approach, in my personal opinion, has changed dynamics within Weather and Waves. It's setting a precedent that may be hard to maintain in the long run. So this all led me into a pretty straightforward question for these players.
What do you mean hard to maintain? They created the problem. They're just looking at the handouts that they gave them because of the manufactured problem. They manufactured the problem.
Do you feel if Kuro Games tone down the generosity tomorrow, or
it's not them being generous, man. Like think about it this way. Imagine someone goes to your house and tells you if you want to enter or exit your house, or you know what, your room, or you know what, we'll make it even better, the fridge. If someone makes it so if you want to use the fridge, you have to pay them every single time. But if you go do a specific thing, they'll let you open it twice a day. Open and close it twice a day. Right? If you do a very specific thing. But if you don't, they take that away from you. Right? Would you call that being generous? If it's your own fridge that you bought, you paid for, you own, you put your own food in there, would you call that being generous? Of course not. Right? I changed this specific one because I realized, wait, you know, some of you guys don't leave the house. You know what? Fine. I freaking picked the fridge. Right? Because you want food. Right? Imagine, right? It's like they created a problem and then they're like giving you back, they're not giving you back a solution. They're just They're just making it a pain. But hey, you know what? If we do this very, very specific thing, they'll make it less of a pain. The pain is still there.
Even stopped it. Would they be okay with it, or would it change how they feel about weathering waves? And some of these responses that I got were kind of surprising. A few players said that, you know, they would generally be upset if Curl decided to scale back on the rewards. They see Curl as being obligated to keep this generosity up because it's what keeps them invested in the game. They feel that this is kind of like, you know, a contract of sorts. Curl gives freely and they stay loyal. Now, this is where things get a little tricky in my personal opinion. A handful even said that they would consider quitting the game if Curl just stopped being generous.
They're not being generous, man. These guys don't realize that. They really are not. They think they are because they're used to seeing worse somewhere else. Or they've never touched these types of things before, so they don't really understand anything. If that's the case, then sure, why not? And like you gotta admit, it's really funny when they go like talk about their cope, and if you see like exactly what they talk about when they're talking about rewards here, man. Let me see if I can find an example. Where was it? There's an example I'm looking for. Let me try to see if I can find it, man. When was it that I talked about this? It was from this dude. Where was that infographic I saw? I'm trying to dig up something. Of like someone calling them generous. Let me try to see if I can find it.
Awaiting command.
Because it's from this specific person. Who also called the freaking thing generous, and I'm like, no.
Target eliminated.
Oh yeah, he apparently made something on 1.3. Right, so they're counting this stuff, man. Yeah, the battle pass doesn't even give you a 10 pull if you pay for it. Oh yeah, this is your subscription. The paid subscription part. Yeah, 460. That's not even enough for 3. That's like 3 pulls maybe. Lunite subscription. You combine that one again. This is paid. This is paid. This is paid. This is paid. The freaking going for promo code Scraps livestream update. Okay. Okay, we exclude that. Let's look at the actual game here, man. Dailies. They're freaking counting dailies, guys. Logging in every single day for the 46 days. They're counting dailies. They're missions, man. Okay, they get 900 from the story. I guess, approximately 900. Sure. This is the tutorial stuff and the trial. This is the event rewards there. Barely 2 10 pulls, and that's it. They're talking about fucking mint picking in the Tower of Adversity. But assuming they get the maximum there. Right? They're counting every single aspect here, and not what's just added into the event or whatever itself, or just the patch. They count every fucking thing, which is just really Pepega. Right? Like, here's the thing, man. Remove dailies. Right? We remove dailies. We remove the paid stuff. You know, let me open this in Paint. So we can, like, remove and then recount. How generous are they actually? If this is the logic they like to use. We're gonna put this in MS Paint. And we're gonna just erase things. Right? Because this is their scuffed mindset.
Target eliminated.
Right, this is their scuffed mindset. So, I don't, I believe some of these are from the shop that you have like every month and it's like adjusted. So we can remove this. This one we have to remove. Lunite subscription battle pass, that's gone.
Awaiting command.
This thing you remove too. Okay, permanent content, we're gonna remove the thing that resets on the cycle. We remove that. Dailies, we remove. We'll let them keep missions. Trial tutorial. They're actually counting achievements, man. That's not even...
Eliminated.
Okay, they get 2 pulls from achievements. So this is what's actually left. We'll round up to 900. Okay, 900 plus another 900 for these 2 things. Plus, they did... Let's say they do every single event. Fine.
Awaiting command.
Do we even count the freaking achievements? You know what? Sure. I'll be nice and assume they want to hunt achievements too. And give them the 2100. So they get 50. But this is them doing every single thing in the game. Or they get 30% of a pull a day. And this is assuming they completely 100% everything. Right? This is assuming they completely 100% everything. Wait, what did I... oh wait, I divided by 160, whatever. They got like 50 pulls basically. But this is assuming they 100% everything. They get the live stream codes, which I'm pretty sure those expire, right? If you miss those out. Right? Because they were counting freaking dailies and stuff in this. They even count 100%ing the new map. Imagine. They count that too. But sure, if you count this as generous, guys. Do you think this is generous, man? If like what? How much do you need? How many pulls do you need to guarantee a character? Right, you need 160. So if we do 160, divide that by 50, you need this thing to repeat 3.2 times over. Right? We put things now into perspective of what they actually are. We removed what's paid, we removed the event stuff, we removed the permanent stuff that's already there that's gonna reset. This is what they actually get, and this is assuming they do every single thing. Every single goddamn last thing. Actually, is it even worth it for them to keep putting premium currency in these chests when you see how pathetically low the amount is you get when you 100% everything? And here's the thing too, these are approximations. Right? This is assuming you do every single side quest and everything. How many people out there even do all that? I don't know what Genshin numbers are, but those are the numbers that I can see here. I have no clue what Genshin numbers are, I don't count them. If you have them and want to send them to me, we can go dissect that too. But that doesn't really feel or seem that generous to me, to be honest.
To them, that Kuro had set a standard, and anything else would feel like a betrayal. And I've got to admit, that seems a little bit extreme to me, but... oof. But it goes to show, I guess, how fast players get accustomed to a certain level of treatment. If Kuro was to stop even temporarily, it might shake some players' loyalty in a big way. Are these expectations sustainable? Or have we as a community just started expecting too much?
No.
And see, now this brings up a different perspective.
Don't defend them,
It brings
man.
up a big question, if you would.
Like, reality is you should not defend them. You really shouldn't. You really, really shouldn't be defending them, man. Their practices, you should never defend them. You really, really shouldn't.
As Kuro's generosity led to the Weather and Waves community, the player base you would, to become a bit spoiled. Because let's face it, this isn't your typical gacha experience, where progression often feels like a grind without spending real money.
It still does, man. It's just a grind.
Here, I do believe that Kuro has made it possible for any player, free to play, spin to win, however you want to say it, to make solid progress and even feel supported without having to constantly pull out their wallets.
You guys, remember after we just did the math, do you feel that way? We used their own data against them there, but do you feel that way after we put the math in there? I closed the MS Paint window, so I have to like redo it again.
Target eliminated.
But do you really feel that way? Do you really feel that generosity there? Especially after the amount of work you'd have to put in there. Like imagine this as well. Let's say you value your time as well, right? Let's say it takes you, I don't know, 8 hours to 100% the map and get all those things that they mentioned they're done. Let's say it takes you 8 hours, right? 8 hours, right? And that 8 hours gets you 50 pulls. Okay, you know what? We have 8 hours. Let's say you make, I don't know, $15 an hour or something. I don't know. There's some places that would have more. Actually, if I go over my places, it's like minimum wage is slowly like rising to 18 an hour. Let's say $18 an hour.
Eliminated.
$144. Okay? Cool. Now, you take this $144, right? If this is your 8 hours of work, right? This is what your 8 hours of work takes you. If $100 is 50 pulls, right? So 144, right? Divide that by 100 is 1.44. Multiply that by 50, and that's 72 pulls. Right? If you look at it as a chore, if you see it as a chore, and your entire goal was to get pulls, right? Well now, right, and that's assuming it takes you 8 hours to speedrun all that stuff. It might take you longer. Right? I'm just being nice here. And saying you're speedrunning and getting it done in 1 day or whatever. You're doing all of the story, you're 100%ing the entire map, doing all the side quests and stuff they added. Right? I'm assuming you're doing that all in 8 hours. Right? Let's just pretend that that's what's going on. And if that's the case, well, the amount of work there, and that's assuming as well you did all the events 100% within that 8 hour time period. Right? You look at the difference here. 72 versus 50. So it's 1.44 times more efficient to not do it. And do what else instead? Right? To go in here, to go into the shop, to look at the stuff here and go, you know.
Target eliminated.
But I wonder if this guy noticed. But my guess is he didn't. But that's what happens when you take out
Some
math.
players I've talked to are really quick to say that Kuro owes him these rewards as part of the experience. But is that really fair? There's a difference between appreciating something and and feeling entitled to something.
No, now he's using the word entitled as a way to go defend them for their bad business practices. This is just really Pepega.
When we start expecting handouts, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that this level of generosity that we're seeing isn't a industry.
It's less actually, but he doesn't know that because all he probably knows is Hoyo. It's really not, man. At the same time, you have to also consider the amount of time and work they force you to put in here compared to some of those other games where you can just click auto clear and immediately get all the stuff. But I guess this guy hasn't realized that either.
Standard. This isn't to say that, you know, players shouldn't value what they're given, but there's a thin line, I feel, between gratitude and entitlement. If Kuro dialed back generosity, would these same players still be here tomorrow? It's worth considering if, as a community, we're placing unrealistic expectations on a developer that has already gone above and beyond.
They have not gone above and beyond. Not in the slightest, man.
At the end of the day, Kuro has the right to adjust how they run their game. And if they choose to scale back, it shouldn't be seen as a bad thing, right? Not to the player base, but with the level of expectation that we're seeing, I'm not sure if everyone would take it that way. So you see, now this leads me to want to talk about something else, which is the potential fallout if Kuro decides to ease up on the generosity. If the community has come to expect constant free rewards, scaling back might not go over well. I mean, I think we've seen this in other games when expectations are set high and a developer starts pulling back, that the player base is pretty much, their backlash can be severe. Look at some of even the most popular gacha titles out there that started very strong but faced, a community of anger when they scaled back a little bit on their rewards, or even when they became less player friendly. Kuro Games has been delivering these rewards, in my personal opinion, as a way to build loyalty and trust with its player base.
Yeah, that's a normal business tactic.
The hype fades away and the game starts to settle down in a more stable phase, I think Kuro might understandably start to focus less on the freebies. And if that happens, are we as players prepared for that shift?
I mean, they're gonna do it eventually because they're gonna want you to. They want to try to get you to spend more. Your resources are extremely scarce, regardless. They're going to do it. The question isn't if they're going to do it, but rather when.
Some players are already saying that they would drop the game without these constant rewards. That shows the level of dependency on the generosity. That's risky for both the community and the developer. A scale back approach might be a logical step for Kuro, but if they take it, there's a chance that will lead to some fallout. Players who've come to see these rewards as a given might just feel betrayed. And instead of building a loyal player base, it could lead to a diversion and even frustration. But if we as players recognize that Kuro's generosity may not last forever, we could start, enjoying the game for what it is and not what we get from it.
I mean, there's nothing there. The reason why is there's nothing there. That's why they're acting like that, because there's nothing there. It's like, bro, how have you not realized that there's nothing there, man? They're not entitled, they're not spoiled. They're not. They're not.
So what's the takeaway from all this? Well, to me, as players, we need to learn to manage our expectations. Kuro Games has treated us exceptionally well so far. No, they have not. But the last thing we want to do is become entitled, I think. Gacha games are, well, at the end of the day, a business. And if Kuro Games chooses to tone down on the rewards in the future, I think we should be, getting prepared and ready for that shift. It doesn't mean that we need to lower our standards, but we shouldn't treat every reward as something that's just owed to us. If Kuro Games continues to provide us with generous rewards, events, hey, fantastic! But if they decide to cut back, let's not lose sight of why we even started playing Weathering Waves in the first place. Let's focus on enjoying the game.
This guy is just freaking being a clown, man.
Support it for its gameplay, its story, and community, not just the rewards.
That's all they have. Because there's nothing there. That's why they're talking about that. This freaking dude, the 5-head dude, is so clueless.
So yeah, that's gonna be my take on this topic with Kuro Games.
Alright, let's go to the next video then. And there's like the Kectone video as well. Oh, there's a lot actually. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I was sent. Alright, here's a Kazahana video.
So recently there's been a lot of talk about Wuthering Waves and their overall situation whenever it comes to player popularity and also a bit of revenue. We're very soon fast approaching 1.4, which again I'm sure is going to be a very good update, and we're still yet to see any news on it whatsoever. Now obviously we have had the drip marketing for Camellia and Lumi, which again I think is great, and Wuthering Waves has done a really good job of that. And by the time this video comes out, there might be something that has actually come out about the update, because again we're expecting to see some kind of advertisement for it any day now, and also advertisement for future versions. And this was a problem that I wanted to talk about in Wuthering Waves, which is mainly to do with the advertising and marketing of the game, as well as a lot of people online kind of spouting a lot of misinformation about Wuthering Waves and their overall situation, especially financially, which I just think is completely wrong and kind of skews a lot of people's perspectives whenever it comes to Wuthering Waves. Now obviously this isn't everyone in the community or anything like that, it is just a small number of people that I've seen, you know, dotted around Twitter and Reddit. Now I don't have any specific posts because I don't really want to, you know, give any attention to some specific accounts, and also I don't want to spread any hate their way either, because again it's just unnecessary. But a lot of what they've been spreading is stuff like, you know, Wuthering Waves is going to be end of service, which again is the most crazy claim you can make, because Wuthering Waves has actually been doing pretty decently. Now this comes all in the context of the upcoming gacha revenue chart, which is set to come out in about 3 days time. Which,
Let's go.
Again, I don't follow it
Soon.
on my channel anymore.
Soon,
just
guys, we
I don't
get to
think
see the chart
information is
soon.
accurate enough, and I prefer to follow some more kind of accurate sources that also upload a lot of data. Not just every month, they upload it, you know, every couple weeks or so. And well, obviously a lot of people do follow this gacha revenue chart because it has been very popularized in the community, which has led to some people making predictions with them saying like games like Honkai Star and Genshin Impact are going to do very good, because again they have had some very good banners, and saying that games like Wuthering Waves is going to be end of service. Now I don't know if they know exactly what end of service means, but in my opinion I don't think they actually know what it is, because if we saw whenever the Shorekeeper actually released, it actually helped to create a 292% revenue spike on version 1.3 launch day, which pretty much gave Wuthering Waves 2.
Okay, sure. Sure, man. Sure.
2.4 million on September 29th, which again is absolutely amazing, and I think that 2.4 million at the lowest is still enough to run a gacha game, and people are being way too overdramatic about it.
It depends on what the hell you have going on, man. It really depends. You don't understand everything going on.
For this video, we're going to be going through some other kind of examples of what Wuthering Waves may be doing wrong and what they could be.
And here's the other thing too, is he doesn't understand it's gross revenue, not net revenue. And even then, you still have to compare that versus profitability. Finances are far, far more complicated than this guy is gonna let on.
Be improving on, to help give a little talk about, you know, stuff that they could do to make the game better and actually get the maximum potential reach that they could possibly get. But before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and also go to my Twitch where I'm going to be live. I definitely recommend going over there. It's going to be down in the pinned comment down below or in the description. You can go over there, give me a follow, and you'll get notified as soon as I go live. And we've been streaming a lot of Wuthering Waves and also gacha like video content as well.
Yeah, they don't understand what the hell the revenue chart even means. They don't understand anything, man. It is definitely the worst thing to show these clowns, for sure. For sure.
Also, I definitely recommend going to check me out because, again, it's just a fun time overall. But let's get back into the video. So one of the main things that Wuthering Waves could improve on is just stuff to do with adding stuff to their Twitter and also other social media sites. I think this is something that they really lack and that they need to take a page out of some other games' books. Now, obviously they do release the usual stuff like trailers and also some other things, but there does seem to be a severe lack in kind of like meaningful advertisement, which I think that a lot of people would benefit from. Now, obviously we've got posts like this where they got some cool little art things and some other stuff, but again I don't think people care about that as much. I think people want some like interactivity with some of these stories.
Oh no, I'm just looking at something on my cat game at the same time. The cat game.
Recently they've had their big update, or the announcement of their big update, and they've got all of these like trailers and stuff for the characters, as well as some even more trailers and stuff like that. Now I'm not saying that they need to make 2 million trailers or anything, but I definitely think that games like Nikkei are a good example of how companies can advertise a character early. For example, they're kind of advertising a lot of characters and skins really early, even if they haven't released yet, which again I think is great. I think that Kuro Games really need to take into account that, you know, they've got a lot of really exciting characters coming up, and they shouldn't be afraid to kind of release the information for it, because as I said, we're still waiting for a lot of this stuff to come out about 1.4 and Camellia and stuff like that, because we haven't heard a single thing about Camellia. Now, what they could be doing in the meantime, I'm not saying that they should be releasing a full character trailer or anything like that, because again, that is saved for a couple days before release, but I definitely think they should be releasing some more art, some more kind of, you know, conversations about her, or even just kind of mini trailers which kind of showcase her off a little bit. It doesn't have to, you know, showcase off any kind of talents or skills or anything like that that's featured in the game, but I definitely do think they should kind of add a lot more stuff to do with her whenever we've got something like a rerun banner going on. Now, I don't blame them for not advertising it if there is a limited character that needs to take priority over the top of that, such as the Shorekeeper, but that isn't the case. We've got Jian, who they've pretty much just gotten a kind of reused trailer, which they've taken, you know, from the Jian trailer, and that's about it. And I think that they honestly should be working on promoting their future characters rather than promoting their reruns. Now, obviously, they can promote both, and I think that would actually be the better kind of thing for Wuthering Waves if they promote both of the banners, because it helps. It helps, you know, spread a little bit more awareness about all of this stuff, and I think that Nikke does kind of show us a little bit of how to do it better, and the same goes for a couple of other gacha games too. Now, obviously, if you look at Wuthering Waves' Twitter page in particular, you can see there's a lot of similarities to places like Genshin. Now, obviously, Genshin is probably the game that Wuthering Waves wants to be like the most, just due to the open world aspects of it, and it does have a
Yeah, no wonder their open world sucks.
a pretty similar feel,
No wonder it
apart from
sucks.
the overall style and design of the characters in the world. And Genshin Impact are, you know, as well culprits for this. They do kind of post not that much, and they kind of post like less meaningful things, such as, you know, birthday posts and stuff like that to do with characters. Now, it does kind of fill up their feed a bit and keeps them on the algorithm, but I definitely think they could be doing a bit more as well. And they only kind of release announcements whenever some events come out and stuff like that, which, you know, Wuthering Waves also do, and it seems like they are trying to imitate them a little bit. So yeah, hopefully we can see some kind of change in that in the future. I definitely want to know if you guys think that there should be any changes to the social media site, and just social media sites in general. Doesn't have to be Twitter, it could be YouTube or TikTok or something like that, to kind of reach out to their audience, because I definitely think there could be more done there. So definitely let me know down in the comments if you guys have any ideas for, you know, what they could improve on as well. That was just one of the things that I had in mind, but that's not to say that Wuthering Waves is advertising badly or anything. I think they are just advertising the game itself badly. They've been to like Tokyo Game Show, which again was absolutely amazing, and it was great that they could get you know, a seat there and they could actually have a whole booth, and apparently it did look really, really good and probably brought over a lot more players, which again is a very good way to advertise your game, especially to an audience that you kind of want to tap into. Obviously Japan, you know, they really want to kind of tap into that audience ever since the whole Japanese mistranslation issue, which again I think is great. And the same goes for the Korean event that was going on as well, you know, them being the main sponsors of a massive event over in, I think it was in Seoul. I definitely think that is a step forwards, and obviously it shows you how much money Wuthering Waves and Kuro Games do have, because if they can afford being the main sponsor of an entire convention, I think, you know, they aren't doing...
Who says they can afford it, man? I think it's funny how he says if they can afford. Who says they could actually afford it, though?
...too badly whenever it comes to cash. And that's why I think the whole argument of people saying that it's end of service is so stupid. And not only like in-person events, but they've also got, you know, collaborations going on, which I've talked about a lot on this channel with GS25 and also some other massive companies, which I definitely think is a very, very good thing. We had the National Geographic one as well recently. So again, it seems like they are kind of building their rapport whenever it comes to advertisement with other companies. And I think that, you know, just adding a little bit more stuff to do with the game and a lot more trailers and things like that, especially with the amount of money they've gotten recently with some of their really popular characters, I think it would just go that bit of an extra mile, because people would look at it and go, oh hey, I kind of actually want to play that. That trailer or that kind of post looks really nice. So again, it would be nice to see some kind of more interactivity with that, and I think that also comes with the content in the game too. I think there should be a little bit more content to do, and that way you have more stuff to talk about on your social media sites. And I don't want to make this into some kind of like doom posty video or anything like that. I definitely think that Wuthering Waves is doing just fine whenever it comes to advertisements and whenever it comes to stuff like their social media posts and just getting stuff out, but I do think it could be a little bit better.
Alright, let's go to the next thing. The scummiest game on Roblox now. If he's just gonna keep talking more about that, let's just go to the next one. Scummiest game on Roblox.
If you've been on Roblox lately, there's a very high chance you've been recommended this game, Pets Go. This is a new game created by the same developers behind Pet Simulator, and it is absolutely massive. It currently has...
Yeah, the way they're talking, man, that WuWa gotta be up in those charts, right? They definitely gotta be up in those charts, surely. Surely they're gonna be up in the top of those charts, right? Surely.
Almost 200,000 active players, making it one of the biggest games on Roblox. In just a span of 4 days, it has gotten an insane 37.2 million visits. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it, this might be the most scummy, lazy, and greedy game I have ever seen on Roblox. before I get into the multitude of issues with this game, I have to give a quick summary of how this game works. The main mechanic is this dice, which you click to get different pets. These pets can vary in rarity, and the more uncommon of a pet you get, the more coins you will be rewarded with. These coins can be used to purchase upgrades, which unlock new mechanics such as temporary consumables that will boost your luck when getting pets, hatching eggs faster, and much more. The different pets you get are shown off around your character, giving you bragging rights, but most importantly, enticing you to keep playing. As you walk around the map, you'll see all these people with these cool fire electro pets, and especially in the mind of children, you're gonna want those pets yourself. You want to be the
surely
cool,
G-Ran Banner saves them, surely.
2 billion chance pet, and all you have to do is keep clicking that dice. That brings us into our first and most important issue, the gambling.
Oh yes, gotcha
This
stuff.
entire game is 100% built upon gambling. Pretty much all you can do is gamble for rarer pets. Gambling is a seriously dangerous and addictive activity, and this game uses several manipulative techniques to keep you hooked and clicking that
Gee, I
dice.
wonder what they're
The first
talking
example
about.
of this is the exploitation of something called the near miss effect. Every time you click that dice, it doesn't just give you one pet. Instead, it scrolls through a list of pets you quote-unquote could have gotten. Many times, you'll see something extremely rare, which will pique your interest and then leave you disappointed when you end up getting something pretty common. By doing this, the game is making you feel like you almost had it. Just this happening makes it feel so much closer and further entices you to keep playing. This is the exact same thing that literal slot machines do. You feel like you're about to win big, your heart starts racing, you're getting excited, only to not actually get anything. That excitement you feel is incredibly addictive. The game is tricking you to continue playing, despite the fact that the odds of you actually getting that thing are incredibly low. In reality, you weren't close to getting that pet, as in every single video game that has some sort of near miss mechanic, the outcome is always predetermined. The things it shows before do not matter. You were always going to get what you got, and everything shown before had zero effect. Now, let's say you actually got something rare. Well, this is where the second part of getting you addicted comes in. The game tries to make the absolute most out of this moment. Just look at this clip I got from a YouTuber named LCLC, where he got a 1 out of 400,000 chance pet. The pet expands and covers the entire screen, there's an explosion, and most importantly, you hear the satisfying noise of thousands of coins being collected. And then, on top of that, you now have a really cool looking pet following you across the map.
Yep.
This is the reward, and this is what gives you that dopamine. When you get that pet and you see all these cool animations and sound effects, you get a temporary high. You feel good and you're happy because you just got a really cool pet. But now, after you've gotten that pet, you're back to ground zero. You're spinning that dice and you're waiting and waiting until
People
you
are
get
killing
that
the ball
high
boss.
again. You're gonna keep playing
You
until
can
you
hear
get
it.
something rare, and boom, now you're addicted. You're hooked to playing this stupid game, and you're one out of the 200,000 active players addicted to a game that basically has no purpose. Apart from getting their players addicted, there's another reason why Pets Go has so many active players. For a Roblox game, your player count is incredibly important. This will push you higher up on the recommended, and in return, get you even more players. Additionally, if people with Roblox Premium are playing, you will periodically get paid just for keeping these players online. And Pets Go does this with the auto roll feature. After buying a couple of upgrades, you unlock the option to not even have to click on the dice yourself. Instead, by just clicking this button, you will automatically roll for new pets, and you can literally just go AFK. The point of this is to have players leave this running in the background of their computer while they go work on other stuff. Game developers realize that their game is boring. There really isn't much to it, so in order to keep people online, they made so you don't even have to play the game. Now, some might try and argue that despite being addictive, the game isn't necessarily harmful. You're just clicking a dice, there isn't really anything inappropriate, and most importantly, you're not spending any money. Well, my friend, this game was made by the same developers of Pet Simulator. Did you really think this game wasn't going to be heavily monetized?
Yep. Of course.
Let's just take a look at the big shop icon on the left of the screen. Now, initially, it doesn't actually look that bad. The permanent game passes only cost a total of 2,275 Robux, which compared to Pet Simulator isn't that bad. However, you might have noticed a thing at the very top telling you to double your luck for 12 hours for only 50 Robux. Now, you may be thinking,
oh boy,
50 Robux is hella cheap, what's the big deal? Well, there's no limit to how many times you can buy this, and every single time you purchase it, the Robux needed is doubled. You can spend up to 200,000 Robux on a temporary purchase. Temporary. Hundreds of thousands of Robux for something that only lasts 12 hours. That is insane. Now, of course, the average player isn't going to be spending that much Robux at one time. However,
Someone out
as
there
an
will.
addicted player playing this game over a course of several months, if you repeatedly casually buy this, spending 50 or 100 Robux at a time, that will quickly add up. Before you realize, you'll have spent several thousands of Robux on something that was temporary. You won't even have anything to show for the Robux you spent, apart from maybe a couple of extra rare pets. This game is a perfect example of what happens when Roblox lets developers do whatever the hell they want to make money. Roblox hasn't and probably never will care about the negative effects gambling has on its player base because it makes them a ton of money. Roblox takes a huge cut out of the profit of these games, so they are directly benefiting from scummy games like this. That's why they push it and promote it so much. Roblox understands how addicting and profitable these games are, and they simply do not care that they are exploiting young and naive children. As a Roblox YouTuber myself, it's genuinely extremely depressing to see the actually good and passionate games get drowned out by this kind of slop. Cash grab, manipulative, and scummy games like this should not exist on Roblox, and it truly makes me wonder if Roblox actually is even safe for kids. If you or any of your friends play this game, please stop supporting stuff like this, because even if you can control yourself from spending money on this game, there are plenty of other people that can't. Roblox is not the same platform it used to be. Stay safe and be careful with the games you choose to play.
Alright, there's another one here. Dress to Impress just got exposed. What is this? What is this?
Dress to Impress is the largest game on Roblox right now and has absolutely been making waves across all the internet spaces and way outside of Roblox itself. And while the game's success is meteoric, the dark things going on behind the scenes were not going to be held back for long. And the developer of the game just got exposed for some pretty horrible allegations. So in this video, I'm going to be taking a look at exactly what has occurred with Dress to Impress. Now, I do want to preface this saying I am completely unbiased and everything in this video is allegations. So don't spread hate to anyone in this video, but let's get right into it. So there is a mega thread made by this person named Peacherino talking about the Dress to Impress owner named Gigi. There are some pretty horrible things, so please be warned before we continue with the video. Now let's go on to address buying inappropriate pictures off of minors, racism, fat phobia, harassing staff, and all the other situations with Dress to Impress. In the replies they say, Gigi has literally made and involved themselves in 18+ servers as a minor, continuously making 18+ jokes, bought and solicited photos with other minors, harassing minors for 18+ photos, and this was acknowledged earlier this year by Gigi but was swiftly deleted. Umoye got paid to make the reply for Gigi, but will later state she had no idea about the incident or many of the terrible things Gigi has done and continue to do. In fact, let's get on to talk about the tap dancing this girl has done. She got her position from the previous DTI community manager for literally begging for it. Gigi didn't even want to hire her. Then after previous manager quit, they suggested Poison plus Umoye, but then started excluding her. Literally stealing the idea from DTI from a close friends of mine as well as RK2, stole assets, stole employees. Gigi's a racist in general and always has been, in fact. They literally hired Umoye for the sole reason of retorting that she's not racist. Literally hours of her being a flaming racist, denying black hairstyles and DTI, viewing them as undesirable, harassing RK2 owners, reusing stuff from previous games she worked on, harassing and attacking people after building her game off stolen assets, ideas, and people of color creators. There's so much more and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Though there's also this thing that is much larger by this person named Miss Spongies. This is actually a Google document and all the information from their side of this story. They said that they didn't want to make this tweet, but they feel like they've been done so wrong that they can't stay silent. They believe everything they're about to write is true and won't let her threats of legal action or her status scare me into being silent, and I won't tolerate this level of disrespect towards my work or myself. Certain names are censored, but let's get this going and understand the exact allegations here. The first and biggest claim is that she allegedly told her group chat that if my game blew up, that she would frame me for being an R-word. When she said this in the group chat, her ex-developers had a negative reaction to this joke, so she deleted the messages. These two pics right here are the messages, where Chowie says, also she wanted to frame the owner of It Girl, which is the other person's game, of R-word to get her canceled, but we reacted weirdly and she deleted. I could keep going, WTF, but it's okay now, I guess. And here's another person whose name's censored for like anonymity reasons, saying, and basically Gigi was so jealous and furious that she wanted to expose you for R-word. I sadly don't have the screenshots because she deleted her message immediately after she told this to us, and the devs replied, So that's already an insane allegation, but there's actually so much more in this thread. The second claim is that she allegedly wanted to DMCA my game game from being a copy. I've never spoken publicly about this, but my game has been in development since last year, and my main inspiration was actually Nova City. Another key inspiration for the body's clothing style was Royal High. DTI did not revolutionize using layered clothing in dress-up games, so to call It Girl a copy is not fair because you can easily say the same thing about DTI and Fashion Famous. And here's some pictures, feel free to pause if you'd like. These are just kind of the messages that people sent talking about what Gigi had done, the threatening to DMCA and stuff like that. Gigi has also done nothing to stop trolls from constantly hating on my game, which is something that I would do if I were in her shoes. But knowing what I know now, I understand why she never did, since the hate was also coming internally from her and her team. This is a bit aside from the point, but her game is constantly one of the top games on Roblox, so I don't understand why she felt threatened by a small game like mine. She admitted this was the case in the apology she mentioned a few days ago. Here's her apology right here, where at the end she says, "I was just very mad because I felt like my game was being copied. I also saw TikTok videos shading Dress to Impress, which triggered me so much. But still, I know that's no excuse. I'm truly sorry for making those comments about your game, even if it was in private chats. It was never right. Now I see that there are no need to feel truly threatened by other games." The next allegation is that another one of her developers told me that she allegedly somehow got a photo of me and sent it in their group chat, and they were fat-shaming me and making jokes about me breaking the floor. I don't have any pictures of me online, so I instantly knew that they were bullying some random girl. But that still doesn't change the fact that they were trying to bully me for how I look. The ex-developers do not have screenshots of her behavior because she would delete the messages, and they were also removed from the group chat where these conversations took place. And one of the developers who reached out to me said if you asked any of her current developers, they could also testify that these things happened, but they probably won't, and I understand that is because DTI is a lot of people's livelihood. For anyone who may be doubting these things were actually said, Gigi herself reached out to me and tried to
But like, why am I looking at freaking Roblox drama?
Release a doc about her. There are other people who have
like,
issues
it's
with
funny,
Gigi,
it's like we're
but the
just
docs
looking at
aren't really
Roblox
related to
drama.
me. I only decided
Well,
to
I'm
make this
waiting
today.
for the
I feel
event
like
to
she was
pop,
truly sorry.
man.
She would have come to me ages ago and apologized for the way she acted. We've been friends on Discord since the release of my game, which was about July. So from July to September, she's had every chance to reach out to me and talk things out to apologize.
Freaking Roblox
But she chose
predators,
to apologize
damn.
only after learning that people wanted to expose her. That's why I believe her apology.
Now you guys are gonna put freaking Roblox into my YouTube recommended feed.
An
God
apology
damn.
isn't simply enough to fix a situation like this. As I was recording this video, another allegation just came out from a past developer on the game. The developer says, "My experience in Dress to Impress. For some context, in late February, I was a mod for the DTI Discord server. Previous mods and current mods have been identified as groomers, doxers, and horrible people. Gigi herself said she wouldn't be cancelled. Here's my experience. First, let's talk about Nini, the previous administrator, a known groomer, and a total B-word. For context, Gigi told another mod she wouldn't be cancelled for grooming. She didn't even want to tell Nini she was fired herself. Nini says, "Will you shut the actual F word up? Nobody cares about this. This could get you cancelled even if it was in the past. You know how people are. I know you love and care about this game, so I don't want anything to happen to it. And I don't want you to get cancelled.
Things I do, man.
Please direct whoever feels uncomfortable.
Things I do.
I'll personally apologize to them." Secondly, attaching a 20-minute long recording of DTI mods leaking people's emails through an event and then laughing and making a poll to leak them. That's insane. On to Serenity, a previous mod who was exposed for doxing and saying slurs in private channels regarding other members. The proof is a little bit difficult to follow. She was matching with other members who participated in doxing. Gigi refused to ban her or demote her. Serenity would constantly be NSFW in a community of minors and also was not banned or demoted, and the image is connected to that. I'm not really going to show it. It's just a bunch of people talking about, you know, bodily organs in the chat with minors. Upon me getting doxed, a fellow moderator, Katie, questioned the legitimacy despite the proof. She was also genuinely crazy, constantly having a mental breakdown in public. A known groomer mod named Alien, who was almost 30, was allowed to remain on the staff team despite her constantly being in private calls with a minor. All around, the entire dev team was toxic. Devs would say slurs in the main chat and were not removed, and mods really did not care whatsoever. There was also a known situation where Gigi sold assets from The Sims, hence why all those hairs were removed, and the whole fashion star situation. Supporting the DTI community is disgusting and a mistake. After I spoke out, they promptly fired me. The community manager absolutely did nothing about the situation, and all she did was make them say sorry for the mistreatment, and genuinely didn't care. I was fired for speaking about mod chat, but every mod has done the same thing. Don't trust their community, not to mention they told us mods not to ban people for being sexist to non-binary people and men, saying it was okay for members to wish death upon them. So this thread is absolutely insane. Another thread talking about these horrible allegations. These are just some of the allegations involved about this situation. Now, in my
I guess the event is just Deadge, man. No one wants to do the event at like 3 a.m.
This is anyone else's, it's just my opinion.
Game not alive right now,
what I
man.
think for one is that this Gigi person clearly has a like weird sense of humor, which in most situations is like, you know, that's like okay. People saying sort of like kind of weird things as their sense of humor. humor. The only thing that really starts to get to where it's an issue is when you're saying it about other people and you're doubling down on it and you don't apologize. Believe me, I've made some mistakes with my jokes in the past, but in no way, shape, and form is there any reason why someone should be doing that about another person and then not apologizing for it for multiple months. It really seems like she was doing all this and did not care until she knew that her career was at threat, and that is just absolutely insane. It's really sad to see this happening because Dress to Impress is a very successful game that is really partnered directly with Roblox, and most likely the people involved in this video and the people who gave out these allegations and were treated so horribly will probably not get any justice or restitution for this.
Yep.
Because the game is so popular, the game is
It's 2 a.m. in my place, man, but we have other people just AFK here.
Updated on whatever occurs, so please do like this video and
Well,
subscribe
3
to
a.m. now.
if you guys do want to be updated. Thank you all and have a good day. As I was
Don't trust paid reviews on YouTube, oh boy.
Do you guys remember IGN,
Yes.
Kotaku, GameSpot? Their
I
reviews
do.
were always respected amongst the community, and people could always trust them to
Not
give
anymore.
them the latest news on gaming. That's a lie. Everyone always clown on IGN and companies like it because everyone knew they were paid
GameFAQs
shills.
too,
The
yeah.
worst score they would ever give to a game was a 6 or 7 out of 10. So you knew
Yeah.
something was wrong. Especially when so many bad games were coming out. Now that's where I think YouTubers became relevant in the gaming industry.
Yeah.
YouTube became more and more popular, and people stopped listening to traditional media outlets and started listening to these people who are actually passionate about video games. That's how we got people like Video Game Donkey or Scott the Was, someone who's not afraid of telling
Yeah.
their audience if they think a game is
Yeah,
good or
SA2
if
was
it
great,
sucks.
man.
But creators like Donkey or Scott the Was are in a league of their own. They have such a huge following that they can afford to turn down sponsorships. They can
Yeah.
turn down the publishers. But what about smaller channels? That's where I start to have some issues. So, recently Atlas released a game called Metaphor Refantasio, and since I'm a big fan of
Yeah.
the Megaton games, I was really excited to play it.
Okay.
Day of release and my copy was already in the mail, but I still had to
Okay.
wait for it to arrive. That's when I started watching these reviews from, smaller channels, and I
Okay.
realized, wait, everyone is sponsored by Atlas. If they don't outright say that they are sponsored, you can tell they've received a review copy because they are releasing a review on day one. And it's not.
Yeah, of course. You would have to have played the game beforehand. Yeah, there are places where you can go apply. There's this website you can go do if you ever wanted to apply for a review code for something called Keymailer. I've gotten offers for things before, but like the shit that I get offered, I have no interest in, so it's like whatever. I do put in requests for things I was gonna buy anyways to play. The few times I do play other shit on stream, but that's its own other thing. That's its whole other thing.
It's not a short game. You can't do that. You can't download the game midnight and have your review ready by 1 p.m. It's impossible. It's a 70 hours game, so only people who got to play the game earlier can actually review it. Now, how do we know if these people are being honest, if they are talking their real opinion, or, if they're being nicer to the games because they don't want to sour that relationship?
Yeah, that's the thing you have to be careful of, man. That's the thing you have to be careful. If you want to get early access a lot of these cases, with the things that you would have to go through, you generally have to be a little bit more biased towards whatever you're talking about if you want to keep the relationship going. Which is just very unfortunate, but that's just the reality of things.
Happen with the publishers, with Atlas, with Square Enix. I mean, video games are expensive, and if you are a smaller channel trying to do this, receiving games for free by the publisher itself is probably a dream come true. You get all the traffic from people like me, who have to wait for their copies to arrive, and you get to play the games for free, and you make money doing it. But what about us? If you give a bad game a good review, can I send it to you so you can refund me? No, of course not, but that's the problem. I can't trust you. I'm not gonna say any names because, I think most people I watch, they are good people trying to make a living, trying to make some money doing YouTube. And good for them that they have those contacts, but I've seen content creators here on YouTube giving good reviews to games that are mid. at best.
Yeah.
For example, a person sponsored by Sony talking about Rise of the Ronin. Honestly, I saw Rise of the Ronin and I thought it looked like the most generic Assassin's Creed ripoff I had ever seen. The gameplay looked just like Ghost of Tsushima with Assassin's Creed, and this person was talking about how much fun the game is and this and that. And you know, I know that game reviews are not 100% objective, since people have different tastes and all of that, but that's a problem with you being sponsored by publishers. We can't distinguish your personal preferences from your self-preservation. And by self-preservation, I mean, you know, you trying not to mess things up with these companies because you want the review copies and you want the views. So, you know, I can't blame them. They are trying to make some money and they're trying to survive. And I know how expensive video games are, so free games in exchange for a nice review, yeah, it sounds cool. But as a consumer, I came to the conclusion I can't trust these people anymore. Because why would you give a bad review to a game you got for free? Especially, man, I don't know. I watch a guy that has, you know, his audience is okay, he has some viewers, and he got like kind of blacklisted by NIS America because he was talking badly about their localization and translation of the Trails games. Yeah. When I saw that and I realized that, yeah, if they give you a
sometimes their localization, yeah, you can see it. You can definitely tell when they're doing some weird shit in there. You can definitely tell.
You're probably not allowed to say a lot of bad things about the game, even if the game is bad. So maybe these people, they just don't make a video.
That's
if
the
they
problem
get
with
a review
NIS,
copy,
man.
I'm not sure. So, you know, I'm not gonna say 100% every one of them are being dishonest, but it's just not good it's just not good optics. That's what I feel like. And you know what? If I'm ever in a position to get review copies, I mean, it's cheaper for Atlas to buy me out than to buy IGN out, and they buy everyone out, so give me a review copy. I'm gonna say that your game is the best. I have some criticism for Metaphor Refantasio. I think the performance is dog shit. I think the graphics are PS3 graphics. I think the archetype system is kind of bad in comparison with the Persona system, or you know, the demons in Shin Megami Tensei. But if you give me a review copy, bro, I'm a sellout. I'm a sellout. I don't have any morals. I don't have any integrity. I don't have any morals. I don't have any integrity. So
give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Awaiting command.
Okay, what else? There was a Tectone video from earlier as well. We might go there. Wow. Yeah, here, is Japan doing their games? Okay, this one seems interesting. We'll see just which thing is more interesting to me.
Get your lubes. There are not many things that I love in this world more than Dragon Ball, the original Pokemon, Final Fantasy VII, and you know. And I was thinking about what do these all have in common, and then it hit me. Not only they're all awesome to watch and play with, but they've also had to deal with censorship in one way or another. It's time to go back, my dudes. We've been dealing with censorship in games since back in the 90s, but it was usually just some dialogue and religious symbols, like in the original Zelda. The Book of Magic was actually a Bible in Japan. Or in the original Dragon Quest, where the infamous Puff Puff was censored. In Japanese, the NPC says, and for the lower-ranking noobs, come here, boy. If you want me to give you a Puff Puff, it's 50 gold. Which is Akira Toriyama.
Oh, okay.
Sounds famous joke about motorboating, and man did he build his boats with comfort in mind, not speed. But in the English version she just says she doesn't have any tomatoes. There's no rhymes for these crimes, it's just signs of the times.
When you play one of these games, you are the murderer. You have your hand on the trigger.
For you, not for me!
Hell, even Final Fantasy VII had to deal with a ton of censorship. In the Golden Saucer prison, there was a weird word graffitied here. What could it possibly mean? Maybe this will help. But then over time, things started to get better and better. Games were less censored, and they started to include more adult themes. Not to mention, we got some of the best fan service we've ever seen, giving us the golden age of gaming.
That is one giant pussy.
This all started to change and things got progressively worse over the past decade, up to where we are now, where we mostly get censored remakes and new IPs that fail because they've been made for the mythical modern audience. So what's going on here? Japanese companies have 3 hurdles to get over. Let's get the obvious one out of the way. Games are rated by self-regulated organizations that assign age and content ratings to games. The ones I'm sure everybody is familiar with is the ESRB, PEGI, and the Japanese specific one, Zero. Basically, all you need to know is that different cultural norms means different ratings in different regions, and many games have content altered and removed in regions of the world based on what's acceptable in those cultures. In general, companies want lower ratings so that they can sell more games and make as much money as possible, and it's always been a battle for them to find a balance between adding and censoring mature content while trying not to water down the game and piss off the fans. In addition, Zero is notoriously strict, and Japanese developers such as Sakurai Masahiro-san, who developed Super Smash Bros., and even recently the creator of Dragon Quest, Hori Yuji-san, who has expressed their concerns about these organizations. Now I get a ton of comments asking why don't Japanese companies make censored and non-censored versions of their games like they did back in the day? Well, this brings us up to the next hurdle, and probably the most damaging to every franchise we love, and not just limited to Japan. The reason Japanese companies are moving away from multiple versions of their games is partly due to globalization, activists inside the company, and the social aspect of ESG.
Oh boy.
What's ESG? Well, unlike MSG, which makes everything taste better, ESG actually sucks the flavor right out. I'm not gonna get into everything, and you should probably watch a video that goes in depth about it. But just know that almost every major gaming and media company in the world now are trying to appeal to investors by injecting DEI into their media. It's also ruining their internal structure as well. Instead of hiring entirely based on merit and skill, as they should be, they're now trying to hire based on race and sexual orientation. Instead of judging people on the content of their character, they're hiring based on the content of their underwear. Oh, you think this is some conspiracy? Open your eyes, my dude.
No, just tell them you sexually identify as non-binary, as in you spell it B-U-Y, as in you don't want to buy their product. Just tell them that. And just tell them you sexually identify as non-binary, as in you spell it B-U-Y, as in you're buying something because you don't want to buy it. Easy, big brain.
Companies don't even hide this shit. Here's a quick example. Subnautica 1 was created by Unknown Worlds Entertainment and was released in 2016. In 2021, the studio was acquired by a South Korean developer called Krafton. And here's their ESG report, which starts at 2021. It follows the same pattern that all the Japanese companies are. They're actively trying to get rid of their male employees to increase their female headcount and then pushing them into manager positions. Last year alone, they got rid of 152 dudes while only letting go of 31 females in order to show growth of diversity. Hell, even look at their application page. They're telling diverse people to apply.
You sexually identify yourself as an anime character who got isekai by Trucken and have the ability to be useless. There you go.
Even if they don't meet the damn requirement, they're a bunch of brown-nosed beggars begging for brown. I said I can't rap and that's that. So what happened? The Subnautica 2 trailer drops and what do you know? Feminine black dude with the hairstyle that no black dude would ever rock.
Do you find me sexy? I said, do you find me sexy?
And they added whatever the hell this thing is. Now place your bets if you think this game is gonna have gender removed with type A and B shenanigans. Back to Japan. I'm not gonna go through all the reports, just know that every single one of them follows the same pattern. Get rid of people that made the company what they are for the investors. Now Bandai Namco is getting a lot of shit for Unknown 9 Awakening right now, which to nobody's surprise turned out to be a commercial flop after they decided to partner with Sweet Baby Inc. Shit, they even removed gender completely from the Tekken 8 avatar creator by mixing all female and male visual options into the same area. Then they added an option called motion, where you can choose type A and B. A is to move like a dude, and B is to move like a female. It's a joke.
Oh, Bandai Namco, that's enough to make me hot. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I've already talked about Dragon Quest and how Square Enix removed gender with the type A and B bullshit, but the Final Fantasy VII Remake was also injected with random censorship and some of the most cringe levels of representation I've ever seen.
No way. That guy's too big a flirt for my taste.
Maybe I'm just over men in general. Then would you consider dating me?
Huh?
What the hell was that?
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Yeah.
What about Capcom? Well, the Dead Rising remake was another censored mess. And since they can't make any new IPs, having replaced all their talent, they just keep remaking their old game, but censoring them using their in-house localization team. It's gotten so bad that these losers are even apologizing for past content. Get this, they included this disclaimer in their SNK vs. Capcom release back in July. This product aims to faithfully recreate the content of the original game at the time of their release in 2003, as much as possible. Therefore, the content of this game does not represent the ideals of our company, but it is provided as is, respecting the original intent of the game, and is not intended to promote or attack any particular ideology or group. This is the most spineless, pathetic thing I've ever seen a Japanese company do. The edge of Capcom you and I grew up with, they're gone now, dude.
Yep.
On a previous episode of Capcom Has No Balls Z.
Capcom flies these inept weirdos to Japan, provides them housing, and since they don't know a damn thing about Japanese culture and are too socially awkward to integrate into society, they get shoved onto the localization team just so they can ruin our games. Maybe you didn't believe me last time, so I dug deeper. Here is Marco Bombazzi, the localization manager at Capcom.
It's infecting other game studios too, outside of the Western market, man. It's infecting non-Western game studios as well.
He says, it's reassuring to know that the company is dedicating time to listening to its employees and accommodating those who aren't able to communicate in Japanese.
Why are they working in Japan if they can't speak Japanese? Like, I'm sorry, you know, like, I think if you're going to be working in a foreign country where people are speaking and doing things in a specific language, right? I'd like to think, you know, if you go to Japan, you go work in Japan, you have to go speak Japanese. You go to China, right? You go work in China, you do stuff there. You're going to have to deal with the language there. You go to, you know, you should be expected that, at the very least. It only makes sense. Right? Like, it only makes sense. You would think. You would think anyways. But no.
There it is, my dudes.
It's like, yeah, today with today's economy, everyone is identifying as non-binary. Yeah, you like my joke there? Because, like, they like to put all this weird gender crap in there. So now we make a new one. Non-binary. That's the new one. Don't you guys all agree? What if Snowbreak censorship is because they want that ESG money? I don't think it's that. It's probably something else.
Capcom is so big into DEI that they are hiring people that don't even speak Japanese to localize their content. That's like a Japanese person who doesn't speak English localizing The Last of Us.
If you don't wait, no, this is perfect, man. If you don't tell me where the yummy hamburgers are, I'll kill you.
Have a nice
What about Konami? I just made a video talking about how Konami toned down sexual themes in the Silent Hill remake, and of course here we are. Here's a statement by the president, Kimihiko Higashio-san. To contribute to the development of society as a whole, we will further promote blah blah blah. It's the same across the board. All of these companies I grew up with and love, ruining their franchises with pandering, censorship, and lazy DI crap, and I'm sick of it.
We can't take the man alone.
The last hurdle they gotta get over are all these activists pretending to be journalists that shame gaming companies for not censoring their games or adding their worldviews. Let's take a look at how they represent us gamers. Here's an article by Rich Wordsworth, who is the only person who gave the Silent Hill remake a bad score. Hey, maybe he's upset that the game was censored or something. The sexual monstrosities roaming the streets. Yeah, they are sexualized. It's a story about a man with pent-up sexual frustration. You're a man. You understand, right? Right?
No.
It suggests James is a man living life with incognito browsing set to default. Finally, a man who gets it. James is a dude, and the game is about a dude dealing with some shit while caring for his sick wife. It's a terrible situation. The monsters get special mention for being as stuck in the past as James is. Wait, what?
Another activist, McGuire. Activist. Yes.
Yeah, this dude gave the game a lower score for it not being censored enough. Remember when that idiot from Screen Rant gave Wukong a lower score for lacking in diversity? Or Tessa Carr from thegamer.com, who writes hit pieces to bully companies like Capcom to censor their games and make political stances? Well, check out this other weirdo at thegamer.com, Mike Drucker, writing articles like, I'm personally going to force game companies put all that stuff you hate. As always, let's see what kind of gamer they are. God, I hate white people. Okay, glad to know that yours is so open about it. It's not even worth.
Wait, how does the guy? What does the guy look like again? You know what? I know this sounds really wrong, but man, if you hate white people so much and you're a white person, why don't you go yourself? You can imagine what I would say there, right? If they really hate themselves so much, as weird and sad as that sounds, right? Doesn't this guy hate himself? Yeah, go lock yourself in a room and play a nice round of Sudoku. You know, go find a nice place, lock yourself up, isolate yourself in a room, and go play a nice round of Sudoku, right? You know what? If you're gonna preach that you hate them, then go practice them. Go practice it. Go practice what you preach.
Mike Drucker, writing articles
right?
like...
Start with yourself, though.
I'm personally going to force game companies put all that stuff you hate. As always, let's see what kind of gamer they are. God, I hate white people. Okay, glad to know that yours is so open about it. It's not even worth giving this idiot my time here. So why do Screen Rant and thegamer.com constantly get brought up for bad takes in gaming? Well, thegamer.com and Screen Rant are actually owned by the same company, Valnet Inc., who is balls deep into DEI hiring, while saying they hire based on merits. What about IGN? Well, they're owned by Ziff Davis. And look what I found here. Building a diverse workforce. The ongoing actions to increase diversity across our workforce include doubling the referral bonus paid to employees and senior leadership when we hire a person of color. Holy shit, dude. We got a 2 times multiplier here. Literally all of these gaming news sites are full of these weirdos. And no wonder why nobody takes them serious anymore. And I'm just so sick of it. Now I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't see this changing anytime soon. But we've been seeing these companies taken serious with their corporate Darwin Award decision making. And never get told to watch them fail over and over again. Maybe these companies will one day want money again. Until then, keep voting with your wallets and calling out the bullshit the best you can. Peace.
Well, there we go. There you have it, man. Yeah, they're freaking solely killing physical copies if the PS5 Pro, where they don't include the disk drive, was obvious enough for you. Maybe slowly time to consider not dealing with this shit after the PS5 generation is over. You know, like, don't consider another console ever again if they're gonna keep doing that. Because any hopes you have for like keeping your shit is gonna be gone, unfortunately. And you probably shouldn't support the practices they're trying to do there. Okay, what else we got here? The Kektoon video, we'll go there. This is probably them talking about leakers, who cares? You know, here, we'll look at the HSR killer, why not?
Man, oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I've already seen all these animations. We're gonna go through them regardless. There's a new game that a lot of people are saying is going to compete with Honkai Star Rail. The new Honkai Star Rail killer. Oh my god, you're really setting up this game to fail if you call it the Honkai Star Rail killer. Yeah, I know, man. Wuthering Waves' first month of revenue was awful now, wasn't it? Here's the reality. This game being so familiar to what Honkai Star Rail already has going on, which I would argue is roughly the most consistently successful gacha game currently on the market, could be very good. I'll be real, I've seen a lot of the animations. 4 of them will show me right now. But if this game takes what Honkai Star Rail has done and delivers it even better, which I'm not gonna lie, the animations do keep up. The game looks very good. The trailer was a little bit mid. But if it adds Honkai Star Rail and it has PvP, I think that will actually make it different enough to have another turn-based RPG on the market. I don't know if it would necessarily kill Honkai Star Rail, but I'm just letting you know that is what people are going to call it. People will call this the Honkai Star Rail killer. There's not a doubt in my mind. Let's talk about this shit real quick. Okay,
Hey, you want to play a turn-based RPG on your phone with PvP? Have fun. You can play this on your phone, by the way. You can do this on your web browser. You can do this from your phone's web browser. Have fun. Alright, you can go play on the ladder. They have so many different formats here. Have fun. Go play Pokemon Showdown. They'll give you a way better experience. No, you can't wheel in this one, man. You can go play this one. You can go play this one. We can do a random battle right now. Oh, wait, no, that's the ladder. Let's go home. Play online. Let's go do random battle. No, we'll block that. I don't know. Choose the name. Oh wait, I have to make an account. Never mind. I won't make an account. I don't feel like doing that right now. But you can go play that right now.
Is Blackstorm has announced news about Memento White Shadow. I think the name is pretty good. I do. I think the game is pretty good. No weird ass spelling of a word that nobody's not going to understand. Memento, really good. RMWS sounds good. Or just WS or RWS sounds good. Turn-based RPG that combines classic JRPG elements with modern strategic mechanics. Memento White Shadow offers traditional JRPG gameplay with a focus on character collection and development. Great. You have a lot of catching up to do because Honkai Star Rail releases 8 new characters every fucking patch. Okay, we are dying out here.
Okay.
We are fucking dying. Players will be able to recruit and develop a wide range of characters, each with unique abilities. To create teams, highlights of the game include more than 100 fully dubbed cinematic cutscenes, enriching the narrative experience. Wow. Dude, 100 fully dubbed cinematic cutscenes. Bro, Genshin Impact only releases one of those every single patch, right? So Genshin Impact at 5.2 probably only has 40 fully dubbed cinematic trailers or cutscenes. So this is already off to a really good start. Maybe Paimon will be able to explain what the cutscenes mean after the cutscenes are over. That'd be great. An open world with no loading screens. Wait, this is an open world? This is an open world turn-based?
You make it open world, now it just sounds even worse. Because...
RPG? Wait, yo, I didn't know that shit. Okay, so then it's probably gonna be like open world.
That sounds like it's just gonna make it tedious, man.
Instance in. Okay, that's interesting.
But you're not playing Pokemon where you can go catch Pokemon out in the world and then use them to fight. No. Man, if you're gonna put that like that in open world, let me actually go catch them and use them. And do whatever I want with them. You know? But the gacha element obviously not gonna let that happen.
Interesting. So, Honkai Star Rail, but with exploration.
Open world turn-based RPG is what they're making here. But honestly, you know, considering the track record for a lot of these turn-based, not turn-based, a lot of these open world gachas, it's kind of just,
Strategic PvP modes where players can compete against each other by building power.
I mean, like, that's the thing though. PvP in every gacha game is pay to win. Almost every gacha game. Unless they make it so you can, everyone has the same stats and everything. It's always going to be pay to win crap.
Powerful teams.
So.
Okay.
No.
Alright. So, open world, which means a jump button, and PvP modes. It's Korean PvP, which means, man, we are about to get our shit kicked in. High-quality graphics developed with UE5, with real-time lighting and cartoon-like rendering, creating a distinctive anime aesthetic.
Yeah, no.
The game seeks to offer classic JRPG elements along with modern advancements. Okay, let's watch the trailer, because that sounds insane. Actually, but before we do that...
Like ToF is like the weird shit for the PvP. Like, they take away all gearing and stuff involved and give everyone max units. The problem is now, it's like, if you don't have, it's either you pray the shit's on the rotation, for weapons you can use, if you don't have the weapon. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, whoever has the bigger collection of stuff will get to kind of do what they want. The Battle Royale mode in ToF is really cool, I just wish they would update it, but nobody plays it. Unfortunately. But the Battle Royale mode is, like, completely, like, everyone's the same.
But I'll read this after. Okay. Now, I did previously skip this trailer because it was from a random chatter who I didn't know. So I just assumed it was a Korean bot just trying to get their game on my stream for free without paying me at least $2,000 for me to show their trailer. So we'll do this shit for free now. I always say, if this is PvP, I'm wailing the fuck out.
God damn. Did you get a whale if it's PvP? Okay.
Wailing the fuck out. Okay.
And like the thing is, you don't really see anything, just the map here. If that's what they're gonna promise is the map. So like that's why I'm extremely skeptical. The Coco's can look for sure, man. Like yeah, for me it's like I don't really care too much for flashy animations. You guys know that. I kinda just like, oh whatever. Sure, is that all you got? That's me anyways, personally.
Holy! Go back! Okay, she's fine as fuck. It looks good. Our general remade. Sugoi. Alright, here's what I'll say. The characters don't look as good as Honkai Star Rail. They don't look as good as in the Zone Zero. However, they do have open world. Also, Mr. Pokey, thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you, man. The trailer, I feel,
no gameplay, I know.
Didn't show off the turn-based RPG whatsoever. I don't know how quickly this game plans to release. They obviously have a lot more work to do. I would highly recommend refining the character models by a fair amount and then showing off a bit more of that combat. All right, so the CBT, which begins soon, interesting. The registration page will be available this week. Official announcements, media starting next week. The developers plan to collect feedback from players during the CBT through surveys and other means. It uses information to improve the game. Okay. The team plans to officially release the game before the end of the year or early 2025. Oh, man, that's soon. I mean,
yeah.
All right. I want to play as this chick because it looks like her ass is out. Okay, well, god motherfucking damn. I want to show you guys one more thing and then some animations. What is this? Mnemonic White Shadow.
Mnemonic White Shadow. Black Storm が開発するオープンワールド RPG. Mnemonic は
It looks pretty good, to be fair, chat. It looks pretty good.
映像では広大なフィールドや都市の様子。釣り合うまでの移動に
They got fishing and horseback riding, boss fights, cute anime cat girls with no pants, slutty ass hoes. I feel like the game looked pretty good.
It's not really showing me anything, man.
And they got titty shots.
Yeah. Japanese
Bro said,
AI
where's
voice
the
or something?
gameplay and didn't notice the 2 seconds of gameplay they had right here. Fishing, horseback riding, turn-based RPG, boss battles. They showed it, but you were too busy looking at ass and titties, little bro. All right, so here are the other ultimates for the characters. So we have this slutty ass hoe who does some violin shit. Reminds me of Sunday. Yeah, rips that. Probably
takes the
AoE
speech, yeah,
support
fair
unit.
enough.
Looks really good. Even the pre-power up looks pretty good. Probably change the camera angles on this. Oh, we got Caitlyn from League of Legends. Yeah, like this is literally Honkai Star Rail to a T. It's open world Honkai Star Rail with PvP. Now, can it keep up with the very rich depth of lore? Bro, I don't know what it is, man, but underwear hanging out in the jeans is just so fucking hot. Yeah, so she does a paintbrush, summons the stars, and then the stars turn to meteors, and then they AoE splash their opponent, bro. That's nuts. And then we got this robot who don't say nothing. This shit's coming out soon. Very soon. This came out of nowhere. This came out of nowhere. That means that this game is coming out sometime in the next 4 months. Which,
yeah, I have. It sucks.
I'm gonna play the fuck out of this. Not gonna lie, it looks ass. We will see, man.
I tried HSR 2 years, or was it 2 years ago? It sucks. Yeah, no. No, man, you need to have a lot more, man, for me to even play. Heck, I got sponsored to play a freaking turn-based RPG a couple months back. And, they let me keep the review copy of the game they gave me for the sponsor. Whatever. I haven't touched it since that sponsor spot. For a good reason. I obviously could, even, feel the freaking tone of, the thing when I played that game. But no. But are they restricted by censorship? Koreans shouldn't be as bad. It shouldn't be as much of a problem with Korean devs, but still. Here's the problem with Korean devs. Have you ever seen a Korean live service game? Here's the thing. While Korean games won't have this censorship issue, they are probably, with their way they have their game set up, you know, if you think all the memes about EA and stuff is bad, if you've ever seen the average Korean live service game, they are far, far worse. They're known for being far worse extremes. It's not that. It isn't that I don't like turn-based games. It's not. I've played a couple on stream in the past. Heck, I beat the entirety of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with a challenge of not allowing myself to use a single attacking move. So I had to use very, very weird big brain tactics to get around it. Heck, some of the background music when I play music on stream is from a series of turn-based RPGs. Some of the background music I've played. I've played many others out there. But there are certain things that they need to have these days for me to even bother to keep playing them. And you know what? One of them is the ability to skip animations of turns. At some point, I get extremely tired and annoyed of watching every goddamn animation replay itself for the 10 millionth time. There's 2 games. There are 2 turn-based RPGs out there where I will give them an excuse and a pass, and they also have an animation skip button. But that's only because those specific 2 turn-based RPGs out there that I have in mind, it's extremely important to actually pay attention to the animation of the turns. That being the Caligula effect and the Caligula effect 2. But that's only because the game's entirely based around you timing the actual animations during your turn to hit at the correct time. And there's a lot of counterplay and crazy stuff you can do in that game. Especially if you play the game and try to beat it underleveled with some challenges. It makes the game a lot more interesting. Good gacha games? No. What good gacha game? Nice. Nice job. You asked for a question that there's no answer to. Because they all suck. Go play a real game. Exactly. They all suck to varying degrees, man. The reason why I only play freaking 2 things left is because at least ToF is a consistent thing I can put on here. But 2, it's I don't mind dealing with some of the other stuff in there, and it's not super tedious and annoying, and I can get by with certain things. The Snowbreak one, the only reason why I even stayed this long is they basically give me everything for free that I could ever want and use in Snowbreak, so I don't have to worry about it. But then it's like, I look at the other stuff, it's like, yeah, no, there's like nothing there. You're never going to get the content or whatever you might be looking for or will want out of them. You're never going to get that. You need to realize that, right? And then even then, it's like, when you look at what they actually do provide and the type of stuff that is there, a lot of them just suck at varying different degrees. Some of them, they'll try to trick you into thinking you're playing something when in reality you're not. Right? That's exactly what Hoyo likes to do, and what Kuro is doing with Wuthering Waves. They try to trick you into thinking you're playing a game when the reality is you're not. You really aren't. They're doing enough to trick the average person into thinking that, though. Right? But, like, yeah. Just, like, no.
Apparently there's another article about this, which I have not read. And I'm gonna be real, you know what? I want to be responsible. I saw all these words, and I didn't want to read this. But you know what? I'm actually genuinely really fucking hyped for this. After one trailer, I'm not going to lie, it got me excited. Please, God, sponsor me. What is this? Remember, White Shadow is a product that was previously introduced as a mnemonic tentative title and is Blackstorm's first work. Made a development team of about 100 people led by director Ho Kwon, who was involved in planning of Summoner's... This dude made Summoner's War? Bro, the GOAT? The GOAT of all gachas? Bro, that's how I started my YouTube channel. Are we about to go back to the roots of PvP gacha? Dude, we are entering in leagues of pay to win. Oh, man. Okay, boys, PvP gacha might be back. If Lucari sees this, he's gonna come. Okay, real quick. All right, I'm going to read all this. Okay, I'm now officially way more stoked. And I don't give a fuck if you aren't. I don't give a fuck if you don't care. I'm stoked as shit. This game is for me, boys. Big boobies, PvP gacha, bro. If they have guild battles, if they have raids, I'm getting every single fat fucking whale I know. And I'm
Hey man, you know, he's basically telling you that game that he's talking about there, run the fuck away.
I'm recruiting them all. We're going to take over the goddamn server. And your boy's going to be number one, dropping 10 grand on day one. Oh, man. Oh, man, this could be fun as fuck. Or it could be shit. And if it's shit, give up, move on, is what it is. Don't give me hope. Dude, I'm not going to lie. This shit looks awesome. This shit looks awesome. Okay, here we go. The title was announced under the name Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, based on the style of classic JRPG. It gives elements of character collection development, a seamless world, and stream PvP. What? This is the debut work of the up-and-coming Korean studio Blackstorm, Kim Do-yoon, producer Mr. Hyo Kwon. Okay, into various questions. So there's a little bit of an interview. Yeah, we already read all this. We've already read all this. CBT coming up soon. Okay, so here we go. So please introduce Blackstorm. CEO Kim Do-yoon. It's been about 2 years since our company was founded. For the past 2 years and 6 months, we've been working on the development of Memento White Shadow. Okay, so 2 years, great. 2.5 years running this game, which is scheduled to be released in the 4th quarter of this year. Insane. The development team had initially about 30 people, but we increased the numbers to improve the game's quality. Now we have about 100 people. Amazing. The product was previously under the name Mnemonic, but the official game, I'm getting so excited for this, man. A new fucking game, I'm so excited. But the official game name has recently been decided, Memento White Shadow. As this is a project we have poured our heart and soul into the last 2 years, we'd appreciate your continued support. Please give us a brief introduction to the game Memento White Shadow. I am in charge of the overall development of Memento White Shadow, and a world of Memento White Shadow is a game where you can enjoy the sensibility of JRPG and the strategic elements of a strategy RPG. As you can see from the title, the main storyline is implied in the title, with the meaning of reviving and remembering memories. In addition, you can see high-quality emotional art based on an original story and cartoon rendering, and more than 100 in-game cinematic scenes in-game. Insane. It features high-quality graphics made with cartoon rendering and is developed based on the latest version of UE5. Amazing. We are pursuing technical and emotional perfection. We plan to show a unique mood of this game through technology that reflects real-time lighting. I really want to see how they do their cutscenes, because cutscenes are the biggest make or break for me, and am I going to consistently enjoy a gacha game, because they always do them wrong. Storylines are the heart of any game, so what is the story? Popular voice actors are used in the main story, and you can enjoy it with full voice. More than 100 cinematic cutscenes are available to enhance your story progression and immersion, all of which are implemented as in-game productions. Gameplay offers the fun of exploring a seamless open world without loading. Insane. The world changes over time, and we are preparing to allow you to enjoy the various environments that occur on the Dieter continent without loading. Okay. We often receive feedback from the gamers. Dude, I'm so excited I'm about to puke. We often receive feedback from gamers comparing Memento White Shadow to Genshin or Collapse Star Rail, but what sets it apart from other games in the same genre? Some people compare it to Honkai Impact Star Rail. Fair. I think there may be similarities in terms of art and genre. However, we reflected a dark feeling in the overall movement atmosphere. Welcome to Pentaconi.
Okay.
The field combat part is based on JRPG. Since Honkai Impact Star Rail had not been released during the free production stage, we were not able to refer to other company games. However, Honkai Star Rail is a game loved by many users globally, so we are grateful if it's even compared. True. Good guy. Humble. I think our point of difference is the combat. We designed it to be fun, strategic, while maintaining a fair balance. We originally created this game with JRPG as a reference. Okay. When we first started to attract investment, anime-style games were not as popular genre in Korea as they are now. So it was considered adventurous and difficult to attract investment. We eventually succeeded in receiving investment from overseas and made our debut. But we did not get a good response at the time. Then Honkai Star Rail was released, and we continued to receive inquiries about investment in Korea after that. In terms of fiscal year, we did not develop it with Honkai Star Rail in mind. Cap. As we entered free production and full development in 2022, we plan to create content focusing on JRPGs and current RPGs. When comparing your latest appearance to the previously released content, it seems like the atmosphere has improved. Is there a reason for the change? I will say, I saw a trailer for it 6 months ago, and now the new trailer looks way better. We went through a lot of trial and error in terms of shading as we refined the story. We started to prepare a more careful and deep atmosphere rather than a bright one. Previously released design mainly used bright colors, but we toned down those parts to match the apocalyptic worldview, and as a result, the overall expression of Fremantle White Shadow was completed. And the subtitle White Shadow, black and white contrast effects of boba and lighting effects are more prominent in the game as it progresses to the latter half. CEO Kim Do-yoon, for all Blackstone games, we use in-game footage to create promotional videos. But the early footage, such as modeling and background, shows content from the early development stages. In later parts, you'll be able to see content that's been developed with more advanced technology. Interesting. How is auto implemented? I think it's not good to automate movement, and it's better for a user to control it directly. Battles are turn-based, but the deck composition is completed before the battle. Basically, it's manual operation. But the automatic battle is also possible if desired. Party composition is done manually, and advanced AI is reflected in the automatic battle. Meow. However, to maximize efficiency by talking to the account of the order skills, etc., manual operation is required. So it sounds like you'll be able to control how your teams function by manually adjusting the auto settings. Very interesting. The combat system seems complicated. Can you explain it in detail? The battle system is very simple. You find a strategy within simplicity, but it's not the rules of a normal game that are quite difficult. But the strategies that derive from them, so the way of combat and skills handled is quite different from JRPGs. All characters have the same buffs and debuffs. Since the game is set up as a party of 4 people, you can use all the characters to make strategies in this respect. In addition, there is a guard crush, which breaks the guard if you attack the number of times it indicates. It's intuitive, easy to learn, but I'd like you to think about how to use it. This game is 100% following Honkai Star Rail's footsteps. What's the business model? We are introducing probability-based items, so you can draw characters and weapons through gacha, but just because a character is high grade or new doesn't mean you'll get better items. Because we are a latecomer, we are competitive in terms of item prices. We are also hope that players will think of the item purchases as an option to enjoy the game so that they can choose and configure what they need in accordance to their preferences. Very interesting. It sounds like they're going to offer better rates or at least better prices. The Papa John's. We are working hard on optimization. We're about 70% completion. We're aiming for the same specifications as anime-style games that are being released currently, and minimum specifications are based on the widely used specifications. Depending on the device and settings, it is expected to run the average of 30 frames to maximum 60 frames. We need 60 frames bad, brother. Prefer 120.
Yeah, by default.
60's fine, though, because the human eye can only see 60 FPS regardless.
Oh boy, he's obviously joking there, right?
The plans for testing or demonstration before the launch. We did a global field test once in June, 50 people in Korea, 50 people globally for intensive testing, and the response was very positive. CBT with 2,000 people around November before launch. I will be one of them. I will stream the whole thing. Each character seems to have a role, but is there an intuitive element to the design, and what are the skins like? We wanted to add a story about the character designs rather than showing the types of jobs. We were expressing a story that leads to the main story. There are no designs for job categories, but rather the key colors or attributes are shown. The skin system is included in the launch version and is limited to limited decorations. It will be offered in the form of purchases and honor rewards. Honor rewards sounds like PvP. Like if you do good, you get special skins. Could be insane. We are also considering adding skins that match the theme and form of events that will give users gifts. Sounds pretty good. Since you're aiming, how much more do I have to read? Oh, Jesus. All right, fine. I imagine that attractive characters are important, but are there any aspects of the design that you focused on? When it comes to performance factors for anime-style games, the desire to play the game arises when all visual and emotional elements, such as personality and appearance, are met. We've had many discussions about these aspects and put effort into focusing on attractive points and expressions. We try to give each character a different charm. We also put a lot of effort into stimulating each character's user sensibilities. After playing Genshin and learning about the characters in the story, I wanted one. The design of our game is focused on the individuality and the story of the characters. What are the elements and methods of the character growth? It is divided into internal and external elements. It includes leveling and awakening. You can equip set, equipment, etc. Makes sense? So you're going to be using your regular items, your relic sets, your violent runes, is what it is. Is there anything you can relate to with the characters? There's a favorability system linked to character quest. and we are planning to expand it in the future. However, there's no messenger function that allows direct dialogue. To increase favorability, you need to have a lot of conversation in gift dishes, and also effective progress through quests together. I'm assuming this means that you can fuck the characters, but I don't want to get too excited for that. Korean anime-style game users don't like PvP, so how will PvP and growth elements be reflected? We are taking a cautious approach. We plan to use asynchronous PvP in the beginning and then add real-time PvP depending on user response. Our policy is to eliminate as much possible the direct impact of the items acquired during the process have on growth. Interesting. So it sounds like they're going to try to avoid PvP or pay-to-win PvP. Interesting. All right. So that kind of sounds like you set up your team to have an auto defense and then you can attack it. So the same way that Cookie Run Kingdom does, which personally.
Or the Nintendo Fire Emblem one that. The Fire Emblem thing that they have, right? The Fire Emblem mobile game. It used to set up a bunch of defense teams or whatever.
I don't mind at all. But it sounds like RTA, Real-Time Arena, could be added in a later update, which is fine. So it's arena mode. I actually like arena mode, personally. I think it's a lot of fun. It lets lower spenders be able to abuse bad AI, which lets them place higher if they're more consistent with it. Once you've played the story, there's often nothing left to do. How often do you update the story? Small updates will be released every 3 weeks, but large updates with a chapter will be released every 3 months. Interesting. We have some pre-created content, so we'll be making adjustments as we go. Okay. So like every 3 weeks, there's a patch, and then a mega patch is released every 3 months.
Interesting content cycle?
It's gonna depend on what they mean by 3 weeks. Now, this could be Mega Doom, or one could argue that these small updates are kind of similar to Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact's small updates that people consider main patches. It really depends the gravity of how big these patches are. 3 months is too much? Sure, 3 months, I agree, is too much. However, if there's mini updates every 3 weeks, then it might just be fine, guys. It might just be fine, but we'll see. Because it's 3 months and 3 weeks, but it depends what the small updates means. In terms of system, it's important to know how and when to use skills, although it is also taken into account that there may be intrusions and weather changes. I think that the complexity will increase more than strategy. The choice of skills is the key. Since there is only one skill, it is a system that uses common resources and is upgraded depending on how much resources are invested. This is the core of the strategy. What kind of exploration elements are there in the open world? We are very careful in using the term open world because users have high expectations. We are providing somewhat restricted world. In the field, we will place puzzle elements that utilize attributes and gimmicks, and we also plan to add elements such as gathering, hunting, fishing, okay? This will be
I get the feeling they're gonna make you really do mint picking, man.
the first mobile game where turn-based battles begin instantly when you encounter an enemy, so there's a lot of restrictions on the terrain, okay?
Okay.
Is there a possibility that characters will be nerfed? To avoid this, I think it is important to design well. Users are very sensitive to character balance. Therefore, we intend to set a cycle of balance adjustments rather than nerfs, reducing abilities. If unintended adjustments are made, it will be necessary to reduce abilities or provide alternatives. It is important to understand the whole picture rather than strengthening one character. It will be important to use comic technology and prioritize cooperation between characters. How much playtime per day? For a light user, daily quests take less than 15 minutes to complete. If you progress through the story, after that you can enjoy more content depending on your preferences. Interesting. One last word. Rather than a game that makes money, we want to create a game that many users can enjoy for a long time. Providing truly fun, long-lasting games is Blackstorm's basic policy. We hope that many users will love it. In terms of art, we go through a lot of trial and error before we create a character.
Just regular PR crap.
While thinking about what kind of game we can provide to our users, so please stay tuned. This is a good opportunity for me to create a genre that I've always wanted to create. It will take a little while for it to come to fruition, but I hope that many people will continue to love it for a long time. I hope this will be an opportunity for us to expand our original IP in various ways in the future. You're trying to make money, you're making a gacha game, buddy. That's the truth, buddy. Okay? You're trying to make money, and you know what? I'm here for it. I don't care. Give me a good game, and I will spend money on it. I don't give a fuck. I am now horrifically excited. All right, Jack.
Okay. That's all he has to say there. Do we go look at the wake-up call now? I guess we do the wake-up call one. This is the last one I think we have to do.
Is a wake-up call. Look, the phrases free-to-play and live service, whether by themselves or in combination with one another, don't fill players with a lot of confidence. And they shouldn't. Because they become synonymous with games and studios that are under-delivering on a product and service while asking for the absolute most from their audience. More time, more engagement, more money, extracting as much as they possibly can while putting in the least amount of effort.
Sounds about right.
I feel like gacha games are another prime example of this due to the fact that these games, every 6 weeks, they net gain millions of dollars, and they give the players about a day and a half of content every 6 weeks. It's a joke. The fact that these content creators still need to make shit like 0 cycle clears or have content for their channel, weed players should be drowning in optional content with how much funding we give these developers. And we praise them for doing the bare minimum. Wow, you made one new character and you made some...
It's funny because like the one that actually, the one game that actually tries to put stuff, nobody does anything. And the one time that we actually get the actual content put in, is the one that like no one's playing. It's just sad.
Some static NPCs talk for 2 hours. Oh my God!
It's really sad.
$80 million more this month. Please don't work too hard. It's a joke, and we all know it's a joke. And you know what's crazy? We'll all still keep playing it.
Warframe is the most well-known yet under-discussed and underappreciated games in all of gaming. It's often referred to as the internet's best-kept secret, and I'm tired of it being a secret. For all intents and purposes, Warframe is the blueprint by which many of these free-to-play games and live service games should be following, but they're not.
I agree. Warframe has some very good systems set in place. Now, that being said, I did play Warframe for about maybe 80 hours. I can never really figure out if what I'm doing is the right thing to do. And I've never really had that experience before in a game. I really don't know what the end game is. I always get told that fashion frame is end game. And I kind of beat all the content and it was really fucking easy. And then it was kind of just like, well, now you're going to grind and you're going to grind a lot. And I'm like, I don't really want to do that. So I'll stop playing. But that's just me.
It's a game that is tirelessly supported by its developer and by its community.
Its community is very tight and very hardcore.
In a way that I don't even think any other game can even replicate. And once you guys hear about some of this stuff, it's going to blow your mind. Free-to-play and live service is supposed to be a way for developers to be able to deliver a smaller product and grow it over time.
Sure.
Be able to deliver a valuable service, a valuable product, and grow it while the community supports it. And that's the kind of game that Warframe is. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And luckily, today's sponsor is actually the game that inspired Warframe. I've played World of Tanks multiple times over the years.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
World of Tanks is one of the longest running free-to-play games on the market and has been actively supported for over a decade now.
Good one.
Over players of Warframe, you're dashing in 7 days of premium access. Plus, you'll get to try out 3 other Tier 6 tanks for 10 battles each. Just use the link in the description below to get started. So what is Warframe? It's a looter shooter, live service MMO with a third-person perspective. You play as a Warframe, you're dashing through levels, taking down enemies, farming up materials, currency, and other items so that you can continue to build more weapons and more Warframes to use. Warframes vary in their looks and abilities. Some of them play like a ninja, others like a battering ram or even a wizard. There's even a frame that lets you create your own music so that you can buff other players. You have pets, ships, clans, PvP, personal housing, boss fights, a roguelike, a fighting game, open worlds, and more. It has consistently stayed in the top 20 of the most played games on Steam for over a decade now, and in doing that, there is something inherently special here. If we look at the game's player base on Steam, while it's not burning the world down with insane peaks, it's maintained its player base consistently since 2013.
That's a hell of
a continued to grow. So how has Warframe maintained that success? Why is nobody talking about it? And unlike many other live service games, why aren't we hearing people complaining about it or how it mistreats its players?
Fair.
Well, to answer that, we need to understand the game's history and that of its creators. Now, you may recognize the name Digital Extremes, renowned for their early work on Unreal Tournament.
Fun fact, one of my exes used to work for the company.
Yeah, PvP Deadge.
In partnership with Epic Games, they played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of multiplayer first-person shooters. They were among the first to popularize key features like online multiplayer, power weapons, team deathmatch, and capture the flag, laying the ground for many of the multiplayer games that we play today. After parting ways with Epic Games, as Epic went on to make Gears of War with Xbox Studios, they decided to pitch their own game idea, and they tried to do it for over a decade. That game was called Dark Sector.
They
struggled to find a publisher for this dark sci-fi MMO concept that they had, and ultimately Digital Extremes was forced into doing work for hire just to be able to keep the company afloat. The decision to take on work for hire projects, while necessary for financial stability, came with its own difficulties. The studio faced a cycle of hiring employees for specific projects and then laying them off once that project concluded. This practice is commonplace for work-for-hire studios. However, it disrupted the lives of their employees and their families, a situation that the studio founder has regretted since then. I believe that publishers often lacked a clear vision, and that Digital Extremes would have been better off just focusing on smaller, self-controlled projects, as seen with independent studios that tend to produce higher quality work when they're given full creative control. Despite the continuous efforts to pitch Dark Sector to publishers, the studio continued to face rejection.
Okay, the
primarily
focus
due
getting
to a lack
lost
of
is getting the
interest when
loot
it came to
and the
sci-fi
story.
games on the side of publishers, a sentiment that somehow never even changed even with the success of Halo. In a desperate move, Digital Extremes caved to a publisher's demands, shifting Dark Sector from a sci-fi MMO to a game that emulated the success of Resident Evil 4 at the time. This change involved transforming the protagonist from a space ninja to a CIA operative named Hayden Tenno, which strayed very far from the original concept.
Space Ninja
the new
Tenno
version of Dark Sector struggled to be able to find an audience. However, it eventually did and gained respectable reviews as well.
That shit looks awesome.
After the release of Dark Sector, the industry started to trend away from AA releases to AAA games, and this made for more issues at Digital Extremes. The studio, which had previously worked on BioShock's multiplayer and The Darkness 2, found itself struggling to find any contracts as they began to dry up, and publishers wanted to start making games in-house. Observing the success of free-to-play games like World of Tanks in 2010,
okay, shut the fuck. There's no way. Shut the fuck up.
Digital Extremes saw an opportunity in an emerging market. They didn't see free-to-play as a way to be able to milk
Total
players.
Biscuit Warframe
They
got more
recognized and saw
popular.
the potential to be able to create something smaller and grow the game over time, rather than trying to pursue a traditional release. Facing imminent financial collapse with only 12 months of funds remaining, Digital Extremes decided to pursue a long-held vision for what used to be Dark Sector, and then was now codenamed Lotus. Within 2 months, they developed a working demo featuring spaceship raids and procedurally generated loot and layouts, with an emphasis on co-op and PvE gameplay, recognizing there was a gap in the market. They approached free-to-play publishers asking for support, but they were getting rejected yet again. Undeterred, Digital Extremes decided to self-fund the project with only 9 months of funds remaining, wanting to give it their all rather than simply just walk away. The development of the alpha version of the game saw significant involvement from Rebecca Ford, an intern who led the creation of their community team. This team was crucial in gathering and responding to player feedback, a strategy that helped shape the game's development and ultimately its success. Embracing the success of Kickstarter campaigns that were going on at the time, Digital Extremes introduced supporter packs to raise additional...
You know how many Kickstarter campaigns I have signed up and supported, and then nothing fucking came of them? Where the fuck is Puff Pals? I gave that goddamn company like $2,000 to buy their goddamn stuffed animals. When the fuck is that game releasing? I swear to God,
first person mode?
Kickstarters wait too goddamn early. Like I dropped like $200 to play a game that ain't gonna come out for 5 fucking years. And then they're gonna say, oh, sorry, we gave up. Bro, fuck Kickstarters, man. That shit's a fucking scam.
Additional funds. This approach, while initially slow, proved ultimately effective and demonstrated that there was an audience for their game. Thus, Warframe was born. A game over a decade in the making, who had faith in itself. Scorned by an industry, nobody else wanted to make it except for them. It released into beta on Steam in 2013 to over 20,000 players and has only continued to grow since. Over the years, I've come to realize that the vast majority of the studios that we grew up loving, the games that we grew up loving, the biggest studios and publishers that are out there, all came from very similar humble beginnings.
Absolutely.
But the vast majority of them forgot about it. And the ones that don't end up being the ones that are the most loved and appreciated. Look at Larian Studios. Their story is almost identical to Digital Extremes.
Did I remember how much I used to love Rareware? I remember that shit. Rareware. Coming out with some of the best games ever made for any console.
Like Donkey Kong Country and stuff,
Banjo-Kazooie. Conker's Bad Fur
Yeah,
Day.
Conker's Bad Fur Day,
Viva Pinata. Then that shit gets bought by Microsoft. They release Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts when everybody was waiting for Banjo 3 for years. Nearly a decade. And they shit on the very game
They have
that
a
got
lot.
the franchise popular.
That's
to begin
cool.
with. Yeah, even Perfect Dark. When Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts in the first 30 minutes said, no one wants a platformer in the 2000s, I about shit myself. Made a game from a platformer to a game about Lego cars. Cars.
Goddamn.
Shoutouts to JonTron before he got racist, allegedly. I don't know. Is he a Nazi? I don't know. Maybe. The internet said it, so it's about a 50-50 chance. Who really knows? But man, that shit was a joke.
They started off making their own games to limited success. They did work for hire for a while just to be able to keep the doors open. When that industry started to dry up and move away, they went to go make their own game, and Divinity Original Sin.
Banger.
They danced with bankruptcy, almost losing.
Divinity Original Sin. A game that I've played over 800 hours of. Never beaten. Bro, I don't know what it is. Restarting that game over and over and over again feels so right.
The entire studio, but they found an audience that wanted to support it, and now look at them. Baldur's Gate 3 is heralded as one of the greatest games of all time. They blew up, as they deserve to do so.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate, another game I have 400 hours in. I've never beaten Chapter 1. Because it's too fun to restart. Anytime I think I make a slight mistake, I'm like, well, the gnome flew off the windmill, so I need to go restore it because I gotta know what happens with the gnome. Oh, fuck, I talked to the witch and she took my eyeball.
Yeah.
I gotta restore it because I can't have a slight accuracy deficiency.
You know, here, we'll go watch the original video then.
I just can't.
8 minutes in, let's just go there.
Warframe is a wake-up call. Look, the phrase is free-to-play and a decade humble beginnings, but the vast majority of them forgot about it.
Yeah.
The ones that don't end up being the ones that are the most loved and appreciated. Look at Larian Studios. Their story is almost identical to Digital Extremes. They started off making their own games to limited success. They did work for hire for a while just to be able to keep the doors open. When that industry started to dry up and move away, they went to go make their own game, and Divinity Original Sin. They danced with bankruptcy, almost losing the entire studio, but they found an audience that wanted to support it, and now look at them. Baldur's Gate 3 is heralded as one of the greatest games of all time. They blew up, as they deserve to do so. When I look around the industry right now, I see a lot of studios that are making games not because they want to make them, but because they're profit motivated.
Yep.
Purely profit motivated.
Exactly.
They no longer look at players as anything other than tools for making money, and that's it. Rather than looking at them for what they actually are, which is a means to be able to deliver a higher quality product, use their feedback and their information to be able to earn their money, and then by extension, make your game even that more popular. Because when players are happy, they tend to talk about it a heck of a lot more. And I've also noticed that, you know,
First Ascendant is also like Warframe, but less free-to-play friendly and more grindy. I mean, I don't really want these games to be super grindy, man. I don't, personally.
Games are a form of art, and without soul, there is no art. And in the case of games, I think a lot of players are starting to wake up and realize they can see it in your trailers, they can see it in your gameplay, they can see it when the soul isn't there. And when they know it's there and they see it's there, they're into that game. But when they don't see it, they don't want to have anything to do with it. And I think that's why we've seen a lot of games over the last few years fail.
Good.
Digital Extremes started out with great intentions, to be honest with you. But that doesn't mean that they didn't make the same mistakes that many other free-to-play and live service games make time and time again, and that's with its monetization. But the difference is they learn from their mistakes.
Okay.
I don't think anybody can disagree with this. Recently, over the last few years, both live service and free-to-play games have permeated through every space in the entire gaming industry. Every single company wants their Fortnite, Counter-Strike, Genshin Impact, whatever it might be, and of course they would, because they draw in revenues. It would make you wonder why anybody would ever want to make another full-priced game again.
Exactly.
But with the introduction of free-to-play live service games, we've seen year over year, month over month, players are losing ground, losing choice, and losing their money. Free-to-play has become synonymous with cutting content and player achievement and putting a price tag on it.
It's not just that, though. It's not just taking risks. It's also the fact, like, even if they don't take risks, like, even if they do take risks, some of them are just stupid. And they're, like, they don't really understand what the hell is wrong with them.
While the gameplay itself is free, the model has incentivized developers to paywall everything in the game or put in absurd time restrictions and hurdles for players to be able to overcome just so they can try to earn anything with their own time or their own skill. Studios today are incentivized to actively harm the player experience and lower the quality of the overall product, all in the name of higher profits. Digital Extremes was incredibly nervous about getting into free-to-play because they were afraid that they were going to do it wrong, and in fact, they did. At first, they started selling power, and it wasn't the reputation that they wanted to create for themselves. At the creation of Warframe, you could double the capacity of your mod or skill tree slots in your Warframes. However, there was no way to be able to earn this in-game, and the only way that you could get it was by paying for it with real money. Early on, before the game's beta release, Digital Extremes saw the players' feedback regarding this issue and removed it and any other perceived pay-for-power microtransactions, vowing for fair monetization to be a core tenet of the studio moving forward. In that move, and other changes that they made, due to their deep involvement in the early foundations of their game's community, they fostered a positive community spirit and gained even more support. In an interview 6 years ago with Danny O'Dwyer of No Clip Documentaries, they mentioned how difficult it was for them to be able to find any marketing or visibility because at the time, nobody wanted to touch free-to-play games. However, the positive community that they had already started to culture, the fact that they had been listening to their community, ended up catching the attention of...
Okay, the thing about Warframe, they have premium, they have platinum as premium currency. However, it's tradable. The items in Warframe are also tradable. Okay. Fair enough.
The late great commentator, Total Biscuit, who came to cover the game and catapult its popularity into the mainstream. I think that this is one of the most valuable lessons for Digital Extremes or any company to learn, and it's that good things happen to good developers, especially those who treat their players as well as Digital Extremes and listens to their feedback. Game developers large and small need to recognize that they are providing a product and service to us, not the other way around. The expectation is on them to create a fun, fair, entertaining, and valuable experience in exchange for our money.
They have to create it first, man. That is the expectation, but people kind of realize they forgot about that. And then that's how you end up with a situation where you have freaking clowns saying, you have this fucking clown over here making this stupid video where he's calling the people playing it spoiled. No, that is far from the case, man. Why did I still have that open? Right? Like, no.
I see game developers posting on Reddit talking about how they hate gamers because of YouTube live stream comments, or how a lead Starfield developer makes a Twitter thread saying, funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, and yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a Hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I know, really?
That is a stupid take. Keep in mind, at the end of the day, your job is to provide the customer with a product that they want to buy. That is your job at the end of the day. The thing is, they don't have to know what goes on behind the scenes. They don't have to care what goes on behind the scenes. In fact, they shouldn't. They're not your fucking shareholders. Right? This is a really, really stupid perspective here. The average person isn't going to care or know or understand, and it's not their business to. Their only business is getting what they paid for. Yeah, the customer is always right even if they're wrong. Exactly. They are always right even if they are wrong. That is, well, technically you added that part in there, but the original statement, the part that was attached to it, it basically implies that. Because at the end of the day, the customer is the one that's giving you money. So your goal is to get the money from the customer. If the customer doesn't want to give you money, well then you're wrong. That's it.
Not a lot. And neither of these opinions that these people have are in the minority of opinions. With what authority do players speak? With their money. They are your paying customers. Paying customers. While players may not know exactly how to voice their concerns, and oftentimes will do it in the wrong way, you still should be listening to them because they are telling you that something is wrong with your game, and at the end of the day, all they want is a better product, which only serves to make you more money in the end. We've seen developers stray from the side of players. However, how many developers have you seen remove a microtransaction from their game because players were using it too much? When Warframe introduced colors for their pet skins, they didn't realize that they had inadvertently created a gambling mechanic where players were trying to search for the rarest skin colors and the combinations that they wanted. DE saw that a player had rolled his pet's color 200 times and their stomach sank. Within a day and a half, they had removed the mechanic from the game and reworked it without the need for player feedback. The spirit of that can be found throughout the entire game. As of a recent update, now everything in the game, just about everything in the game, is earnable in-game with very few outliers. Warframe uses Platinum as its in-game premium currency, and it's fully tradable. Players can go out, farm valuable resources, mods, weapons, and Warframe blueprints, and then trade with other players without ever even spending a dime. You would think that this is trapped behind some type of end-game progression or something, right? No, you can start doing this within the first 15 to 20 hours of playing the game. I was already trading items with other players and stockpiling currency from the minute that I had started. While players still have the option to buy anything that they want from the game's in-game shop, all of those things, or at least the vast majority of them outside of cosmetics and color palettes, can be earned in-game. So, Mr. YouTuber, that means that Warframe must have the most difficult and high-end equipment behind paywalls or something, right? It has to be insanely difficult to get. No. The pinnacle Warframes and weapons are called primes. You can earn these by cracking relics, and you get relics constantly while you're playing the game. When you go to do these missions to crack the relics, you're playing with 4 players, and all 4 of you can choose to use the exact same relic, which would then increase your chances of being able to get what you wanted, because everybody can choose from everyone else's rewards. Meaning that even if you're in a party that isn't coordinated and you're all running different relics, if you don't get what you want out of yours, you can just get a copy of somebody else's thing if it's more valuable. You can choose to get whatever you want. Every weapon, every frame, companion, and otherwise is at your fingertips. You can earn your way through Warframe without ever even spending a dime, and many players have. There is no time wasting in Warframe. And what's even more crazier is that adding to this absurdity, they show players how not to spend money within their premium shop. If you go to their premium shop and look at any of the items available in it, next to every item, it tells you how to go earn that item in-game rather than spending money. They teach players how not to spend money in their shop. But that doesn't mean that players don't support the game. In fact, they do quite a lot, because by making things so accessible, giving massive discounts on their currency and things like that, being able to just get all the things that you want in the game by playing it, players just want to spend money on the game because they want to support it, because they love the game so much, not because they feel like they need to. Imagine that. Imagine a world in which the players are not spending money on a game because they need to overcome some fabricated barrier that's put in place, and if they spend money, they're going to be able to get through it faster or get through it at all. No, instead, they're spending money because they actually want to support the game. They just are enjoying themselves and want to spend the money. Now, mind you, some of this is definitely driven by convenience, but the vast majority of players just love the game and want to support it. And that's not to say that there aren't areas worth criticizing. I'm still not a fan of the fact of them having 12 to 72 hour crafting timers on weapons and warframes. That's just, it's just too much. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just too much. And also, there's a big limitation on the amount of weapon and warframe slots, inventory slots that are available early on for players. That's something that in general just needs to get fixed. But the thing is that the longer you play the game, the less those things become an issue, because you have so many other things that you're working on, leveling up, playing as, farming for, while all these other things are building in the background, that you really don't even notice it all that much. And while there's room for improvement, this is largely the most ethical live service game I've ever seen monetized. And I don't think any other game wants to try to compete on those terms. They definitely don't want to compete on their content. Warframe's first turning point came when the game released on Steam, which marked a critical success and provided the studio with the necessary resources to be able to continue to support and develop the game. Unlike competitive shooters that can maintain an audience with minimal updates, Warframe faced the challenge of sustaining interest in a PvE-centric game, which is far more difficult. To overcome this, Digital Extremes heavily leaned on the experienced development team who had weathered the storm through the toughest times and possessed the deep institutional knowledge that was necessary to make the game successful. If it wasn't for the fact that they held on to their employees when the game and the studio was facing its closure, they likely would have never been able to make the game the success that it is today. In the years following the game's release on Steam, Warframe saw a rapid expansion in content. The studio introduced clans, player hubs, a plethora of new weapons and warframes, and diverse gameplay elements like open world areas, vehicles, and space combat. But the most significant shift in the game's identity came with the release of The Second Dream, a cinematic quest that redefined Warframe as a game. This quest introduced fully voice-acted, high-quality cinematic experiences with intricate writing and storytelling that elevated the game from a compelling free-to-play title to a truly exceptional experience. No longer was Warframe just a free-to-play game, it was just a great game that happened to be free-to-play. Digital Extremes continued to push boundaries with subsequent updates, including the new war, Whispers in the Walls, and the upcoming major update, Warframe 1999. These expansions demonstrate a level of writing, character development, and cinematic quality that's typically associated with AAA blockbuster titles and reflect nothing of what we've seen in typical free-to-play games. The studio's ambition to deliver high-end content remained evident with every release, further increasing the game's reputation among players both new and old. That's what's made the Warframe that we have today. One of the systems I was the most shocked by was at one point I unlocked what I can best describe as Sea of Thieves in space. You get a railjack, a fully customizable ship that you can upgrade. It has multiple weapons that are controlled by other players in co-op. You hire NPCs to manage the ship. You fight other ships. You can board other ships, steal other ships, and raid enemy bases. While the feature didn't land well on release and it had its issues, what is available today is an absolute blast to play, and it feels like it's completely native to the game and like it could have been there from the start. In the landscape of live service and free-to-play games, many developers opt for the safe approach, focusing on incremental updates and minor changes rather than undertaking any significant overhaul. This safe strategy often results in steady, gradual improvements, but most major additions and transformative changes end up being locked behind paid expansions, premium content, and microtransactions. Typically, free-to-play games and live service games will introduce minor tweaks, seasonal updates, and limited time offers to try to keep players engaged. While Warframe does the exact same thing, they aren't strangers to making big splashes with major updates, and all the while, they're not charging the players a dime. Other games with standard offerings can sometimes refresh the experience and provide new incentives to be able to log in, but they rarely bring the wide-sweeping changes that might significantly alter the gameplay or narrative, making the game overall feel more stale. I'll give kudos to games like Fortnite, who often radically change their map, put in new modes, and give more ways for players to be able to express themselves in games, like even creating their own games within Fortnite. However, the vast majority of games don't do this, and in combination with that lack of risk, they often let go of the developers that got them to where they are in the first place, ignoring the players that got them to where they are in the first place. And as a result, they hollow out their experience, leaving them with nowhere to go. There's too much focus on monetization, and it's leading to a disparity between the expectations of the player and the financial outlook of the developer. Today, we have developers that are understaffed, underpaid, under a lot of pressure, under-delivering to their audience, while for some odd reason, the company is still expecting more money. You have CEOs that are out there projecting growing profit without investing in growing content. And their expectation is because you're playing, then you must be paying, and I'm sick of it. Look, just recently I saw with Apex Legends, the big drama that cropped up around it, where basically, long story short, developer goes in and makes it where you can no longer earn the next battle pass by completing the last battle pass, where previously you were able to. And they made these changes, gaslighting the players, saying that it's because we're trying to deliver you guys a more valuable experience. We're doing it because we're trying to grow the game.
Bullshit.
We're giving you guys more value. That's really what it is.
More value, guys.
And anybody with any base level of intelligence can see how insulting it is to say something like that when it's
more
so
value,
transparently
guys.
not that. And they're not the only developer doing things like that. You see it across the board. So many developers that are making minor changes to their game, but all of their focus is on their monetization. How else they can shift and move things around to make it where they can make more money and you get less out of playing the game. And in that, the only thing that you're serving to do is make an audience that isn't loyal to you, that is just waiting, frothing at the mouth at the chance to be able to jump onto the next game and get as far away from you as they possibly can. Sure, they're playing your game right now. Sure, it's popular right now, but that's because they don't really have another option, and there's nothing else right now that's that hot. So once there is something that hot that comes out, you're done. That's it. Players are a valuable resource, and you need to value them. They provide you with everything that you need to be successful, both creatively and financially. And if you use them the appropriate way, you can be huge. You can be massive.
Illegal.
And while
But
that's
it
not
is
the
what
truth
it is,
for every
man.
single game, because every single game is different. They have a different audience. They have a different use case. Not everybody plays the same kind of games. When you value them, they keep you afloat. They help you grow. And they're not the only developer doing things like that. You see it across the board. So many developers that are making minor changes to their game.
Yeah.
All of their focus is on their monetization. How else they can shift and move things around to make it where they can make more money and you get less out of playing the game. And in that, the only thing that you're serving to do is make an audience that isn't loyal to you, that is just waiting, frothing at the mouth at the chance to be able to jump onto the next game and get as far away from you as they possibly can. Sure, they're playing your game right now. Sure, it's popular right now, but that's because they don't really have another option and there's nothing else right now that's that hot. So once there is something that hot that comes out, you're done. That's it.
Wait, what should be illegal,
Players are a valuable resource, and you
What
need
should
to
be
value
illegal?
them. They provide you with everything that you need to be successful, both creatively and financially. And if you use them the appropriate way, you can be huge. You can be massive. And while that's not the truth for every single game, because every single game is different. They have a different audience. They have a different use case. Not every player
You wanna see his
plays
email?
the
Okay.
same kind of games. When you value them, they keep you afloat. They help you grow. And in the case of Digital Extremes and Warframe, I don't think that there's another developer that's out there that appreciates their audience the same way or does the same things that Digital Extremes does with their audience.
Yeah.
Except for maybe Larian Studios. Why did you guys have to go and create a community YouTube channel? And even more so, why am I not in it? I get it. Like Lowly and Co-Carnage are really cool, but like I made a lot of videos on Baldur's Gate. Come on, man. Initially, I had wondered how Warframe was able to hold on to such a consistent player base for so long. Regardless of good or bad updates, new games, or financial declines, their core audience has stayed rock solid for over a decade now, and in and of itself, that is a feat that very few games have accomplished. It wasn't until I started streaming my experience over on Twitch, playing the game for the very first time, that I was exposed to the game's community, and in that, I noticed how positive they are. An eerily similar experience I had with Final Fantasy XIV, but altogether completely different. Many players have been playing the game since alpha. They've unlocked everything in the game, effectively beaten the game, logging thousands of hours. However, they are still logging in regularly, even daily. They are out there guiding new players and doing things that they've done thousands of times because they love the game that much. And I was curious where that comes from. Well, sure, the game has regular updates, new content, new weapons, and new warframes. I couldn't see how Warframe could become somebody's daily driver until I saw how Digital Extremes engages with their community. Oftentimes, developers lay silent between content releases and major updates. They put their head in the sand, they let a couple people go out and respond or repost on Twitter, and only come out of hibernation to make promotional content to drive up interest around the next big update or major change.
Yeah,
in
sounds
that
about
time
right.
of silence, I think it makes it feel like updates are further apart than they actually are. Players aren't engaged, and when they aren't engaged, they lose interest. And DE makes it really hard for you not to feel engaged as they support their community like they're content creators rather than game developers. Every single week, they go live on YouTube and Twitch to do something they call a dev short, where Steve Sinclair, the CEO of Digital Extremes, together with Rebecca Ford, the once community manager and now creative director of Warframe, just talk to the players for 15 minutes. They answer questions, they tell them about things that they're working on, they joke around. They do this every week. What other game studios give that kind of transparency to the players?
Yeah, I
what
don't
other
know.
game companies are that grounded to make sure that their CEO of all people is
He's not
constantly
wrong.
in contact with the players?
Not
None.
wrong.
And that's not all they do. Every Wednesday and Thursday,
no one
they
else
host
does that.
prime time over
He's
on
not
Twitch.
wrong.
And each of them have their own separate streams for English and Spanish, where the developers and community managers come out to play the game with the players. Have you ever heard of anything more absurd than that? Developers actually playing their game and playing their game with players with an audience up to 250,000 viewers, giving away skins, Twitch drops, different items, premium currencies. They tell stories, they play trivia games with chat, and they show off different community art submissions. They are more involved with their community than I think any developer ever has been.
Hi there,
and
Adrian.
the fruits of their labor shine
welcome.
so brightly. It shines in how positive their community is, how engaged they are, how well the game is developed and supported, how solid the monetization is. It's why they are allowed to take the risks with the games like they have, and even with future games in development like Soulframe. The players know that they're appreciated. They know that the developer is trying to achieve something, and they can tell that they truly love what they are doing.
After this, we're gonna look at Roslyn Dorm, I guess.
These developers love their game.
Before we end it off, can we enter Roslyn Dorm
Digital
even?
Extremes recognizes what many developers have
Because like
slowly
we've been
started
live
to
for
drift
like
away from.
10+ hours.
Players are a part of your game, and without them, your game
Yeah, they're not
wouldn't
live
be what
service,
it is.
exactly.
And in fact, for Warframe, that's literally
Yeah, Monster Hunter is
true.
not live service.
In the early days of Warframe, movement is exactly what you would have expected the game to be. Just a over-the-shoulder, third-person shooter. It had sliding and running, but overall, the movement was slow. Players discovered an exploit where they called it Zoran coptering, where they could essentially fly across maps, sling themselves across maps, and complete missions in a fraction of the time. Instead of removing this, instead of standing against the players and changing something that the players were enjoying or doing, they
the movement stuff is always fun.
the players were exploiting this because they were trying to avoid something that was actively ruining their experience. So Digital Extremes revamped the entire...
Did they make it a feature instead?
...movement system for the game, reworking it from the ground up to be one of the most fluid movement systems in all of gaming. This video took a lot longer to record than I thought
happy
it would.
birthday.
It's dark outside. You
Happy
might actually
birthday,
be hearing
Adrian.
My cat chattering with another cat that shows up outside, this little orange cat. They just kind of talk through the window. It's adorable. Over the last few years, I've noticed a conversation that's popped up between game developers and game journalists, and they're talking about how cold and unfeeling and how unsympathetic gamers are towards the plight of the industry, how some of these companies are failing, how games are failing, how companies are going out of business, how people are losing their jobs, and they are absolutely right. Because at the end of the day, we are consumers, we're buying games, and if you do not make a game that we want to play and it wasn't worth our money and we wasted it on your game and you go out of business as a result of that, that's on you. You got what you got coming to you. But it didn't used to be like that. And I think the reason why is because back, and this is something that's just kind of evolved over time, is that many of the companies that are out there right now, some of the biggest companies that are out there right now, came from humble beginnings, no different than Larian Studios or Digital Extremes or anyone else that's out there. But when they were smaller, they felt like they were one of us because they were one of us.
They were once
players that were making games because they wanted to make cool games for them to play and for other people to play.
But too bad that's not the reality
time went on
anymore.
and they got bigger and they made more money and they started selling out and literally selling out to other companies. What ended up happening is that conversation changed. That interaction that we used to have, that relationship that we used to have with the developers, that parasocial-like relationship that we had, started to disappear because they started talking to us through a veil of money. It was always apology letters and
thanks for the sub.
tweets that are just
Hope
trying
to see
to
you some more in
manipulate
the
the truth
future.
more than anything else. It's all gaslighting. You're not trying to help us. You're not trying to do anything for us. You're just trying to make money. And to be honest with you, it's cowardice. It's so disgusting. Like, if you just want to make money, go make money, dog. Say you're doing it for it. I'd almost have more respect for a company that just laid their nuts out on the table and said, we're doing it because we want your money. Rather than trying to paint it in these colorful words to try to make it feel like they're our friends and really this is all just for you guys. That's not what it is. I think there's a lot to learn from a company like Digital Extremes, especially in the way that they stay connected with their audience. That level of connection brings in insane levels of endearment where the people that are playing the game just genuinely love the work that the people are doing because they like the people too. They like both things at the exact same time, and that's an awesome thing to have. My cat is freaking out right now. That's an awesome thing to have because players at the end of the day do want to be appreciated. We want to be heard.
Yep.
And the more we're heard and the more we're appreciated and the more that the game is actually worth our time and money, the more likely we are to continue to invest in that game and invest in future things that you do. However, the vast majority of the industry is really doing nothing other than creating unloyal fan bases. Sure, your game might be doing okay now, but the minute that somebody else comes by, like Digital Extremes or something like that, that does the same things that they do, or better, your audience is gone. I think there's a lot to learn from this. I really do. That's the whole reason I make these wake-up call videos in the first place, is because I think there is a lot to learn from some of the best studios that are on the market, some of the best games that are on the market. And there's a ton of them. There is. And I plan on doing a ton of these videos because they're a lighthouse, an opportunity for those who have drifted too far away to finally see the light, come back to land, touch grass, and find out what players like, what players really want, and how to talk to players again. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you guys for watching it this long. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. If you like the video and want more people to see it.
Okay. I think we're done with that thing. Let's quickly go look at Roslyn Dorm before we end off. At like almost 5 in the morning. I need to get some sleep soon too. Let's go do it here. Right here, let's go look at Roslyn Dorm. I'll put the background music again. Or my stream background music. Oh, reverse babble is on the list. Okay. Let me unmute the game. Alright, here we go. Simulacra Dorm. We can go to Roslyn Dorm now, right? Does that mean we can get Roslyn to play with her pussy? Cat? We can get Roslyn to play with her cat, right? Let's see. What can we grab here? Interactive scenes, we can't get those. How do I get the cat? Where do I get this one? How do I get the cat emote? What? Where do I get that one? I want to get the cat one. Where do I get that one? Where do I get that one? Where do I get that one? It's like, yeah, you could get a furniture here. I want to get the emote one. The cat one. I want to get the cat one. I don't think so. I didn't see it in events. It doesn't even tell me. It just says not available. It just says not available, so I don't know. It just says not available for everything. Right? Like, where is it? I want the cat emote thing. There's like a bunch of emotes that I just can't use. Like, not emotes, or whatever is in there, I can't use. Where the hell do I get the thing for the dorm there? It's like, it's telling me it's there. Is Nola's dorm still missing the pool table interaction scene? Right? Because, like, we were never able to buy the one for Nola's pool table. The coffee machine's still not here. Nope, we can't get the scene for her pool table. We We can't get the scene for a pool table. So I don't know where that's about. Can't get that. What the hell happened to those scenes, man? Right. They need to raise the budget to 11 cent, and probably dorm will get fixed, maybe. I don't think so. Okay, we'll go check BB some. How do I unlock it? Look, how do I unlock Rosalind playing with her pussy? Right, they have it here. How do I get this? Look, how do I get this scene? Where do I get this scene? You do realize that's the moderator for the channel, right? Yeah, this is CN, yeah. This is on CN. This is the CN one. I don't think so. I don't think the dress is necessary. Oh yeah, you got Rosalind playing with her pussy here. See, look, Rosalind playing with her pussy. I guess maybe. Right, maybe. Here we got Grey Fox dorm. Grey Fox dorm. Okay. Oh, she's sleeping on the edge of the sofa there? Okay. This is later. We don't have Grey Fox yet. Not yet. But soon. CN just got this. yeah, sandal physics, flip-flop physics. Okay. Hi, Hidden. Welcome, welcome to like the ending of the stream where we're looking at Grey Fox dorm. Why are her eyes open? I thought she was supposed to be sleeping. There ain't no way this gonna be snow break censored, right? Ain't no way. Alright, now she's in the shower. Of course. You can see her in the shower. God damn. God fucking damn. You can watch her take a shower. Okay? But she has her clothes on. Sure. Yeah. That's true, wasn't too revealing, yep. And the furniture is locked. Okay. There we have it. Right? There you have it. I said though, we've been live for almost 11 hours. Right? But yeah, I need to get some rest, man. We've been live for almost 11 hours. Right? I need to go get some rest. We at least made some progress on looking through a bunch of the reacts and everything as well. Of course. But yeah. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. We'll probably play East 10 tomorrow or something. Right, because we gotta make more progress through that one. But yeah. We at least got most of the important stuff there. Will I play Girls Frontline too? Not really, I don't think so. All I can say is, we might, there's a 50-50 chance I might be able to play NTE during the CN beta. 50-50 chance. I can't guarantee it though. There's just a 50-50 chance I might be able to. Maybe. But yeah, I need to get some sleep. It's almost 5 AM. It's gonna be 5 AM in 15 minutes. Not even. But yeah, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night. And I'll see you again next time. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.